There's new Rolling Stone coverage for David. Everything we know and don't about the missing teen found in a car registered to David. Yeah, bro, this is a pretty crazy story. It's probably gonna become like national news if it hasn't already. And obviously I'm gonna talk about that too. This is pretty crazy. So this is a singer and also was a streamer. Like he was a literal streamer. He was like a Fortnite streamer. He became a singer. He has a song with my nephew Jason the Ween, and it turns out he is. I mean, it's pretty crazy because like I think universally, everyone, if you were to ask most people, they would say like that he was he presented himself as like this impossibly good and nice and kind person to such a degree that like it's full tilt whiplash, the heinous crimes. No, it's not like R. Kelly. I'm telling you, like, because sometimes there is at least like an indication that a dude is doing awful shit, right? Like this dude, there was no indication. I mean, maybe his fan base might have known, like, because there's some stuff about like his Discord server, and like probably his Discord server knew he was up to some fucking, pedophile stuff, right? But I'll give you guys an example. I'll tell you what happened here. But like this is some Dexter ass shit, okay? Now there's no full connection. There's no full-blown investigation that has been conducted. And as far as I understand, the law enforcement is really taking their time with this thing. I don't know what the fuck they're on. I don't know what kind of timing LAPD's on, but let me tell you, okay? God damn, dude. Do your fucking jobs, LAPD. Holy shit. All right, listen. We'll get into it. We'll get into it in a second. I haven't even blasted off yet, but there is some pretty LAPD's too busy playing Candy Crush, dude. It is crazy. The story is crazy. Okay. What is this? Dude is doubling down on defending Israel. The narrative being spun by Max Blumenthal and Candace Owens about Israel's involvement in Charlie Kirk's death is falling apart. Tyler Robinson of the ACP killed Charlie Kirk. You communists killed Kirk, and you're all going to jail. Wait, what? They put me as the damn, bro. They put me as the colonel of the ACP, the American Communist Party. That's crazy because like I've never even attended a meeting, and they already made me the leader. Like, what is happening? I guess I'm the new chairman. First of all, I'll be the chairman, not a colonel. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, I guess I'm the new chairman of the American Communist Party. So all of them hate you so funny. Yeah, I know. All right, whatever. So we're gonna talk about all of that in a second. Let me just blast off real quick because like there's so much to cover today as always. Where was I? Cancel culture galore. The most annoying people on the planet are cheering on. Your tits are looking amazing today, King. Thank you. Ask for political asylum in China. Bro, they won't give me that. But maybe. Okay, cancel culture galore. The most annoying people on the planet are cheering on. Cracking down on political dissent. Loserville. Comedy is illegal now. Kimmel suspended over tepid remarks. What is this? If you want the Wired article link and the Australia article, I already did the Australia article yesterday. Oh, Wired did a new article. Cancel culture galore. The most annoying people on the planet are cheering on, cracking down on political dissent. Loserville. Comedy's illegal now. Kimmel suspended over tepid remarks. Khalil. Judge orders Mahmoud Khalil deportation. By the way, is your title meant to say illegal? Wait, why? What is it? No, I'm saying comedy is legal now. I'm saying fix your title. Yes, I'm saying comedy is legal now. Like Elon Musk. Comedy is legal now. All right. Judge orders Mahmoud Khalil deportation and so much more. Get in now. I just like, there's so much happening in the world and it's all ass. Are you being sarcastic? Yes, dude. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. I'm saying comedy is legal now. Okay. Could you get Kimmel on the broadcast? I would if he wants to. I mean, I'd talk to him about it. Yeah, comedy is legal now and sarcasm is also illegal now. Pakistan, Saudi defense pact. Yeah. Oh, also a brief note. a brief note that I want to deliver here. I know that myself included, and many others in this community are not the biggest fan of Asmongold, especially because of his recent political takes. But a community member of ours, as a matter of fact, passed away a couple days ago. Asmongold's dad, Asmon Dad, unfortunately succumbed to a battle with pancreatic cancer. And he said, a few days ago, my father passed away. It's difficult for me to even find the words for the emptiness it leaves me with. He was my last family member in the state, and I was there with him until the end. I will endure, but I don't think I'll ever be the same. I love you, Pa, he says. Yeah. His dad was a pretty chill dude. I never actually personally met him, but I know he was like in here quite a bit, as a matter of fact. And check his last message in the chat. What did he say? Happy birthday, Hassan. Aw. Oh my God, he was a sound dandy as well. Yeah, that's sad. That makes me sad. He said, my son is not right wing. Yeah, he would regularly try to pull Asmongold back to a sense of normalcy when he felt like he was going a little crazy. But obviously, this is like beyond politics, regardless. You know, I hope Asmongold's doing all right. And shouts out to Asmon Dad. You will be missed. Yeah, that did make me very sad. I'll keep it $1.50. Yeah. Isn't Tim Pool's dad also a fan of you? Majority Report? I don't know. I know Tim Pool's dad is a fan of Majority Report, but I don't know about mine. All right. Well, in any case, yeah, he was. I mean, it was cool that he was in the community. You know, he was like participating in Twitch. He was all over it, and you know, he was a cool guy. He was a chill dude. So rest in peace to the GOAT. To a legend, Asmon Dad, a real one. So, this is a well-documented thread about the situation, definitely worth going through. All the proof that David did it, a thread. Okay, it seems to me like a lot of you guys don't actually care about the you know, imminent collapse of the First Amendment, authoritarian fascism popping off, taking root in American society, and you simply want to learn about this. You simply want my coverage on this. You are connected? No, I'm not fucking connected, dumbass. How the fuck would I be connected to this? Is there a news story that takes place around the planet where I'm not connected to it? Okay, listen, it's not drama. It is a real heinous crime. Okay, trigger warning, pedophilia trigger warning. You know, there's some very very violent descriptions I'm going to explain to you right now. So I'm going to talk about right now, but basically a couple of days ago, okay, a little afternoon on September 8th, Los Angeles police responded to a call from a tow yard in Hollywood about a foul odor coming from an impounded Tesla. When the car's front trunk was opened, detectives discovered decomposing human remains. They quickly found out that the vehicle was actually registered to David, D4VD. David himself is a Twitch streamer and a Fortnite player initially, who then turned into a very successful singer-songwriter. Okay? Like the song, I did not even know that like one of the TikTok songs that I actually enjoyed quite a bit was actually written and was his song. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he was in Arcane. He had all of these, you know, his career was exploding. He was like opening for Caliucci's and doing so many different things, right? Was it Invincible? No, not Feel It from Invincible. But there are so many different, like he was in Invincible as well, but like he had a song with Lofi too, is so insane. Yeah, he was really, really, really popping off. Like he is clearly a very talented guy, right? What's the most famous song that he has? Like the one that really blew up on this is the one that blew up on TikTok. Oh, this one, yeah, this one. I think. Yeah, you've seen You've heard this song before. It's impossible for you not to have heard this song before. I don't listen to music, and even I played this song quite a bit, right? Now, there's also a relevance to the actors that he hired seemingly in his music videos as well. It's pretty fucking crazy. The story actually unfolds and untangles into like something even crazier than you would expect. Okay? So basically, we find out that, or not we find out, but like there's this news story that comes out while David is on tour. Okay? While David is on tour, there's this news story that comes out that that there's a decomposing body that was found in the trunk of a Tesla. The Tesla is registered to David. Okay? David Anthony Burke. It's a 2023 Tesla Model Y with a Texas license plate. And what's even crazier about it is that, like, obviously he is cooperating with the authorities throughout the entire process, and he's still continuing to do his tour. Okay? And apparently the car itself was abandoned, seemingly. The car itself was seemingly abandoned, and it was called in by someone who was walking by in the neighborhood, and that's why it got towed. And I believe there's some details that are all over the place, but like it was initially abandoned and then impounded, okay, when someone called it in. So what's interesting about it is that, like, when they see this foul odor, they come in, they figure out that there's a decomposing human remain, but the victim's body had deteriorated to such a degree that it took medical examiners a full week to identify her as Celeste Rivas. Now, Celeste Rivas is a teenager that was reported missing by her family in February and April of last year. But what was confirmed at the time the body was discovered was that the 2023 Tesla Model Y, like I said, was belonging to the up-and-coming singer David. Okay? Celeste Rivas just turned 15. She actually passed away before she turned 15. Her age matters in this situation. So she's like, when people say she is 15, that doesn't tell you the full story. She is a full child, okay, full-blown child. Burke was on tour when the body was discovered, David, and a representative said he was cooperating with the authorities. Police have yet to name a suspect or even a person of interest in the case, nor have any arrests been made. As police continue their investigation, here's everything we know about the shocking case so far. So, after the detectives discovered Rivas' body, a report from the Los Angeles County medical examiner described her as a female with wavy black hair, wearing a tube top and black leggings, size small, as well as yellow metal and stud earrings and a yellow metal chain bracelet. Her height was listed as 5'2", 5 feet 2 inches. But Rivas' body was so severely decomposed that examiners were unable to determine her eye color, age, or race and ethnicity. One of the only potential identifying details they were able to share was a tattoo on the right index finger that read shush, like shh. Okay? This tattoo is relevant later. This becomes a big part of the story in a moment. Just over a week after the body was discovered on September 16th, authorities finally identified Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a 15-year-old from Lake Elsinore, California, who was reported missing by her family last year. A GoFundMe has been set up to help her family cover the cost of funeral arrangements. After Rivas was identified, reporters quickly swarmed the family's home. While the family declined to speak with them, TMZ reported that Rivas' mother had said her daughter had been dating someone named David before her death. A friend, Ruby Alonso, who was visiting the house, described Rivas as sweet and studious to Rolling Stone, adding, "It's so sad. She was very beautiful." Despite identifying Rivas, there's still much authorities do not know, including a cause of death. A report on the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner website still listed her cause of death as deferred. Now, initially, for understandable reasons, they immediately billed this as a murder. But after they hadn't conducted a proper investigation as to how this had taken place, so they actually retracted that it was a murder, for the record, which sounds insane, but we still don't know. I don't know if they've changed that since then, but they have to do more autopsy and run more tests to figure out whether this was a homicide or what it was, what kind of homicide it was, like what it unfolded. Okay, now Much of the information that's trickled out about the investigation has centered around the impounded Tesla. The car was towed from the Tony Bird Streets neighborhood in the Hollywood Hills, and it was sitting in the tow yard for 3 days before the police were called about the smell. Residents told Rolling Stone that the car was spotted in various places around the neighborhood in the preceding months, as far back as the end of May. The city finally towed the sedan after a citizen complained that the car had been abandoned for more than 72 hours. Neighborhood sources said the sedan had been sitting in its final spot on Bluebird Avenue for at least 3 weeks. It moved around, one resident told Rolling Stone. Is chilling. Now, what's crazy about this is that it's a Tesla. So Teslas, I'm not exactly super knowledgeable about this stuff, but I feel like Teslas are constantly on. It's basically like an iPad, right? So the fact that, no, they're not. No, I mean, like, this is not like a 1967 vehicle, okay? This is a car that is basically a computer. And what I mean by that is, like, they have constant surveillance. They have the company that could actually provide a backdoor to law enforcement to offer constant surveillance, to go back in the footage. They have cameras all over the car. The car is computered. That's why Trump said everything is computer. Remember? Most cars nowadays are on 24/7, whether it be OnStar or numerous other ways in which law enforcement can actually figure out exactly where you're at. Teslas, you should be hung. I am hung. Ask your mom about how hung I am. Okay, let's keep it pushing. You mean that it can receive a ping to map its location? Exactly. Like in real time, as a matter of fact. And I also don't understand how you could even steal a Tesla, right? Because it's like stealing an iPhone, but the iPhone is always on. You know what I mean? Like, how is that possible? You have real-time location. You report it as stolen, and I assume the authorities can come and, like, take it instantly. Yes, you can see where the Tesla is until the battery is under 20%. Anyway, it moved around, one resident told Rolling Stone. Is chilling. The investigation wrapped up Wednesday night after Rivas' body was identified. Per ABC7, in Los Angeles, investigators searched a house on Doheny Place, close to where the car was abandoned. After several hours of the home, police left with a computer and other items. Beyond the initial assessment confirmed that he was cooperating with authorities, reps for Burke have yet to make any public comments. The musician has continued to tour and play shows in support of his debut album, Withered, which arrived in April. At a concert on September 9th, the day after the body was discovered, David performed in Minneapolis, where he was seen tossing Labubus into the crowd, hyping his hit song, Crashing, with singer Kali Uchis. Not my friend. I did a song with him, which is currently in the process of being taken down given today's disturbing news, she wrote on social media following the body's discovery. David also immediately was kicked off of his ad campaigns that he had with Crocs and I believe another company, Hollister, as well. They pulled back on the ad campaign as soon as the information was revealed. And at first, given the fact that this dude had this like incredible career ahead of him, and also the fact that law enforcement immediately said like, oh, he's cooperating, and maybe because he was also continuing the tour as nothing was fucked up, which in hindsight is really crazy. I think a lot of people just assumed like, oh yeah, this is a really unfortunate circumstance where like, I think this guy is like related to a completely unrelated murder that happened to take place, somewhere, and then it got tied back to his car somehow, right? Because maybe his car got stolen. Now, because as far as I understand, the car was reported as stolen. And obviously, new information that has been revealed about the suspect, or not the suspect, sorry, new information has been revealed about the victim that ties the victim directly back to David, and that changes the situation entirely, okay? That changes the situation entirely. Allegedly, the victim has a matching tattoo with David. Allegedly, the victim, at the age of, I believe, 12, met David and was groomed by David, who was 17 at the time. And they were in a pedophilic relationship, basically. Either 11 or 12, I think that's when they met. And it is the most insane thing I've ever heard. The story is the most insane thing I've ever heard. And the reason why I say this is because, like, there is not really ever a circumstance where the best case scenario is that this person is just a pedophile kidnapper. And the worst case scenario is that he's a pedophile kidnapper who also murdered someone. Okay? Because like all of the evidence that is presented in the aftermath of the revelation of the victim has led me to at least believe that at best, it's like, I can't believe I'm saying it's a best case scenario. That David himself is, I believe, 20 years old now. Okay. But even though he was 17 when he met this little girl, I mean, that's still completely unacceptable. What are you talking about? 17 and 12? Are we being for fucking real? 13 and 13, chat? Are we being real right now? Please. David has enjoyed an impressive rise over the past few years. He broke through in 2022 with his singles, Romantic Homicide. Now, there is a really important part of this story, okay? And I can't believe I'm saying this, but it was actually fucking XQC that presented this information. This is not even a joke. XQC dug deep into all of this story, and as far as I understand, was the first person to actually show this. David made a song in 2022, which premiered on September 7th, 2022. Remember that date. This date will be important in a brief moment. The song was called Romantic Homicide. This is it. Why is it Chinese? What's happening? Released this song on the same date as the victim, Celeste, Rivas Hernandez's birthday. This was after they had met. Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was last seen on April 5th, 2024, according to her family, last seen in Lake Elsinore, California, was born on September 7th, 2010. She died under mysterious circumstances, and her corpse was deteriorating in the back of singer David's car. This song was written, some of the lyrics in here are basically talking about how he doesn't even feel remorse or sadness for this death. Am I losing my mind? Did you not feature him on stream like months ago, last summer or something? Or was that some other artist? I recall listening to, no, I never did. I met him one time for like approximately 30 seconds at Terry Yummy's birthday, and that's it. He was friends with a bunch of streamers, though. Like, he was really in this space. I mean, he was a streamer. He made a song with Jason the Ween. It's so insane. Now, this song was in 2022, chat, and it was premiered deliberately on the birthday of the victim in 2022. Now, David has canceled the show in Seattle as of last night. Basically, what ended up happening is, like, once the victim was identified, David actually finally canceled one of his tour appearances, and we don't know where he is, but I assume he's cooperating still with law enforcement. But I still don't understand how. I still do not understand how the fucking law enforcement. That isn't correct. The song was released on July 20th, 2022. It premiered on YouTube on her birthday, bro. It's right here. At that point, he knew her too. Like, they were already 2 years prior to her kidnapping and going missing. They had already established a relationship. At this point, I believe she was turning 12, or her 13th birthday. I've also, correction for chatter, the music video was released on her birthday, not the song itself. Yes. And not only that, but the actresses that he has hired are consistent with the way Celeste looked, okay? In almost all of his music videos, the actresses he keeps hiring literally are consistent with the way that the missing teenager, the victim of the situation, looked like. Okay? believe there was an unreleased song where he also mentions like the name Celeste on numerous on numerous occasions, but I'm not fully aware of that. But yeah, there are photos. I don't even know exactly where these photos are from, but there are photos of them together, obviously, which is why I don't fully understand it. I don't understand like how no one was like, yo, this girl is like 12. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck did people, like, I understand if you just like don't assume that someone you're hanging out with briefly, or someone that you are around briefly is just like a potential alleged pedophile murderer. But like, if you are good friends with this person, like, and I don't mean like, you know, Jason level. I'm talking like actually in his life, like super close fucking friends. Because I'm sure that he was around a bunch of other people that like he knew for a very long time. How the fuck did nobody go, dude, how old is this girl? Look at his TikTok reposts. Me, if I see her talk to other dudes. Me, after hearing about her past with other boys, I'm jealous and utterly disgusted by her actions. I don't know if this is real or not. I feel like there's a lot of fake shit also slinging around. But regardless, there's already like a tremendous amount of information as well. Here is a demo for the unreleased song. Oh yeah, an alleged song leaked in December 2023 about Celeste, where he says, "Oh Celeste, the girl with my..." Check that hard drive, bro. What hard drive? Prison now. What are you talking about? This is why I'm saying, like, even in a scenario where he's not like linked back to her gruesome homicide, murder, whatever the law enforcement authorities figure out it happened to this poor, you're not a pedophile, kidnapper, murderer, which would be the worst case, right? Triggered much? What? Triggered? Dude, Republicans, this is not a political story, okay? I don't think you are responding appropriately to the images that you are seeing on camera, okay? Hogs. This is not about like left, right. This is not about politics, you fucking idiot. Are you okay? Unless you are a pedophile libertarian or some shit and you're like, oh, triggered? Are you triggered about people engaging in pedophilia? Is that what you're doing? I know your fucking daddy Donald Trump is like super linked with Jeffrey Epstein, but calm down, okay? 15. Okay, I know that person is trying to joke, make crack fucking jokes, but like chill, lock in for a second. Okay. Anyway, did you see the video? People speculate it's her and him hanging out on stream. Yeah, I saw this video as well. I mean, this is like Arky and Yugi as well here. I don't know whose stream this is. They're speculating that this is her, but I don't know if it actually is. I couldn't tell. I don't know. At first, I thought she was wearing the Gap hoodie that she was seen in. Like the Gap hoodie that she was last seen in, and it's like literally in the missing persons report, but I don't think it's the same hoodie. Also, this is a different girl, I'm pretty sure. Now, the reason why I say that, the reason why I say this is a different girl, I'm pretty sure, who also apparently is named Celeste as well. Unless they're talking about the girl in the back, this girl. But I don't think that's her either. Yes, there is another girl named Celeste. Follows her. And apparently she changed her bio to the other Celeste. So crazy how blatant he was about it. This is some YNW Melly level of self-incrimination, but for pedophilia. Yeah. Couldn't David's defense, if it goes to court, use the argument that rappers use what they said? You can't use song evidence because art not defending him. What are you talking about? There's a million different points of connection for very obvious crimes here before you get to the music lyrics, man. Like, there is a body that is decomposing in his car. The body belongs to a girl that was reported missing a year ago. They both have the same tattoo on their fingers, the same shush tattoo on their index fingers. Like, there is no, you don't need to connect these two people to one another over the lyrics of his songs. That's just additional insanity. I know a lot of people are also, focusing on the lyrics and the songs and whatnot, and myself included, because like it seems like he's just like left breadcrumbs everywhere. But overall, there are obviously hard evidence. There's hard evidence that like ties these two people together. But yeah, apparently there was his Discord server that was speculating on his relationships. He's dated a Celeste at some point, even shown her on stream, trying to find proof of this, and a majority of his Discord community knows about her too. They've seemingly been together since 2022 or longer, and seems to have broken up at some point in 2024. And based on this Reddit user's post, the description given about her matched the person that David's been with. Celeste in here, hi David Bark. I don't know, he never had a girlfriend, but who knows, he might have had a sneak. But he has a girlfriend. I'm pretty sure he's dating right now. What? Yeah, her name is Celeste. Why are you adding me? Jokes, ha ha ha. Anyway, they've seemingly been together since 2022 or longer. And based on this Reddit user's post, the description given about her matched the person that David's been with. Someone on Reddit also was saying like this dude is a pedophile ahead of time. Basically saying like this guy's a weirdo, a close friend's little sister from IE ran away last year, and this is who she was with. We think her sister was pimping her out. She was in 7th grade at the time. LAPD sweep this place in the hills. I'm terrified that's who was in the car. This is before they even identified the victim. Nobody has heard from her in months. I won't release names as she's still a minor, but she was from Lake Elsinore. It isn't speculation. It literally happened. I don't really care if you've heard nice things about him. That has no impact on my personal negative experience. Well, the victim is a female, wavy black hair, and shush tattoo mean anything to you? I'm really not trying to release any identifying information because it absolutely sounds like her, and my heart is broken. I don't want to mess anything up regarding the investigation. I'll be reaching out to the LAPD today. Yeah, this guy literally said, I strongly doubt this is true. He has a very public social media presence, and there's no one underage in his road crew. I have only heard good things about David from tour and venue staff. Don't post stuff like this with all the speculation going around. You're going to feed witch hunts like that. It isn't speculation. It literally happened. It's an interesting situation because like this is a pattern. This is a unique pattern that like I wouldn't even go so far as to say that person is like immediately defending this celebrity, okay? Because I hate it. You're saying I hate it when people protect pedos, but like understand that like it feels like there were two different Davids, like the possible pedophilic killer, and also the public persona. The public persona and the front that he put on when he was interacting with other people was a Christian who was incredibly kind, you know, like that kind of thing, which is crazy. Like it's real, like even in my brief interaction, even in my 30-second interaction that I had with him, what I was left behind with in that 30-second interaction was like, wow, this is like an incredibly nice person. What the fuck? I did not think so. I did not like assume that someone would be like so fucking nice. Think about that. Like, I don't understand how someone can just like keep up appearances to this degree. No, okay, to be fair, the super Christian front facing side does lead to some suspicion. I do understand that. Which is at least like when I saw, apparently he would do like, I was like doing a little bit of digging last night, and I found that he was like doing like Christian updates or whatever, where he talks about like imposter syndrome and stuff. And I was like, okay, well that's a little, you know, like that's a little performative, right? But I will say it gave me fucking straight up whiplash, dude. It gave me straight up fucking whiplash, like finding out that this person who was so normal was also like, you know, this serial killer style person who was just like, who had kidnapped and groomed a minor at the age of 12. Okay. Even younger, potentially. That is crazy. Did your dad vote for pedo Trump? My dad did not vote for anyone. He is Turkish. Not sure how that is relevant to any of this, but what is this? He was actually home during the time she passed, just not when she was found. A Reddit poster called it first when it happened. Can you guys stop posting this comment? I deleted it for a reason. There's an active investigation. Yes, it's her. Yes, I'm heartbroken. She was a little fucking girl, and she was failed horribly by the entire communities. I want to throw up thinking about what she could have gone through in the last year. She should be sitting in class in high school living like a normal ass kid, and she's gone. She never saw 15. They found her body on her 15th birthday. Stop tagging me and let me grieve in peace. Yeah. She was missing for a year. There's more details, by the way, because apparently the body in the impounded car was also like not only decomposing, but potentially chopped as well to pieces. But That was like the initial suspicion. It was found, the body was found in a bag after a chopped up, decomposing body was found in a bag in his front trunk of a Tesla. The Tesla was registered to Hempstead, Texas, but had been impounded for a couple of days at a tow yard in Hollywood, California, and it belonged to David, a 20-year-old whose legal name is David Anthony Burke. I heard the police changed the wording from dismembered to in pieces because they couldn't tell if it was due to decomposition or if it was purposeful. Yeah. So law enforcement had little or enough evidence to even do a search warrant at his manager's house he's staying in. They still don't consider him a suspect, by the way, which is so insane to me. I don't know how you don't consider a person who is directly linked a primary suspect. Like, I don't understand it. Okay? I truly don't understand it because like I said, at best, this person is directly linked as a minor to this person. What the fuck are we doing? Cops are so useless, bro. It is crazy. Los Angeles. Oh, by the way, the reason why the cops are botching this investigation is because, for the record, if you couldn't comprehend what was going on in the background, I did a little bit of digging into this as well. She comes from a very poor family. That's it. Hispanic background, very poor family. When girls go missing from that background, police clearly don't put a lot of effort into these fucking investigations. Okay? Straight up. I 100% think that is the reason, because if this person goes missing, okay, at the age of like 13 or 14, how the fuck do you not conduct a proper investigation to figure out like who she was around last? Yeah, the same thing happens in indigenous communities all the time. She was missing for a whole year, and it wasn't even like all that private. Like, I don't even know how to say she was missing when she was like, it seems as though she was at least like seen in some circumstances. But I guess this past year, police were a little bit busy, you know, aside from playing Candy Crush. They were busy arresting pro-Palestine campus protesters and stuff, you know, 2024, heated year. Lots of discourse taking place. They were too busy working the college encampment counter protest movements. You're saying she was seen after she was pronounced missing? I think so, but I think people just didn't know who she was and did not connect it to Lake Elsinore. You know what I mean? A minor being, huh? Okay, I'll let him. The victim's brother was DMing someone on Twitter and brought more light to the situation. Someone link it. But yeah, there are a lot of there's a lot of oddity in this situation. Celeste's brother speaks up and reveals that that David killed his sister. His whole chat is attached in the video. What is this? Dude, why does David follow you? All respect to your sister. I hate how shitty people are being. Was it really him? Jesus, all love, man. Yes, it was him because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me. Fuck. Well, what? Okay, I don't know about all this stuff. Okay, I don't know about all, you know, this. There is like, there's always going to be like a we did it Reddit association with this stuff. It could be totally valid. It could be totally real, but I'm not going to like entertain unsubstantiated stuff beyond what is known so far, even though law enforcement is like very clearly not doing a decent job with this at all, it seems. When I was writing this, I got a noti from, he also had this to say at some point in 2022, which seems odd to say the least. When I was writing this, I got a noti from you as you were talking about wanting to be with your mom and your sister again. Take me where I belong, but our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We got to push through it, bro. Yeah. So there's also some other shit too. This was a photo that was circulating around, people saying that this is David like paying off friends of Celeste to keep them quiet. Not even a year ago, my homie told me that David for D4 Ed guy owes someone money in Lake Elsinore. Now this girl's dead, missing from Elsinore. Weird. One insane thing I saw was that photo you just showed where he was paying her off is a 6-minute walk from where her family lives. Prayers to her family. Oh, this is another girl that like David follows on Instagram, Kira Hollander. She says, prayers to her family. I used to be close friends with David and we, in air quotes, dated when I was 16 and he was 18. We've seen each other IRL twice max. And there's so much more, but he introduced me to religion and whatnot. So I'm shaken. I'm so shaken up by the fact that he could have done this. I remember a Celeste and I have a pic of them together that I've seen in the past. And then this is her mom's Facebook post as well about her daughter going missing. Isn't it weird how Lud was defending David? No, dude, it's not, because they had all of this information came after that. Okay? If you were to get mad, if you want to get mad at someone, get mad at the fucking proper people, the law enforcement that is like clearly botching this investigation so far. Like, how the fuck are people supposed to assume that this dude is like how are people supposed to know that this dude is like a fucking possible pedophile, kidnapper / murderer? Like, that is insane. Do you expect that? But yeah, the reason why I'm bringing this up also is because like he also shared Celeste's story in 2023. This was Celeste's Instagram account. Dean Blunt Lover 444 was her Instagram account, which is once again strange because like at that point she's like 13, you know? And then there are the reposts as well. LAPD homicide detectives search a house tied to David in the murder of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. TMZ reports investigators left late Wednesday with a computer and several evidence bags. But once again, what I am confused by is, more than anything else, is that there is so much evidence tying this musician, this singer-songwriter, directly back to, at best, a minor that he was very clearly grooming and was very clearly in a relationship with. And then they found this minor's body decomposing in the front trunk of the same musician's Tesla. What more do you need? Like, what more would the investigators need in this situation to be like, I think it might be him? What the fuck? Like, even if it's not, okay, which is insanely unlikely, the fact that they're not like looking at this as a homicide investigation, like, what is this? What is this? Like, do people's lives just not matter? Is that what it is? If you're like poor and you're Hispanic, you're like a little Hispanic girl from a poor neighborhood and you're minor, like your life is just so worthless. Think about the amount of money and the amount of manpower that was spent on the Charlie Kirk killer, right? Like, Charlie Kirk was a human being, but so is Celeste. What the fuck are we doing? It's obvious that, at least in the eyes of law enforcement, there is like clearly a double standard, which blows my fucking mind. 3 cops got killed yesterday and there's no outrage from it. Oh, is that the York one? If there's no outrage or not a lot of media coverage on it, I suspect it's probably like MAGA affiliated. Who knows? Maybe not, but you know, that's usually how it goes. Remember when right wingers kill someone, they didn't kill someone. It's still a left winger, you know? If they can tie it back to Trantifa, oh boy, you know? So basically, I covered the song that this was like unreleased but leaked, where he makes mentions to Celeste. There are 2 different Celestes here as well. The shush tattoo also might imply that there was a secret that they were both keeping. Obviously, I think you understand what that secret is. The secret is that she is a super minor and he is not, okay? A clip from the deleted Twitch VOD on David's channel has been found with Celeste from the past. With Celestes from the past. 2 Celestes. I believe there is one. Yes, the victim Celeste, not the decoy one. Same hoodie in this picture. There are 2 different Celestes that he was hanging out with as well, which I don't know if it was like some fucked up sociopathic, like 5-head dispersion. But yeah, there is like a of age Celeste, and then there is a minor Celeste.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big spam. Oh, thank you, Mitochondria. Appreciate you.
I gotta stop with him if you even.
We
need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too? Oh, yo!
In hindsight, his shirts were odd. Bitch, I have that same shirt. Calm down, okay? I wear that shirt too, bro. I have the same one. Also, once again, the actresses that he hired in his music videos also suspiciously look like the victim as well. And this is from like years, okay? This is for years at this point. Like all the way from 2022 onward. David, during his Genius interview for Romantic Homicide in 2022, said it's kind of like the storytelling aspect of the lyrics that came before it in a way.
So what inspired the hook, "In the back of my mind you died," is kind of like the storytelling aspect of the lyrics that came before it, in a way that it builds up to the big moment where she died in the back of my mind. Like, I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind, she died. And I didn't even cry, not a single tear. I've seen people online take different meanings and interpretations from that one part of the song where it's like it's their past selves that's dying. And they're not even crying about it because they're evolved or become better people or have killed addictions and other different stuff like that. So I think it's very powerful in that.
Bro, it's so crazy, down to the fucking lyrics, down to like the premiere of the music video being on Celeste's birthday. Davis' song Decide dropped on March 28, 2022. Celeste, born September 10th, was only 11. The lyrics "Save Your Tears, 7 years" point to her being 18 in the future. People say they've been talking since she was 11. Yeah, there's another lyric that's like also a super famous one too, right? Where it's like where he's like talking about the time he has to wait. It's called "Here With Me." Yeah, it's like in hindsight, it comes across like almost all of his songs were about his pedophilic obsession with an 11-year-old, dude, and like what he was intending to do in the future. Like, this is one of the most insane stories I have ever fucking heard in my life, dude. In the "Here With Me" part, where he talks about like, what is it? "I can't describe what I'm feeling. All I know is we're going home. Watch the sunrise along the coast. So please don't let me go. Don't let me go. And if it's right, I don't care how." Yeah, this is the part. "I don't care how long it takes." Which is so crazy because that's like the most viral part of that fucking song. That was his song, chat. Even I know this song, and I don't even listen to music. I didn't even know that this dude was the dude that made this song. "Don't cancel me, brother. I think this guy's a bad person." Wow. Controversial take. I got to be divisive here. This guy's a bad person. Don't cancel me. Controversial take, chatter. A suspected alleged killer / pedophile kidnapper, groomer, who left little breadcrumbs in his incredibly viral hits about his pedophilic relationship with an 11-year-old. Wow. I mean, there's two routes here: jail, perma jail, or fucking become a prominent fixture of the Trump administration. So that's where we're at now. Who knows? Why is this lyric bad? Because the speculation now is that given how much he's talked about this like relationship that he had, this grooming, like statutory rape relationship that he had with this minor, all of the lyrics that talk about like how long it takes, I don't care if it's right, I don't care how long it takes, is like about, the implication is that it's about how he is supposedly waiting for her to turn 18. Yeah, he also held funerals at his shows. David reportedly brings a casket, a wreath, a notepad with a pencil for people to write letters to the deceased during his shows while on tour.
Now, why the fuck would the artists do that?
But like that stuff, obviously from the fan base perspective, is like they just look at that as like, you know, all of this hits different with hindsight. Do you understand? Like there's no indication or suspicion that you would ever have beyond like, oh, this is spectacle, this is performance. You know what I mean? But then when all of the puzzle pieces fall in the places that they're supposed to fall, all of a sudden it looks insane. Like before, prior to all of this knowledge, it comes across as like, oh, just, you know, symbolism, pageantry, whatever, right? But then when you look at it, when you look back at it with your knowledge now, in the aftermath of this fucking incident, you develop a very different realization. Yeah, if it wasn't for the mom identifying the body, none of this would have come to light. Exactly. And if it wasn't like a matching tattoo and the mom basically saying, oh, she had a tattoo of shush on her finger and was dating a guy named David at the time of her going missing, and then people realizing that David also has a tattoo of shush on the same fucking finger, this would not have been like, considering how much they had flubbed this investigation thus far and are still continuing to do so because, unfortunately, people like this are discardable. People like this are not seen as like real human beings that are worthy of a proper investigation by the authorities. Clearly, that it seemed like he probably would have gotten away with it. I don't think you know proper investigation. What do you mean, brother? If a 13-year dude, when Gabby Petito went missing, it became a national news story. When Gabby Petito went missing, it became a national news story. She was not a public figure, okay? But she was from an upper middle class white family, okay? She played a role. When Celeste went missing, clearly nobody gave a shit. And this happens all the fucking time. There's a reason why Jeffrey Epstein, for example, would scout out girls from poor backgrounds and poor neighborhoods. This happens a lot more frequently than you think it does. Do you understand? There are those who law enforcement do not care about and do not place a lot of emphasis on, do not place a lot of time and effort into finding justice for, okay? There is a two-tier justice system, and it certainly exists from a class dynamic as well. This happens so frequently with black and brown girls, young girls, and native indigenous women especially. There are thousands of stories like this in this country. I think Gabby was a YouTuber. No. Her YouTube page was marginal. It was like tiny at the time. Anyway, is there an organization that works to highlight these missing people? Isn't there something called moonlighting or some shit where the cops drive out indigenous girls who freeze to death? I don't know. What would they have done differently if she was rich? The moment that her family said that she was missing, they would have conducted a proper investigation to figure out to figure out like who she was seen with prior to her going missing. They would have most likely figured out that she was dating a David who at the time was developing a blossoming music career. They would have looked at the age differences because she went missing in 2024. At that point, David was already a known figure. Apparently, the brother told LAPD that David probably hurt her and they shrugged him off last year. I can totally see that happening as well. What is this? I wouldn't want them to be influenced by the LGBT until they fully understand their mind and body. And it seems that the LGBT is pushing for younger and younger kids to make that switch, to be who they are when they don't even understand themselves as people yet. Yeah. Me, when I see an Indian person, bro said minors are too young to figure out their sexual orientation, but apparently not so young that you can predate on them, you know? That is crazy. Anyway, anytime people are like, wow, it's suspicious. The LGBT is suspicious. They're trying to take our minors. He's like, you like this guy? No, bro, I don't fucking know anything about this guy. I met him one time for 30 seconds and he was like super nice. How the fuck am I supposed to know what his background is? I didn't even know he was like Christian until I saw TikToks of him talking about like Christian, what Christianity means for him or something. I think he has like a prayer TikTok or some shit, which I thought was like weird. Anyway, also, I will be real. As good as I am at reading world affairs, okay, as evidenced by Pre-Watch Piker, my locks for this year basically coming true, okay? I am horrible at reading people, it seems. I mean, it's evidenced by a lot of people that I have been endlessly charitable to in my career. Because as long as someone is like nice to me, I just assume they're a nice person. I am a bit of a fool when it comes to a bit of a sucker and a bit of a fool because I always assume the best in people when I meet them. Like there's never a moment where I assume that like someone I meet is even a remotely bad person, let alone a fucking pedophile murderer potentially. Obviously, no one thinks that, right? So don't listen to my judgment on whether, or rather listen to my judgment when I am suspicious of someone, because that means they are laying it on thick. Okay.
Examiner in Los Angeles has identified the body found in the trunk of a car registered to the singer known as David earlier this month. Now, they say that she's a 15-year-old girl who disappeared last year. The musician is on tour now, but his show last night was canceled. Elise Preston has more.
On Wednesday, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office said the severely decomposed human remains found in the trunk of this Tesla last week belonged to 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. Multiple media reports say the vehicle is registered to singer David Anthony Burke, better known by his stage name, David. Police found Rivas's body inside the Tesla on September 8th after responding to reports of a foul odor at the Hollywood tow yard.
The fuck are we talking about? Of course it was canceled. Brother, literally wasn't when they found the body. He kept doing tour dates. Only after the victim was identified a week later, due to the mother recognizing the tattoo on her finger, only after that did he cancel his show tonight in Seattle. He is not in custody.
Where the car had been impounded. The Tesla had been towed days earlier from Hollywood Hills, where one neighbor said it had been abandoned for weeks.
It hurts. It hurts.
Friends and neighbors say they're surprised by Rivas's death.
When I met her, she was very lively, just like all giggly.
Rivas, a resident of Riverside County, was reported missing in April 2024 when police said they received a report that she had run away from home. The medical examiner said Rivas appeared to have been deceased for an extended period of time and noted a distinctive tattoo on her right index finger. Images showed David had a similar tattoo on his finger. Representatives for the singer have not responded to our requests for comment.
President Trump says he will designate Antifa as a major terror.
All right. Now we're going to get back to the horrible realities of day-to-day American existence. Obviously, we have a lot going on that front. We're going to talk about Jimmy Kimmel. We're going to talk about Antifa. We're going to talk about everything else. Now that we are, I think that I've done, to the best of my ability, a decent job of trying to explain to you all the stuff that I was looking into with this David situation. So, yeah, moving on from one fresh hell to the next. Your Antifa edit went hard. Oh yeah, is that what you're talking about? The biggest attack on free speech is the McCarthy era, but it also has significantly less popular consensus behind it than the second Red Scare. Is being done on behalf of a minority faction led by the most unpopular president in modern history. Organizing against this can win. Yes, I do agree with that. That's why this is not a moment to feel discouraged or scared or fearful. The reason why they're doing this is because they're weak. If they weren't weak, they wouldn't be doing this. If they didn't recognize their powerlessness, this music is not the best music. I'm gonna be honest with you. What the hell? It makes it sound like I'm just so dead. They wouldn't be doing this. If they weren't fearful of mass discontent, they wouldn't be trying to make an example out of random fucking people. You can't cave. You can't be fearful. You can't let these guys, yeah, it sounds like I got mesothelioma. Yeah. Fascist. Okay. Fuck this administration. This administration is a fascist one. I am an anti-fascist. What the fuck are we doing? What's next? Are they going to openly go, nope, we are a fascist government now? They're going to just say that? Is that what we're doing? Because anti-fascism is just fascism. Bro, don't say that right now. Oh, what the fuck? Get out of here, dude. Listen, you need to understand something, okay? These people are not strong. They're fucking weak. They fear you being united, okay? We have the numbers. There are Americans of good conscience everywhere, okay? And because they're so fearful that if the people stand united, that they'll never be defeated, that they try to pick apart. They try to divide the masses. They try to make an example out of people, okay? And when institutions don't actually respond in defense of the citizens, in a country like the United States of America especially, okay? If institutions don't respond, if people don't respond, if they actually obey in advance, then regardless of how weak they are, regardless of how fearful they are, they win. And it doesn't stop. When they get a victory, they do not stop. That just emboldens them to dig deeper. This is how it fucking works. They do not have enough confidence. They do not have the numbers. There is a lot of discontent against this administration. They do not have the numbers. They can't even get the fucking National Guard to be deployed everywhere. They can't do that. And even if they were to do that, there is no guarantee of success because the National Guard is also comprised of your fucking neighbors, okay? There's no guarantee that those guys are going to be like, all right, well, we're loyal servants of fascism now. These are the actions of a weak administration. These are not the actions of a strong administration. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to stamp out any sort of discontent. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to try to put the fear of God in your hearts, in your minds, in your soul, to stop you, to make you think twice. I argue with a liberal who dislikes your Ukraine takes deeply, who despised you in August. He was praising you last night in a reply to Kyle Kalinske retweeting this. I mean, I'm glad that they're finally coming to the recognition that I'm not their enemy. But if I'm to make an assessment here, I would make an assessment off of the fact that people are recognizing that all of these silly, drama-focused opinions that they've developed over the years are completely and utterly irrelevant in the face of a much larger evil that is facing American society and American future. I'm glad that like fucking liberals are finally coming to that recognition. That means that hopefully if a guy like that is so primed, if a guy like that who is so primed to fucking hate me over like whatever they've seen, okay, so primed over like whatever they've read on Reddit, can recognize that there is a much larger problem here that must be solved, a much larger problem here that must be fought against, then the normie liberals probably are at a much higher level of anger and resentment towards this administration. So that's good. Before you engage in any sort of anti-fascist action, before you engage in any sort of demonstration, because they are afraid, it is upon all of us to make sure that we don't stand down, okay? Today will be the easiest day for you to express your discontent. Tomorrow, it will get harder. And the day after, it will be even harder than that. And the less we express our discontent, the less we express our frustrations, the more this administration will feel emboldened to do more of the same. Yeah. We can't afford to stop, is my point. We can't afford to stop. What is this? They don't have the numbers? Oh, this? The Bugs Life.
It was that ant that stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant.
One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss, they're puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant.
Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one?
Are you kidding?
How about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up.
Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life.
It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. That's why we're going back.
Does anybody else want to stay?
Damn, this movie hits different as an adult. I mean, listen, the point stands, right? Objectively Marxist work, by the way. We should watch it. How do you actually stand up against successfully against an administration that just doesn't seem to care legally and has no real opposition parties? We have to do it ourselves. There is nothing you can do. You can't rely on anybody else. You can't just like sit around and expect China to do something. You can't sit around and expect the Democrats to do something. You have to do it. We have to do it. Okay? You have to rely on your neighbors. You have to rely on your communities. This is how it's been. This is how it's been since the beginning of this administration. It's very clear that the Democrats left us behind. I've been saying this over and over again. I will go so far as to say that a lot of people who are fearful, who feel left alone, who feel left behind, are only feeling that way because they have not experienced solidarity. Okay? They have not organized. They have not been out in the streets. They have not protested. Okay? These guys are fucking such idiots. Brian Krassenstein just declared he's Antifa, which is classified as a terrorist organization. I'm Antifa, meaning I'm against fascism. All America should be. Antifa is not an organization. Domestic groups cannot be formally designated as terrorist organizations under U.S. law. Trump did not have the legal authority to unilaterally designate Antifa as a terrorist organization. No federal statute allows for a president to make such designation domestically. This has 44,000 fucking likes from libs of TikTok saying Brian Krassenstein just declared he's Antifa, which is classified as a terrorist organization. Same with this fucking dipshit. Excuse me, at FBI, I'd like to report an Antifa domestic terrorist who needs to be immediately arrested and deported. His name is Hassan the Hun. He's currently crying and pissing under his bed sheets right now. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I said fascist loser neo-Nazi was arrested during January 6th, begging the Trump administration to arrest me for being an anti-fascist. Good luck, man. Good luck. Yeah, dude. I am an anti-fascist. Okay? I am a motherfucking anti-fascist. What do you mean? All people of good conscience should be an anti-fascist. What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, I'm proud about it too. So dumb. Yeah, I'm the CEO of Antifa, baby, the organization. What a radical proposition, man. This is how it started. We started with woke, right? Oh, that's woke. Woke just means you're a nice person, by the way. It's not even, they're not even hiding that, by the way. They just straight up are like, oh, you're woke. No, I just think like, you know, gay people and trans people should be left alone. Because I'm not some obsessed loser like you are. It's called having fucking empathy, man. It doesn't have to always be fake, okay? It's so strange. Now they're like, oh, I can't believe someone said that they are an anti-fascist. It's like, everyone should be an anti-fascist. If you're an American, shut up, commie. Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch. If you're an American, your grandparents were anti-fascists. They fought fascists directly. What the fuck do you think World War II was about? There's a reason why, even to this day, active neo-Nazis refuse to call themselves as such. Now, that's changing, for sure. But up until this moment, very rarely would you have open neo-Nazis call themselves as such because they understand that there's a bad association with this, okay? Same with the Klan. Up until today, Klansmen used to wear masks. There's a reason for it, okay? And we know what happened in the first Trump administration when Nazis from all around the country came down to Charlottesville to unite the right, to do a rally, to do a massive demonstration. They did not choose to wear masks. They wore that creed. They wore that badge proudly on their chests. They showed their faces. They thought they had the numbers. They didn't. The second Unite the Right rally was loosely put together and was met with overwhelming force. This is why I say there will always be people out there who think that they're a lot more popular than they actually are. But you have to assume that your neighbors can be convinced. You have to assume that your neighbors still have some semblance of decency. Your communities are still comprised of individuals who are just maybe not paying close attention to everything that's going on. But if they did, they would realize, they would recognize right from wrong. You can't just give up on others, and you can't give up on trying to fight back. But let's get into it. Donald Trump has said he will designate Antifa as a major terrorist organization in the wake of Kirk's assassination. There's no indication that this person, Tyler Robinson, was Antifa or anything like that, right?
President Trump says he will designate Antifa as a major terrorist organization. Now, Antifa is short for anti-fascist. It's a loose affiliation of mostly left-leaning activists. The president wrote on social media last night that he is, quote, designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. He also says he will investigate those who fund the group. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand joins us from the White House with more on this. Good morning, Natalie. Tell us more about this push from Trump and the administration to crack down on all, it seems, left-leaning groups.
Yeah, Errol, earlier this week, the vice president and White House officials said that the administration is going to do everything in its power to, quote, dismantle institutions that promote violence, political violence in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. The administration has also alleged that wealthy progressive foundations have funded what they call these far radical and left groups, including Antifa. Now, the president, in this new social media post late last night, overnight UK time, says that he will be recommending that the funding of Antifa be investigated. But based on current laws on the books and First Amendment protections. It's unclear how this would work, what the administration can really do here. Also important to point out that, based on experts who study these groups, even the former FBI director, Antifa is very decentralized. It doesn't have a hierarchical structure, so it's really unclear how he would go after this group. And there's been debate all this week about the First Amendment. On the takeout with Major Garrett last night, the House Oversight Chair, James Comer, was asked if he, in his mind, has a definition of speech that would incentivize or promote violence that would prompt a government response to suppress it. Take a listen to his answer.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's a limit. But I don't know what that would be. I mean, it's just like we all agree that child pornography is not free speech. There are limits to speech, but those would have to.
I don't know if this administration agrees with that. Let's be real, okay? Trump certainly didn't have an issue with child predation. A pal is a wonderful thing, he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein, So I wouldn't be so certain.
Be a big bar, because I believe very strongly in the freedom of speech and in the entire First Amendment.
And as this debate continues, Attorney General Pam Bondi on social media said in her latest post on the topic, hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment. It's a crime. Errol, back to you.
All right, Natalie, thank you.
Well, Donald Trump was talking about really making sure we tone down the violence. And if you are going to be violent, then you could be put in a category of a terrorist. And he said the Antifa is sick and dangerous, and Antifa will be designated a major terrorist organization. He said, I'm pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designating Antifa a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster as a major terrorist organization. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa will be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention on this matter.
So 2 things on this. First of all, this is long overdue. It's not just an ideology. If you remember the Summer of Love, that was many of those people were Antifa.
And he talked about doing it then.
That's exactly right. And now he's back in the presidency to make it happen. They're domestic terrorists.
We don't even prosecute the Klan in this country. What are we talking about, dude? We don't even prosecute neo-Nazi groups. Like, think about that. Think about that. We don't prosecute the Klan. We don't prosecute Nazis. We don't investigate these groups, but we're going to investigate something that's not even a group at all. Antifa, anti-fascism, is not an organized body, okay? It is by design something that you do. Anti-fascism is an ideology. Anti-fascism is an action. Anti-fascism does not have a disciplined formation. Fascism requires constant discipline. Anti-fascism does not. Anti-fascism could be anti-racism. All this talk, especially coming from this show, by the way, as far as violent language goes, is really interesting because Brian Kilmeade last week straight up said we should euthanize the homeless. We should kill them all. And he didn't like that he accidentally agreed with that, as a matter of fact. It was on camera. Caught in 4K. This is thought crime, okay? What are they going to do? The point is, and the reason why I don't actually worry as much, or I'm not as scared, is because we still have some semblance of laws in this country. We have a constitution in this country. And more importantly, we have a bunch of people who I believe, regardless of their political deviations, regardless of their ideology, will respond negatively to this. I am not so certain that people from all different backgrounds, all different walks of life, will be excited at this. I know you look at Twitter, and I know you see those tweets go viral on the fucking fascist platform run by a white supremacist monster like Elon Musk, and you think, no, there's a lot of people who are excited at this. There's a lot of people who are salivating at the prospect of this. Make no mistake. I told you that people, once they realize Donald Trump was going to do mass deportations, once those mass deportation initiatives came knocking down their doors, would not like it. And that's precisely what happened. And I'm telling you once again, even those who currently celebrate these initiatives do not realize that they will hate it when it's implemented. Okay? It is up to us, if the Democratic Party is not going to do this job, it is up to us to educate people on what that looks like. It is up to us to convince our neighbors that this is completely unjustifiable. Stop saying most people are right-leaning. That is not true. The left-right dynamic does not exist in this situation. There are certain things that Americans believe and defend unconditionally. Okay? Does that mean that some Americans, especially a decent chunk of Americans, can't be convinced? No, of course they can be convinced to love this dictatorship, this fascist dictatorship. Absolutely. But if your assumption is that, like, even Republicans are going to be appreciative of this stamping out of the political opposition, that they're all going to get on board with this vengeance quest, if you think that they were primed into agreeing with this, then the Trump administration wouldn't be farming the Charlie Kirk assassination to develop this initiative. Do you understand? They would have just done it, and people would have been on board with it regardless. They are trying desperately to get as many people on board as possible. But what they fail to consider is that this kind of stuff annoys people, especially in the absence of any sort of material improvement to their immediate circumstances. They are frustrated, they're angry, and every single day a new person realizes maybe all of this, like hunting down trans people, hunting down undocumented Guatemalans, is not actually improving my life in the way that I thought it was going to. Every day it's happening. And I told you it was going to happen inevitably, and it's already here. So look to that change in attitude overall. Look to the fact that Donald Trump is less popular now than he was at this point in 2017 to recognize that even though our liberal institutions are completely capitulating to the administration, there is mass discontent. There is mass outrage. There's fear as well, but this can be productive. But it can only be productive if you actually explain to people who the real villains are. It hasn't even been an entire year since Trump came to power, and there is already mass discontent. Okay? You say, dog, the majority of people are sleepwalking through this shit. I agree. I recognize that. I understand that. It is up to us to explain to them what's going on and to shake them out of the stupor that they found themselves in. Okay? We have to wake them up. That's it. And obviously, if this wasn't something that the administration feared, they wouldn't be going after people. They wouldn't be going after people like myself, for example. If I was just an irrelevant personality in the same vein that I've billed myself as for my entire fucking career, and I still do think that, by the way, make no mistake, but I don't think the administration sees it as such, they wouldn't be actively stamping out any sort of political dissent. Do you understand? Only a weak administration engages in these kinds of punitive measures. A strong administration that has the popular mandate doesn't care. They don't care. I mean, you did call the violence. Man, shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. No, I did not. Okay? I did not. If that gets you more excited at the prospect of stamping out political dissent, good luck to you. But it will fuck you one day as well. This same administration will eventually fuck you as well, because your life is not improving. And eventually there will be a moment where you wake up to the reality that your life is not improving. And there will be a moment where you say, hey, can we fucking make housing more affordable for people like me, the average Joe? And when you actually ask that question, you'll also get fucking prosecuted. Ignoring this kind of stuff does not go away, okay? Ignoring this kind of stuff does not make it go away. It's not going to go away. You have to address it head on.
Set things on fire, they assault cops, and there was no consequences. The second thing about this that makes it so important, now that they're a domestic terrorist organization, now you can go after the people that are funding it, the RICO cases. And many people have said, George Soros, let's evaluate him and all his Open Society and all of these organizations that are funding these.
I mean, Chatter, if I was a narcissistic person, there are a million different places where I would have stopped doing what I'm doing, you know? If I was a narcissistic person, I would just like stop. I would just stop doing political commentary right now. Don't you think that it's like not the best time? Like, I have enough money. Get the fuck out of America, you know? Bot 9887. I'm responding to bots now.
Ground groups.
When Christopher Wray came out and said Antifa is an ideology, it's not a group, we're about to find out if he's wrong or right. Because we don't really have a category for domestic terrorist organizations. Al-Qaeda comes here in our country. Right. They're a terrorist organization, but it's a foreign organization in our country. So this is new. Number two, I would just, these pasty-faced kids that go into Starbucks and wreck the place in Seattle and Portland, I would like to see you sit these kids down. A lot of them are overprivileged, and you sit there and go, who funded you? How much you getting paid? Who did it? And just build it like that. Who's the one who called you? How did you guys form? Why do you all wear black? And then you find out what's behind it. And I think it's going to go to a certain funding. These guys aren't rioting for free. They're all getting paid. That's why it's important.
Well, real quickly before we move on, to your point, you're right, Brian, that we don't have the domestic terrorism in that sense. But the past administration, they were looking at mom groups. I know. They were talking about, by the way, we got new revelations about them targeting Turning Point, FBI, going after them. Pro-life groups, they were labeling them as domestic terror. By the way, there was no evidence of this happening. White supremacist groups that they were claiming in the military and all that as domestic terror.
He's talking about Atomwaffen. And the only reason why Atomwaffen was ever targeted was because it was a neo-Nazi group that actually did instances of domestic terror. They recruit from within the military, okay? And the only time when the government actually takes action against groups like Atomwaffen is when they steal explosive ordnance from a fucking base that they used to actually work at and then try to blow up train tracks or some shit. What do you mean? That is insane. There is a reason why people like the Proud Boys, like the 3%ers, the Oath Keepers, and numerous other neo-Nazi formations, all the way from Patriot Front to a million different groups, can openly exist on U.S. soil. The Klan, for example, in spite of the reality that they are responsible for a shit ton of domestic terror incidents and violence, hate crimes, and the like. Because as long as they are demonstrating peacefully, even though we can have a conversation about what their peaceful demonstrations are actually trying to invoke, but as long as they are demonstrating peacefully, it's still legal under the First Amendment. Donald Trump turning around and designating Antifa, which is not even an organization like the ones that I am mentioning, okay, as a terror cell is not only ridiculous because there is no organized unit that you can point to. You can just like invent one potentially and make it seem as though they are, right? But it's also ridiculous because it goes against the First Amendment. It leads to what Republicans used to say is thought crime. I think conservatives love having paid protester fantasies because they're so obsessed with money they can't fathom standing behind their own principles for free when the rubber hits the road. No, it's not that. It's actually sadder than that. It's a grifter party. The left does direct action and mass mobilization because it's comprised of people who actually give a shit. It's sadder than that. It's because they know deep down inside that their ideas are not popular. That's the same exact reason why everyone is losing their minds over people accurately reflecting on Charlie Kirk quotes in the aftermath of his death. Republicans are hyper obsessed with dominating culture. They already dominate the country. They already own the government. But the thing that they can't own is popular support for their ideas. They can sell it, especially when the opposing party in our duopoly is dog shit like the Democrats were, right? And still are, mind you. They can at least like present themselves as marginally better. But on its face, their legislative agenda is cruel and at best a simple distraction. And this is precisely the reason why they constantly try to create hug boxes, echo chambers, where they are like, no, we are more popular than you actually think. Like Twitter is a great example of this. they try to make it seem, they try to delude themselves into thinking that their ideas are more popular than they actually are. But once implemented, those ideas are not popular. You know what kind of ideas are popular, however? Ones that are seemingly impossible to take out, regardless of how much Democrats and certainly Republicans have tried to take them away. Social Security. Is that a right-wing proposition? No. Welfare. Is that a right-wing proposition? No. SNAP benefits. Medicaid, Medicare. You can only tackle social safety nets by shrouding it in secrecy, by initiating scalebacks and drawbacks in the dead of the night without people paying attention to it. That's the only way that you can do it, through cloak and daggers. If Republicans were honestly running around and being like, we want to make sure that the working poor suffer, people would say, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. To step out of the hug box, to have enough humility to say they were wrong while still having enough backbone to stand up for others who need to wake up. And it seems very few people are capable of these two features. No, because the average person is like quiet in their support for the most part. Not everyone is as loud and proud, even though MAGA supporters usually are very loud. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that people can quietly change their positions and become loyal friends that recognize right from wrong.
They did investigation, didn't find anything on it. These people actually set things on fire.
Well, right? Antifa is short for anti-fascist, and it's a violent group. They're in the shadows. They wear these masks, and then they go in and they spark violent riots.
So meanwhile, President Trump announcing plans to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, saying this, quote, I am pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I'm designating Antifa as a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster as a major terrorist organization. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Fox News contributor Ben Dominich joins us now. Ben, they're not just an ideology. They're a violent group. This was the right move, right?
Well, yes, it was. Lawrence, I will caution that, this is a move that the president actually made near the end of his term in 2020, though at the time that he made it, there wasn't really the opportunity to lean into it the way that I believe this second administration is going to. Namely that Antifa, to your point, is not just some vague ideology, as we were told by Christopher Wray and others at the time.
Right.
It's actually an organized group, and they've performed organized activity across the country.
Yeah, this is intentionally vague, by the way. They're saying they know that anti-fascism is an ideology, okay? It's a good ideology, as a matter of fact. It's good. It's great. We should all be anti-fascist. We were all taught to be anti-fascist. Our grandparents were anti-fascist when they fought the Nazis, okay? But the reason why Ben Domenech, who is completely aware that this is not like a real organized unit, is because that allows the administration, if implemented, to target whatever group they see fit as organizing protests. And they're doing that already. They're going after PSL, for example, Party of Socialism and Liberation. If you've attended any of the ICE protests all around the country, you most likely attended a Party of Socialism and Liberation organized protests. If you attended any of the Palestine protests, Palestinian Youth Movement is another organization that they're going after. These are all anti-fascist organizations. It's true. But they're not Antifa in the way that these guys design it. Answer Coalition is another one as well. They're going after these organizations that are real organizations that do more than just, anti-fascist action. But they're doing so because they oppose the administration. It's that simple.
And attacking, multiple different places, cities and facilities, including most recently in North Texas, where someone attacked an ICE facility there. This is a situation where you have these domestic terror cells that are organizing online, and they deserve to be investigated, particularly when it comes to the financial backing that they receive, which really has been a black box to this point. We deserve to know more about how they're getting funded.
Ben, Why do you think there was hesitance from the politicians as well as not the rank and file law enforcement because they know it, but the political appointee law enforcement to do this?
Well, I think that one of the things that has been an item of awareness for quite a long time is that this last administration under Joe Biden leaned heavily into targeting various conservative groups, Christian groups, and the like for all sorts of investigation. Really,
Yeah, no. The Department of Justice's very own analysis showed that the overwhelming majority of political violence and acts of domestic terror came from, and this might come as a surprise to people if you only watch mainstream news, you hear the exact opposite of this. It came from far-right anti-government extremist groups, many of them white supremacists, white nationalists, and the like. Shocker, I know. And of course, for good governance purposes, the law enforcement authorities for a brief moment actually decided, while they were still doing the black identitarian extremism shit too on the side with like black Israelite groups they were targeting, okay? Or people that they thought were affiliated with like black Israelite groups or Nation of Islam and the like. For every like 2 or 3 people that they nabbed from those groups, there were hundreds that they were investigating on the far right that were directly responsible for acts of domestic terror. It's so ridiculous.
I think in many instances abusing their power and framing them falsely as white supremacist groups and the like. And I think that this administration is basically saying, look, you took your eye off the ball. Those groups were never a threat to the American people. They never represented an actual violent threat. And instead, you persecuted them. We're now going to use the full force of the law to go after the people who really do represent violent threats across the country. And I think this is part of a stepped up attitude. And frankly, if Democrats want to defend Antifa and go down that
Is joining the PSL or Answer Coalition a bad idea? No, fuck no. No, of course it's not. I think not being a part of any sort of like organized movement at this point is a bad idea rather than a good one.
Road, as I saw David Axelrod and others suggesting this was going to, be some kind of political witch hunt.
Incredible.
I think that, more power to them. I think it's absolutely detestable.
The moment that you think, joining any organization that resists the Trump administration is bad, the moment that you let that fear set in is the moment where they've won, okay? You're obeying in advance. It's ridiculous. Do you want these pedophilic, drunk, perverted assholes to win? What are we doing? They already won? No, they didn't.
And the truth is that anyone who wants law, order, and a non-chaotic streets in our cities across the country should be in favor of knowing more about what Antifa is doing before they do it.
Yeah, they had no problem arresting the praying grandma in the Capitol, but the people that are setting buildings on fire. Let's not go too far. Ben Dominus, thanks so much for joining.
Good to be with you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
Americans are spineless. Fascism has already won. Stop coping. All right, dude. Let's just fucking sit around and wait for the admin to come and put us in concentration camps. Like, this kind of attitude is so stupid, dude. Do you think you're fucking edgy when you say this kind of nihilistic bullshit? Is that what you think? Do you think this is a productive attitude to have right now? In this very moment, when there are a lot of people who are angry, but don't know exactly how to channel that frustration. When you come in here and say dumb fuck bullshit like this, Americans are already fascists. Americans are spineless. Fascism has already won. Stop coping. All right, we should just give up. You can say the same about Gaza. Just give up. Whatever. The genocide is happening, right? Don't you think it's fucking unimaginably disrespectful to those who have been martyred by the state of Israel already and those you could prevent the martyring of to do whatever you can? How many times do I have to fucking say this? Why not leave the country? Because I'm stubborn. I don't know how many times I have to explain this, dude. Just give up. Just give up, dude. Fuck it. Just give up. No reason to fight back as this government takes away everything that you hold near and dear. Didn't you wear that yesterday? No, the jacket is the same. Just now, New York City Comptroller Brad Lander was arrested by Department of Homeland Security police a second time. Lander refused to leave the 10th floor until he was allowed to inspect ICE holding cells there. He was arrested with 10 other state elected officials. I think a lot of people just assume that if they close their eyes, plug their ears, that this problem will eventually magically evaporate, that they'll go away. Okay? It's not going away.
What's happening with...
It's not going away, man. Anyway, Philly D covered it.
But then next up in the news today, with the high-profile assassinations and shootings we've seen lately, there's been a big question of how are people getting so radicalized? Right? And you're seeing no shortage of blame and finger-pointing with all that, but House Oversight and Government Reform Committee Chair James Comer, he's zeroing in on 4 companies: Discord, Reddit, Twitch, and Steam. And you had Comer writing that Charlie Kirk's killing was the catalyst for this questioning, and he added, in the wake of this tragedy and amid other acts of politically motivated violence, Congress has a duty to oversee the online platforms that radicals have used to advance political violence. To prevent future radicalization and violence, the CEOs of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit must appear before the Oversight Committee and explain what actions they will take to ensure their platforms are not exploited for nefarious purposes. And on the surface, it can make some sense why Congress would want to talk to these platforms, right? Kirk's suspected killer, he reportedly had extensive conversations on Discord about the shooting, which led to FBI Director Kash Patel yesterday warning that the agency would be investigating anyone involved in the chat. But then you're also seeing people saying, well, why the other platforms? Right? Asking why is Reddit included when they're unsure if Tyler Robinson was even active on the platform. And then you've got people asking questions about Steam and Twitch. Right? And with Twitch specifically, you have big online political commentators like Hassan Piker sounding off saying it feels like there's another reason they're including Twitch.
Yeah, I wonder why they're going after Twitch, even though Twitch wasn't even mentioned in the investigation. I think we all know why, okay? It's cancel culture, and they love it, and they love weaponizing it, and they're going to keep weaponizing it against their ideological opponents, okay? It's very clear what they're doing.
Right, with Hassan and a lot of his fans feeling like he's the target there. But also, the real head scratcher for a lot of people was Valve, which owns Steam. It's a video game market, and while you can message people on there and interact directly, it's unclear exactly how it's related to any recent political violence. So that's also likely why you had people like Rod Breslau making claims like the government is scapegoating social media, chat, and video games under the guise of political de-radicalization as a way to censor the internet. Meanwhile, all the free speech guys cheer this on because they want certain streamers banned over personal vendettas. It's pathetic. You then also had others mocking the situation, saying things like Gabe Newell is going to announce Half-Life 3 in front of Congress. Holy shit. And in general, there was a sentiment that this was an effort by government officials to effectively clamp down and force these companies to toe the line. Personally, yeah, given what we know right now, I am a little confused about Steam being included here, especially when others could have been included. Like, yeah, when it comes to certain Steam games like VR chat, there can be a similar concern to how people are worried about kids with Roblox. When it comes to safety, those are conversations we should have. Also, I think there's a lot that parents should be doing and engaging with and understanding when it comes to the kind of content that their kids might be accessing. I don't know why I said it like that. But I do feel like I'm taking crazy pills when Steam is being included here and like X isn't being included here, or Facebook, Rumble.
Yeah, I wonder why. Perhaps it's because those outlets are already servants of the state. Slasher says, sup, what up? What up, Slasher? Those social media platforms are already servile to the interests of the state, to the interests of this regime, okay? No matter how much, it's obvious that this administration does not consider far-right radicalization to be a problem. Actually, they demand more of it, okay? They want more of it. That's where we're at. They do not consider far-right violence or right-wing violence to be real violence as well. It's just a continuation of the state's demands, right? The regime's demands. They also don't like discontent. They want to stamp it out. They want to stop it. They don't want people to. They do not want Elon Musk already on your mind. What is this? Many of those organizations boycott X. Because Twitch refuses to take action to prevent Hassan from spreading calls to violence and terrorism apology to hundreds of thousands of followers, I have compiled a list of large corporations whose advertisements are placed alongside Hassan Piker's dangerous content on Twitch. This is literally a fucking Nazi, by the way. Again, this is a pedophile Nazi that's doing a call to action. If you are in any of these companies, if you're a part of any of these companies, you get a call from a bunch of pedophile neo-Nazis and you go, wow, Hassan really must be banned off fucking Twitch. I don't even run ads, by the way. So good luck. Dan Stalkman tried doing this shit before. Okay? And now the pedophile neo-Nazis are taking on the mantle. I do not run ads. No ads run on my broadcast. But that doesn't matter, okay? The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people. For you, the people. That's it. That's the reason why they actually try to tackle the advertisers of the entire fucking platform. It sounds so crazy that so many people would literally lose their minds to this degree where they're like, we have to get this guy fucking banned. We have to get this guy fucking banned. So much so that they will try and take down an entire social media platform. So much so that they will literally go after every fucking advertiser they possibly can that is advertising on this platform. Not on mine, for the record, but simply on the platform. This level of directed Gamergate style cancel culture shit, I don't think I've ever experienced or ever seen in my life. These are the very same people that would like talk about how ADL engages in this, by the way. These are the people who hate the ADL for doing exactly this. Once again, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. You don't even have to subscribe if you don't want to, but that's it. There is no other form of revenue here. There's no ads on this platform, no commercials run on my broadcast. But it blows my fucking mind that these guys have made a mountain out of a molehill and they have decided, like, we have to do everything we can to just try and take this guy out. Satirical Duck, thank you for the 100 gifted. These losers are also fucking over a lot of foreign streamers that don't give a shit, that have nothing to do with America other than using an American company as their platform. I know this is an international platform. There are right-wing people on this platform. It's not just me, but these guys are willing to fucking try to destroy this fucking platform specifically to go after one person. I cannot comprehend how insane you have to be to think of someone like myself as the true villain in society. In your mind, I am only as powerful as you think I am. Okay? This is a self-wound. This would sound so grandiose if it weren't true. This initiative doesn't harm me as much as it harms smaller streamers. People that they might even like, people that they might even actually find to be ideologically aligned with. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. I try to explain this reality to so many people. I'm like, dude, let's say I go away. Your life is still the same. Okay? Even if you successfully got me deplatformed from Twitch, okay, and I moved to fucking YouTube or any number of different platforms, like this attempted lolcowing initiative, okay, this attempted cyber stalking operation is not actually going to fix what's wrong in your life, okay? It's not. Shit's still going to be costly. You're not going to be able to ever purchase a home. God forbid you get into a medical situation. You're not going to be able to pay for it. You're going to be saddled with medical debt for the rest of your life. Okay? I tweeted about this earlier too. Like here, this is where I'm at right now. No wars ended. Cost of living still high. Economy imploding. Unlimited money to Israel. Trump in the Epstein files. Workers getting kidnapped everywhere. But at least he banned trans athletes. At least he's canceling Kimmel. You're an easily tricked adult and a fucking loser, okay? Wake up. Snap the fuck out of it. Snap out of it. You're not going to get a fucking girlfriend when I get banned off Twitch, okay? No one is going to think you're cool. You're not going to magically become like the talk of the town. For a brief moment, you're going to feel happy, I think. Oh, we got it. We got the success. But all of the reasons that you have resentment, so much resentment in your heart, will remain. That's what's so crazy about the situation. Those are the real issues. Let's all unite together to try and tackle those issues, you know? But yeah, because Twitch refuses to take action and prevent us all from spreading calls of violence and terrorism, apology to the hundreds of thousands of followers I have compiled. Like this guy, I mean, if this guy's a pedophile neo-Nazi, by the way, I suspect he's not supposed to be so fond of Israel, right? Like these guys normally aren't like big Israel guys. Am I crazy? So why the fuck are they doing the exact same shit that the ADL was trying to do? I don't understand it. Because that's the major reason as to why a lot of people in positions of power want me to shut the fuck up. Clancy has protected Hassan from unbiased moderation for years and has unbanned Hassan every time Hassan faces consequences for calling for murder, which he's done multiple times. Or explicitly, that's not true. Explicitly supporting terrorist organizations. I mean, yeah, anti-fascism, which is another one, which I think shows how malleable that term is and how stupid and vague the designation of terrorism actually is. I think that the companies using Twitch to advertise and Amazon stakeholders deserve to know how Clancy is ruining Twitch and the affect Hassan has had on it. Recently, Hassan published personal information of a critic on stream. No, I didn't. Which is expressly against California laws against doxing. I did not do that. Do these brands want Hassan harassing their potential customers? Let's find out. I mean, you could say anything. You could be like, Hassan is a murderer who killed children for fun, and then tell all of these companies that I did that. But that doesn't make it true. Some of these contact avenues may be outdated, and most of these companies won't care that their ads are being played across Twitch, including on Hassan Piker streams. Again, none of those streams, none of those things are true, including the fact that there are any ads running on my stream. They do not. I don't run any ads. You want to know why? One, because I never actually was fond of running ads to begin with. And once my contract ended and Twitch it no longer offers those sorts of contracts anyway, I stopped running ads. And then after that, there was an additional pressure campaign that took place that created the content label of political content on this fucking platform. Why did that happen? Because the ADL did exactly this. So being on the political content label means that I don't run ads regardless. You lie but spend 20 minutes talking about manipulative behavior but won't watch one clip in the thread? What are you talking about? This is not a clip in the thread, dumbass. They are trying to gulag you for stuff they forgave in Alex Jones. Alex has said similar but much worse things as you. And they obviously weren't jokes. No, Australian ADL is mad you were on ABC? Hell yeah. I'm just collecting the worst of the worst as Pokemon at this point, dude. So many goddamn strange villains that I have in my fucking universe. Anyway, Mike from PA and others consistently support or promote terrorist groups who call to threaten to violence, but I guess some will. Many of these companies sell largely to children. I don't think parents will want to buy from a company if they walk in on their child watching ads alongside extremist content like Hassan's, where he calls for things like the murder of U.S. Senator Rick Scott or U.S. Senator Tom Cotton. You should try emailing some of them and see. And then Elon Musk goes, many of those organizations boycott X. You're collecting pedomons, dog. I know. Funny how the lead singer of Disturbed is up your ass too now, David Draymond. Yeah, the Disturbed singer is a huge dick rider of Israel, like an unimaginable, rapacious dick rider of Israel. That dickhead has literally signed missiles that killed children in Gaza. This account has many things to say about the age of consent. Standardizing the U.S. age of consent at 16, both federally and all states, would make more cohesive, logical, and consistent jurisprudence. It's the only choice that makes any sense at all. Many countries have lower age of consent standards, but regardless of anything else, standardizing it federally at the age which a sizable majority of states agree to be acceptable would make for better and more coherent jurisprudence. The best way to increase birth rates is to encourage young men and women who frequently engage in sex anyways to get married. One important aspect of this is to standardize the age of consent at 16 for both the federal level and across all states. 18 will be the highest age of consent standards in the developed world, and it makes no sense, especially considering that 32 states set the standard at 16 and 8 states set it at 17. 30 states have also Romeo and Juliet laws. All states should standardize at 16. You think that a 17-year-old can't consent while advocating for 13-year-olds to be chemically castrated. Very sick, evil people. There it is, man. A single issue voter. Aside from the fact that this is a lie, you believe that attraction to a 17-year-old is predatory. The fact that you think 13-year-olds can know that they are trans but can't reasonably consent to sex is further proof that you support grooming while defending Dr. Disrespect. Also hates Destiny. Hey, remember when you sent a girl's nudes without her consent to a random third party? That wasn't very smart. How's the court case going? I guess he says, wait, look at this. The age of consent in Germany where Hassan engages in sex tourism is 14. Like, I guess in his hypothetical mind, he's saying that I'm doing some fuck shit. Okay? Only then does he have an issue with it, it turns out. In the hypothetical that he made up, a sick, twisted fucking pervert. I engaged in sex tourism in Germany. Jesus fucking Christ. It's so crazy that it seems like he has no issue with this. I do, for the record. I doubt he's under 18. I don't know what the fucking German age of consent laws are, but yes, I doubt that someone over the age of 18 can fuck a 14-year-old in Germany, even though European age of consent laws are insane. Anyway. Also, some Zoran news. Breaking: authorities have arrested a Texas man for allegedly making terroristic threats to Zoran Hamdani, wanting him to go back to Uganda before someone shoots him in the head. The man was arraigned on a 22-count grand jury indictment. No way. Remember that big deal that people made of me waving my airsoft gun? That guy said the same thing about Zoran Hamdani and myself. Literally. Identical. And I responded to him by saying, good luck. That's it. And the right-wingers erupted, implying that I was going to jail any moment. For a week, that was like the big point of fucking contention. For a week, that was all people were talking about in these spaces. And then, of course, when there's a reasonable assessment made on the situation, it's a nothing burger. But because they've already hallucinated this alternative reality, they just, instead of going, maybe we were exaggerating these claims, maybe we were making shit up, maybe we were hysterical, instead of doing that and like reconsidering how they get tuned into, how they develop this false consciousness and maybe moving in the direction of a healthier outlook. Instead of doing all that, they just triple down and assume I have some kind of blackmail control over all of these institutions, whether it be federal law enforcement, which they were implying was going to arrest me, or Twitch as well as Amazon. I don't know why people don't recognize that they are actively leaning into schizophrenia when they do this. Like, they are making themselves insane. I think it's kind of wild how you spent months discussing low-profile online freaks working to deplatform you to now discussing the federal government working to do the same. Yep, it's so crazy. But that's why I'm saying, like, we are run by a bunch of madmen, charlatans, who are laser focused. My new favorite insane Twitter conspiracy take. What the fuck? I mean, he was killed at the top of a giant menorah, for God's sake. I'm a literal Nazi and this is fucking R-worded. Incredible. I mean, look at how much they care about certain other podcasters / YouTuber types. Not really that surprising. Yeah, I mean, it's parasocial for sure. Like, that's all that moves these people, it seems. That's all they fucking seemingly care about. Nothing else. It's just like my favorite podcaster versus your favorite podcaster. That type of shit. Anyway, let's continue.
It's such a weird thing. You know, for now, we're going to have to wait to see what happens from now till these CEOs are in front of Congress. And then we've got more we've got to dive into. But first, let me say, you know, my old phone carrier thanked me for my loyalty by raising my bill. I mean, it's a toxic.
That's not good. I don't know. I don't think. I mean, it could be good. Oh my God. Number one interest by region is DC. Oh, brother. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, no. I'm going to get fucking drone strike, dude. Don't worry. It's me. I have many computers. Anyway, not good. But getting back to the Zoran thing, according to the charges, Fistel allegedly left an anti-Muslim message on June 18 saying the Uganda-born Mamdani wasn't welcome in New York and warning him to watch his back and his family's back. He called him a terrorist. There's been a lot of talk about how certain language can radicalize people and lead them to violence. It's an important discussion. It's why, for example, I don't throw the Nazi label around. Thanks, yeah, sure. Maybe the people who have repeatedly called Zoran Mamdani a terrorist for the last 6 months want to rethink their rhetoric. There is no comparison between a fascist government being correctly called Nazi or fascist and a Muslim dude being called a terrorist. The fascist government is killing Muslims while calling them a terrorist. No one is doing the opposite to people, okay? We don't have an anti-fascist administration that's like singling out people that are Nazis and throwing them in prison or fucking killing them or whatever. That's not what's going on. I do find it somewhat funny that a lot of this stuff has basically revealed what we've been saying all along when we say right-wingers are fascist and anti-fascism is left-wing, for example, it's a good thing and it's left-wing, these guys are basically revealing that. They're like, oh, dude, anytime they say, Nazi is an anti-white slur, they're basically recognizing the reality that we're recognizing. Okay? You're associating that with yourself at that point. Okay? You're associating that moniker on your own. Aren't you a Nazi, though? Think for a second. If I was, don't you think this administration would be super fond of me? This is a literal self-described neo-Nazi. Baked Alaska. He was arrested for participating in January 6th. This self-described neo-Nazi who was arrested for participating in January 6th is trying to get the FBI to throw me in jail for being an anti-fascist domestic terrorist. Think for a moment, please. Do you think I'm a Nazi or do you think I'm anti-Nazi? Or should I leave fucking breadcrumbs for you to investigate further? Address the pissing and crying allegations? I mean, that's just his fantasy, I think. Anyway, CEOs of online forums like Discord are asked to testify in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Hearing is planned for October 8th with some of the video games, social media, CEOs and things like that, Valve from Steam, Discord, also Reddit. Do you have any confidence that all of those people that you wanted to bring before the committee and have a discussion about the use of these social medias, like they're going to actually show up? I'm pretty confident they'll show up. And look, this isn't to embarrass them or necessarily grill them. We have a lot of questions. There appear to be a pattern of where a lot of these younger criminals were communicating on those platforms.
This guy has no idea what he's talking about, bro. Like Steam is not a fucking social media platform, okay? Like, you can chat on it, sure, but it's never used as a primary form for communicating with others. But good luck explaining that to this dipshit.
We respect free speech in here, but obviously there are always limits, especially when it comes to criminal behavior. So we want to see if there's anything that can be done to understand that better. So, but thank you all very much.
Who would you like to see replace Kimmel on late night?
Back to Jimmy Kimmel, which is again an insane situation, especially because what Jimmy Kimmel said was nothing. Like, it was so timid. It was so moderate. It wasn't like a super significant or crazy fucking joke. Barstool's fracturing. I know. Dave Portnoy's being a bitch and everybody's yelling at him right now. But Barstool's always operated like this. I mean, guys, PFD's there. You know what I mean? Arian Foster's there. Like, they've always had a diversity of opinion, and they always dunk on Dave Portnoy too. We're gonna get to that stuff in a second. Yeah, Dave Portnoy is a bitch, but the reason why they're mad at Jimmy Kimmel is not because of this last iteration. The reason why they're mad at Jimmy Kimmel is because he cried during COVID or some shit. I don't remember, but Republicans that have nothing else going on in their lives carry that resentment over to media figures that they despise forever. I just showed you an example of that with this pedophile Nazi that this other fucking Nazi, Elon Musk, is highlighting. Like, that level of obsession is abnormal, okay? It's stalker shit. In the real world, before the internet, if someone was behaving like that, it would look like they're taking newspaper clippings of their favorite fucking celebrity. Their friends and family would be concerned. But on the internet, you can engage in this kind of cyber stalking behavior, and this obsession can just turn into this thing that drives you, this driving force in your life when you have nothing else going on. Okay? Republicans just hate Jimmy Kimmel. They've hated Jimmy Kimmel for a very long time because he's a fucking lib. Okay? Can you explain what you mean when you call someone a Nazi? Genuine question. No, I can't. Come on, man. I mean, they're a fascist, okay? I mean, they're a white supremacist. I mean that they want to do violence to the out group in an effort to create a false sense of security and a false sense of superiority for the in group. Is that good? Is that a helpful answer for you? Do you understand that? Like, were you homeschooled? I don't understand. How do you not know what a Nazi is? Jesus.
No talent. Kimmel he was fired. He had no talent. He's a whack job, but he had no talent. And more importantly than talent, he had no, because a lot of people have no talent, they get ratings. But he had no ratings. His ratings were worse than Colbert, I think. They got rid of Colbert, which was a good thing to do. And that's something that should be talked about for licensing, too. When you have a network and you have evening shows and all they do is...
Dude, you watch Trump all day, every day. I don't know if you know this, but he's the president. He's the president, man. He's quite impactful, I think. To be honest, Jimmy Kimmel was lame, but he didn't deserve to be fired over that. I don't care. He could be the lamest motherfucker on the planet. What I care about is this administration enforcing this suppression of speech for the pettiest fucking reasons, okay? I care about the utilization, the illegal and unjust utilization of regulatory agencies in an effort to sanitize the content of certain broadcasts that the president does not like. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment. Jimmy Kimmel's 5 viewers are very upset right now. Okay, there's 48,435 viewers in here, and we're all pretty fucking upset about this. It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with Jimmy Kimmel personally. Okay? It has nothing to do with his content whatsoever. Stop doing this like pre-qualification shit. Being like, oh, I don't really like Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, okay, dude. Congratulations. Congratulations, dude. I know. Neither do I. Who gives a fuck? It is utterly irrelevant. This is not because he's a beloved figure, okay? Also, he's not just going after Jimmy Kimmel. He wants all of the shows that criticize him to be taken off air. And he's going to do the exact same thing. Do you not understand? This is about stamping out discontent, no matter how moderate, no matter how marginal. That's what's so fucking insane about it. And a lot of people are still like, well, I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, well, you're a fucking moron. This has basically nothing to do about Jimmy Kimmel. A major reason why the administration is doing this is so that it can throw red meat in the direction of his base. The worse things get, the worse the economy gets. Okay? The worse the economy gets, the more angry Trump's base gets, the more they start recognizing that Trump is not the savior that they thought he was going to be, the more he has to distract them with this dumb shit. But that distraction in and of itself is an incredibly significant erosion of the First Amendment. They are quite literally going after people that have the most timid tone against the admin. I tried to explain this to people so many times over. It's not just people like myself that they've branded as like dangerous radicals. It's any kind of discontent. They want to stamp out any kind of anti-Trump statements, anti-fascist statements. That is what they are doing. I don't know how much more. I don't know what else I can show you for you to recognize this. And if you don't recognize it, listen up. You might be dumber than the fucking Andrew Schultz podcast at that point. You might be dumber than half the fucking Barstool guys at that point, because even they fucking recognize it. You like to fancy yourself to be this like super educated leftist guy. They realize the danger. How the fuck don't you? Andrew Schultz, Tim Dillon, comedians and podcasters who are righteous about free speech. Sam Morrill. I'm against Kimmel being taken off the air and against people being shot for their opinions. See how easy it is. Even Tim Dillon doing this silly ass fucking both sides situation here. Like he's like both sides again. Like this has anything to do with the other. FCC commissioner threatening to revoke broadcasting licenses, a chilling effect on free speech. Attorney General threatening to go after hate speech is a bad sign. When someone has a weapon, everyone will use it. I continue to unconditionally support Israel in all of its actions now and forever. Okay, that last part is actually funny. Left, fascism is wrong unless you kill. Oh God, why are these guys doing this fucking both sides nonsense, brother? Oh my God. Oh my God. They just keep leaning into it. Like even in this moment, even in this fucking moment, like the administration is going to come after you too eventually. They still have to fucking couch the statement in like, I'm on the fence. I'm apolitical. Both sides are doing crazy shit. Fascism is wrong. Unless you kill our political opponents, then we'll celebrate it. Cancel culture is wrong. Unless you cancel the shows of our political opponents, then we'll celebrate it. The vast majority of Americans that I speak to are repulsed by this behavior, yet there's almost no representation of the sentiment in media, independent or mainstream. How is that possible? These guys love presenting the silliest perspectives as though it's some semblance of like incredible bravery. Come on, Andrew. Jesus Christ, dude. What is this fucking fence sitting? Just say it is completely and utterly unacceptable that the administration is fucking actively trying to suppress speech. What's so crazy about it is when you say the left says fascism is wrong unless you kill our political opponents, then we'll celebrate it. You're pointing out like people in the margins, okay? And the vast majority of Americans that I speak to are repulsed by this behavior. But not only is this false framing, okay? Not only is this fucking false framing, but what's so funny about it is virtually everyone is saying that, especially in mainstream media. I have yet to meet a person that hasn't said that in both mainstream and independent media. What the fuck? Not only is this like a made up version of the left, you can point to radicals everywhere, okay? You can point to people who are leftists themselves who have celebrated it, whatever, okay? I'm not saying it doesn't exist. But the notion that this is like the broad majorities of the left saying this kind of shit is so stupid. The Epstein list won't be released, but Jimmy Kimmel will be. What's wrong with criticizing both sides if both sides can be dumb? Dumber than the Fear and Pod? What's wrong with criticizing both sides if both sides in fact have dumb takes? Sometimes, in order to make it seem like both sides have dumb takes, you just kind of make up one side's dumb takes. Don't you think that's the issue here? And perhaps the reason why you're doing that is because you try to present yourself as this like apolitical vessel, this common sense guy. You know, you develop a straw man for one side and make it seem as though that's all they care about. The dumb take in this circumstance is the person going, the Trump administration came after Jimmy Kimmel, and here is why the left is wrong too. If you want to do a left-right dichotomy here, you could at least present like, cancel culture is fucking shitty and annoying and unproductive in almost every circumstance, no matter if it's hysterical campus SJWs doing it or every fucking divorced dad with skin-tight Oakleys doing front-facing car videos doing it, okay? And it's especially dangerous if it goes beyond cancel culture, when it turns into an erosion of the First Amendment. The government interfering in the content of certain broadcasts by utilizing the FCC to make threats is a direct intervention that is in violation of the First Amendment. So it's beyond cancel culture. Okay? Hassan, I beg you to please stop using groyper terminology. What the fuck is groyper? Oh my God, I can't wait. Come on, give it to me. Give me the fucking dumbest take I've ever heard in my entire life. Come on, let's go. Come on. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to hear the most annoying rad lib take that I've heard. Woke of the daytime. Come on, Chomsky's brain. You know that's an anarchist, okay? You know that's an anarchist. Oh, I'm about to get hit with something like campus SJWs or something. That's what it is, right? That's groyper terminology, you think. Yeah, groypers invented campus SJW as a term. Is that the one? Is that what you're saying? I mean, in this instance, if you can't identify the power imbalance between a burger stand employee and the fucking federal government, your take is weak. No, exactly. Why is this guy not giving us the take? God damn it. Wired wrote, Brendan Carr isn't going to stop until someone makes him. In the wake of Jimmy Kimmel's suspension, experts say the FCC commissioner's conduct is flatly unconstitutional. They also expect him to keep going. This is my attitude here as well. Okay? This is exactly what's going on. And this is a constant for everything that this administration does. Okay? This is a constant for everything this administration does. It's the same for the FCC engaging in this unconstitutional act to clean up and sanitize whatever is getting broadcasted, stamping out political dissent. And it's the same for the military deployment. You said the economy is doing bad, but assets seem to be doing much better since this year, and so do all the stats surrounding it. Lots of cuts coming in with high predictions. 2 cuts already happened. How much do you think the economy can grow in such a small window of time? Great take, chatter. In the United States of America, 50% of all commerce purchases that happen are actually happening by 50% of all commerce, all purchase that takes place on U.S. soil is done by the top 10% of wealth. 90% of the American civilian population is responsible for the 50%, for the other 50%. So when 2 shoes are sold in this country, one's being sold to the top 10% of wealth, the other is being sold to the bottom 90%. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the top 10% of wealth in this country own 90% of the stock market. Okay? These are 2 facts you have to remember. So when the stock market is actually performing well, as it is, that is not indicative of a healthy economy. Please talk to a normal person that works a fucking job. Okay? A real job. What is this economy update?
That seems bad. Oh. That seems pretty bad. This one is actually for mortgages and, well, it seems bad. And this, well, this seems bad. You know, with this one specifically, I feel like you can kind of see that there was a dam, you know, holding back the worst case scenario for a while, and then, like, something happened. I don't know what. And it sure got a lot worse.
I'm yelling at my dad. SJW, soy boy, etc. is constantly in your lexicon. It's just normalize that language. Not trying to be woke of the day, I swear. I just worry about all the young people in here picking it up and proliferating their enemy's language. Yeah, it's fine. I think it's all right. You can talk about doing it all you want, but if you actually do it, that's where the Constitution steps in. You're dumb if you don't see the difference. Wait, what? The point is, there is no machine that is going to stop this magically. You have to fight back. You have to fight back by using the pre-existing avenues. You have to engage in a legal battle. You have to be brave. If you don't do any of those things, then slowly but surely, these institutions are going to erode. Okay? Yeah. Top 1% of Americans have more wealth than the entire middle class now, in case you were wondering how cooked the country is, which is ironic because that literally is like, that is a class designation that was already created. No, I know. I saw Chomsky's brains take. I know. I was right. The middle class designation was created to mystify the pre-existing class construct between the working class and the capital owning class. And what's really funny about this is that under unlimited neoliberalism, the economy has gotten so bad that even their own newly created class designation is also erupting. They invented a new class designation to not focus on working class versus capital owning classes. And even on that metric, they're still failing. Yeah, the plutonomy is still growing strong. For the last 20 years, analysts have known that this is an economy by and for the rich. Anyway, getting back to it, Rogan, Schultz, and the rest of the podcast crowd, you think they're going to unload on Disney / Bob Iger? Yes. But I do think that this is like super marginal. Okay? I think that they are also miscalculating. And these guys are, to a certain degree, audience captured. They also agree with some of the conservative rhetoric. And I think the reason why they are saying like wishy-washy, both sides are stupid type statements is because they are also miscalculating how much their audience actually likes this shit. Speech. And once their audience is inevitably called them out for this kind of wishy-washy bullshit, as I suspect they will, there will probably be people in their audiences that will hear them talk like this and go, dude, you're being a pussy. Just fucking call out Trump for once, dumbass. You're the reason why he got fucking elected, is probably going to be the common narrative here. Okay? Then they'll take a stronger stance. Did you talk about Asmongold's dad? Yes, I did. I talked about David, the singer, and I talked about Asmongold's dad as well. Rest in peace. Asmon dad was was in this broadcast as well. He was a watcher. He was a Hasanabi head.
So this seems like a big attack on free speech. And yeah, I think we've been...
Have you literally heard of any podcast, bro, who has said they regret voting for Trump? Yes, this podcast, as a matter of fact. Andrew Schultz literally came out and was like, we didn't think you were going to do this stuff. We didn't think he was going to do this stuff. Like, and they said that like a couple months ago, as a matter of fact.
This seems like a big attack on free speech. And
I think he's been way more aggro. He's been way more aggro on Trump. Andrew Schultz is like the one that was more wishy-washy, but he's also anti-Trump now. He's on the anti-Trump train as well. I mean, he's besties with Charlemagne the God, who is like one of the most esteemed liberals out there. So,
yeah, I think we've been pretty staunchly in favor of free speech. And it is funny to watch right-wing people just become left-wing people. Because I said something about how you're a snowflake if you think you should be. If you agree with this, that's some snowflake shit. And somebody was like, you clearly don't even know what the First Amendment means. And that's exactly what left-wing people used to tell me.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom.
No, you know what's funny? No. If Republicans were up in arms about the Jimmy Kimmel thing, that's fine, okay? That is cancel culture, and Republicans weaponize it all the time. I know this because I am the recipient of a lot of the manufactured outrage that Republicans regularly engage in. Okay? That's cancel culture. That's broadly understood as cancel culture. It is a universal principle. Everybody loves using it against their political opposition. What is happening in this instance is worse than that. What's happening in this instance is actually much more dangerous than that. It's the administration taking the initiative to sanitize and stamp out political dissent by using the FCC, okay? Using the FCC as a primary vehicle to do something that the FCC itself has openly admitted they have no authority to do so because it is unconstitutional. And in the absence of any sort of legal pushback, this won't become a constitutional problem. This is literally state censorship. This has nothing to do with whether you like Jimmy Kimmel or not, okay? Nothing at all.
From consequences.
Right.
So y'all have just switched.
Yeah.
Now, again, this has nothing to do with what happened to Charlie Kirk. That's a fucking horrendous thing. Let's get that out of the way. But in terms of censorship, freedom of speech is more under attack now, honestly, than I think it has ever been. I don't know if that's me being hyperbolic.
Maybe. I mean, as far as what Jimmy said, I think it's untrue, or at least unfair.
I don't agree with what he said. I don't like what he said. We should also say that. I don't agree with what he said. I don't like what he said. He should be allowed to say it. And what happened to Charlie Kirk is worse. Charlie Kirk should have been allowed to say the things we didn't like. Jimmy Kimmel should be allowed to say the things we didn't like. That's just what America is.
Yeah.
And freedom of speech, I've seen it truly under attack in India, where it's like you can go to jail. This is closer to that than I think what the left was doing.
Yeah.
Which is like the FCC putting, as much as we didn't like left-wing shit, like far left policy or far left whatever thoughts, it wasn't like Joe Biden was putting pressure on somebody to get canceled for saying retard. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what makes this different and scarier to me and closer to what India has. Then that's what makes it an actual attack on free speech to me.
Yeah.
So, why are you stocking your own soda? What do you mean? I normally don't do it on the broadcast, but you know, I gotta do it at some point. So yeah, this is he at least arrived at the conclusion here, slowly but surely, but he did. He arrived at the conclusion, the correct conclusion, which is that this is worse than like a bunch of leftists like being annoying. Okay, so much. I love that so much of their fucking gripe also revolves around saying the R word, man. Oh my God, I cannot believe that we have Donald Trump as president in part because people just wanted to say the R word without someone being fucking annoying to them. Oh my God, dude. What a fucking stupid environment we exist in. What an absolutely ridiculous environment we exist in. And then they're also like, oh, well, Jimmy Kimmel, what he said, we don't like. Like, what do you mean? He didn't even say anything. Like, he didn't say anything. He did not say anything even remotely offensive, okay? There is a reason why free speech exists, because language is up to interpretation. If you start prosecuting people over language, you can arrive at some very dangerous situations. Language is subjective. The original video of Jimmy Kimmel that caused this chaos was straight up around Jimmy Kimmel basically saying for the, in the immediate aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, they spent every day, every moment being like, oh, it's one of your guys, is one of your guys. It turns out it was one of their guys. And that Donald Trump is not sufficiently grieving Charlie Kirk. He doesn't give a shit about Charlie Kirk. And then he showed a clip of Donald Trump doing just that. Okay? And people are trying to turn around and say, oh, Jimmy Kimmel lied. How dare you? How dare you say that the shooter was one of our guys? Motherfucker, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, said the exact same thing. He came from a MAGA family. You guys tried to say he was transgender and Antifa. Okay? And not only did Republicans also go along with this fucking idiotic shit, the false claims that this person was like straightforwardly a transgender Trantifa or whatever, that they were going to start prosecuting Trantifa or what they suspect is trans Antifa. Okay. But then they also recognize that the shooter was from good stock, right? From their perspective. So they actually de-escalated quite significantly. They were calling for blood. They were calling for civil war. They were calling for war. And then they fucking turned around and decided, oops, maybe he is one of our guys. You're wrong. He didn't even say it was one of their guys. He just said they tried hard to show it wasn't one of their. None of it matters. Even if Jimmy Kimmel went on television and said, this guy voted for Trump illegally 1 million times. He loves Donald Trump. The guy that shot Charlie Kirk loves Donald Trump. There is no government interference. Okay? There is no fucking government interference. He isn't, though. You're being dishonest. Oh my God. This is not about the contents of Jimmy Kimmel's commentary. The reason why I even brought up how language is subjective is to prove to you why it's idiotic to try and make these kinds of decisions at the federal level. What are we talking about, man? Are you making an assumption that he's MAGA? Or is there proof? No, dude, I'm not saying he's MAGA. Oh my God. Chatters. First of all, what are we doing here? It's going to be illegal to broadcast false information. I guess we're going after Fox News any day now. Do y'all have a brain is a good question. Is one that I find myself asking all the time. I even ask myself the same question for participating in this fruitless endeavor. I'm not saying the shooter is MAGA or a Trump voter or a Trump supporter. I'm saying that the right wing presented the shooter as a diehard Antifa, transgender, socialist Marxist. And then when they found out that he actually came from a MAGA family, they quickly scaled back their commentary. Okay? And the reason for why they did that, the reason for why Nancy Mace, for example, the day prior was talking about like, executing this alleged suspect or the shooter. And then after the shooter was revealed to be a white boy, quirked up white boy, okay, turned around and started talking about praying for his soul, is because they also came to the recognition that the shooter might be one of their guys. This does not mean that the shooter is actually a MAGA guy. I don't think the shooter is MAGA. There's no indication that the shooter is MAGA. Even having a Steam profile username with Donald Trump does not automatically indicate that the shooter is MAGA. Okay? Having said that, however, because of the subjective nature of language and interpretation, it is ridiculous to try and criminalize this kind of speech or any kind of speech. I have never been and never will be an advocate to criminalize speech, no matter how offensive I find it, no matter how dehumanizing I find it. This doesn't mean that there isn't a limit to speech, what kind of speech that you can engage in. Obviously, there are very reasonable limits that even in the United States of America, people don't entertain, okay? But ultimately, this conversation is not about what Jimmy said. What Jimmy said was incredibly timid. There is a reason why many people are not showing what Jimmy Kimmel said and simply speaking over it, because they also recognize that it would look incredibly stupid for them to consistently cry about this insanely moderate statement Because it's nothing. Do you understand? It's nothing. Do you think the heavy-handed reaction to Kimmel could have a Streisand effect? Yes. A lot more than the endless amounts of attacking people for protesting against Israel. Okay? There were so many legal and career repercussions for people's safety for the crime of exercising their First Amendment rights on college campuses. This started under the Biden administration after October 7. And it continued with the Trump administration. It only escalated under the Trump administration with potential deportations for the likes of Mahmoud Khalil or Rumeysa Öztürk. Okay? And this environment of censorship was already here, but many Americans didn't fully comprehend it because they didn't give a fuck about college campus protesters that were criticizing the state of Israel. Even if they agreed with the state of Israel, they didn't care about it enough because that's just a thing kids do. I think that the average normie basically looked at it as student protests, they happen, and sometimes they get a little they get a little out of hand, But this is something that will be a nuisance. This is something that will be a major nuisance because Jimmy Kimmel is an inoffensive figure. He is an utterly inoffensive figure. You might not like him. You might not think he's funny. That is completely irrelevant. Okay? Completely irrelevant in this situation. Trump primarily speaks and the right listens. In dog whistles, they attempt the same translation here and therefore misinterpret you. The people who said actually it was a decision by ABC because Jimmy Kimmel said something incorrect look fucking stupid now, and they'll look even stupider when they defend this. Yeah. The reason why this happened, what is this?
You have no.
Okay, I don't care about this right now. The reason why this happened is because, Donald Trump hates Jimmy Kimmel. A lot of right-wingers hate Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel says something totally and utterly inoffensive. They use the Charlie Kirk media landscape to go after people that they've declared enemies of the state, okay? For dissent, no matter how moderate it may be, okay? They tackle the issue from, Unc, your mic is buzzing. Wait, really? Or is that one guy saying it? I don't think it is. I think you're probably hearing background noise maybe. Anyone hear that audio change suddenly? The hiss is because my dad is cooking in the background. So you might be hearing that. Yeah, you're hearing the hiss in the background because my dad is cooking. Anyway, God, I'm so fucking tired all the time. Okay. Nexstar is a local media broadcaster. Okay. Nexstar wants to purchase Tegna, which is another local media broadcaster. They want to merge. Okay. And in order for them to merge and completely dominate the local news stations, the FCC must approve of the decision. And for the FCC to approve, and there's a rule, an antitrust rule, that declares that the FCC will not allow a merger that will give any fucking TV conglomerate more than 39% market share. Okay? Nexstar is trying to acquire its rival Tegna, a monopolistic merger that would blow past that rule, reaching 80% of households. Nexstar is the reason why Jimmy Kimmel was pulled off the air. Nexstar was, alongside ABC and alongside every other outlet that features Jimmy Kimmel, was threatened by the FCC. Okay? FCC openly came out, with the head of the FCC openly coming out and saying, we are going to police your speech. He did this on the Benny Johnson show. Okay? And not only that, but they also stated that Jimmy Kimmel has to apologize and then also donate to Turning Point USA in order to come back on the air. Then Nexstar went to ABC and demanded that Jimmy Kimmel get taken off the air. ABC executives knew that Jimmy Kimmel hadn't said anything wrong. Here's the bombshell allegation from the Rolling Stone. They were pissing themselves all day when ABC Insider tells Rolling Stone. In the hours leading up to the decision to pull Kimmel, two sources familiar with the matter say senior executives at ABC, Disney, and affiliates convened emergency meetings to figure out how to minimize the damage. Multiple execs felt that Kimmel had not actually said anything over the line, the two sources say, but the threat of Trump administration retaliation loomed. Do you understand? So they caved to the pressure instead of standing strong and defending the First Amendment, not realizing that this will inevitably hurt them in the long run when the Trump administration comes back and demands more censorship. Do you understand? Nexstar is the largest station group in the country, also has a major merger before the Trump administration. Its proposed acquisition of Tegna, creating a mega company with 265 stations in 44 states and the District of Columbia, representing 80% of U.S. households. TV households. Nexstar is also a leading champion of the broadcast industry for the FCC to relax media ownership limits, something necessary to get its deal through regulatory approval. Nexstar owns 32 ABC affiliates out of a total of 200 stations. So the dumbasses that were like, we're voting for Trump so we can say the F word and the R word are perhaps not realizing that like this is the actual not only cancel culture, but like this is actually a violation of the First Amendment. Many people mistake cancel culture as a violation of the First Amendment. Okay? Applying organic pressure is cancel culture. When the federal government steps in, that's beyond cancel culture. That's actually a violation of the First Amendment. One is unconstitutional and illegal. The other is a nuisance and annoying. Republicans do both. Okay? That's it. I'll give you an example. When these pedophilic Nazis, like the ones that Elon Musk routinely highlights, are consistently claiming that, I'm doing these illegal things on stream and companies need to step in and try to galvanize an audience to take action and to send and spam call advertisers, for example, to apply pressure to a company, that's cancel culture, okay? Through and through. That's cancel culture. They're just being fucking annoying. They're being annoying nuisances. Okay? And it's entirely dependent on the company to make that decision, to calculate whether or not this is appropriate. Calculate whether or not I'm worthy of staying on the platform or I just have too many people up my asshole. Okay? But it's still up to the company. But when the government interferes, that actually becomes a real problem that pertains to the First Amendment. When the government starts applying pressure, well, then, the government has awesome power. Then they're censoring certain types of speech. It's completely unacceptable and it's unconstitutional. What? Are you all right, man? Spreadsheet socialist. Some dude in the grocery store told me to go to socialism. What? R word, Keck W. Oh, is my mom in the chat? Are we talking about me or is my brother is blackmailing me because he raped me? I'm just trying to make sure I get the facts straight. Oh, I can't wait for an example. Please give me more. Please give me many more. Okay, this person I think is experiencing some issues right now. I shouldn't have read that. Not gonna lie, your sub count, the only thing having them not throw you under the bus before this, probably their metrics show you're not botted and viewers largely only watch you. Yes. There's a couple different reasons. One, because I play ball. Okay. I stick within the confines, no matter how much my haters try to fucking present it as the opposite, I stick within the confines of the terms of service. I'm a progressive figure, and also association with me for Twitch and therefore Amazon as well is a positive one in the eyes of mainstream news because they get a lot of prestige when the New York Times writes about, a young activist fighting the good fight or whatever the fuck, right? On top of that, I also make money for the platform because a percentage of your subscriptions go to Twitch. So for them, they see a lot of discontent. They see a lot of anger. They see all this bullshit. And at least for the time being, they think, yeah, it's not, there's no reason to just fucking clap this person. If I obviously was a major nuisance, if I was a major problem for them, they would reconsider. And maybe if I was consistently saying slurs, for example, like that fucking bald alleged rapist Tectone, and on top of that I got the same level of fucking targeting, they would have banned my ass a long time ago, most likely permanently. It's because I don't do the things that these dumb fucks are claiming all the time that I don't actually get banned.
The only thing that I would say as it pertains to Jimmy Kimmel was, where was the joke? Because you're a late night host. And obviously that has a comedic attachment to it. Where was the joke? Obviously it wasn't anything funny about that. The only thing that I would say as it pertains to Jimmy Kimmel was, where was the joke? Because you're a late night host. And obviously that has a comedic attachment to it. Where was the joke? Obviously, it wasn't anything funny about that.
His name, dude, Stephen A. Smith, straight shooter. Yeah. Okay, buddy. Also, remember when everybody was making fun of me yesterday about reading r/conservative and who their next targets are? And some of those dumbasses were like, The View, please go after Hassan and also The View. Well, it turns out the dumbest guy you know that hasn't left their hometown does actually reach the halls of power. Their demands are heard by the most Twitter adjacent administration that has ever existed.
That maybe run afoul of this more often than Jimmy Kimmel. I'm thinking specifically of The View. And President Trump himself has mentioned Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers at NBC. Just wondering, do you have comments on those shows? And are they doing what Kimmel did Monday night? And is it even worse on those programs, in your opinion?
Well, if you can be unfunny, that's fine. And a lot of people are sort of saying that, well, people are punishing Kimmel because they don't like a joke that he told. But, you know, we don't need to rehash it here. But obviously what he said was not a joke. It wasn't presented at all that way. But when you look at these other TV shows, what's interesting is the FCC does have a rule called the equal opportunity rule, which means, for instance, if you're in the run-up to an election, you have one, partisan elected official on, you have to give equal time, equal opportunity to the opposing partisan politician. So far, so good. But there's an exception to that rule called the bona fide news exception, which means if you are a bona fide news program, you don't have to abide by the equal opportunity rule. And over the years, the FCC has developed a body of case law on that and has suggested that most of these late night shows, other than SNL, are bona fide news programs. And potentially, I would assume you could make the argument that The View is a bona fide news show. But I'm not so sure about that. And I think it's worthwhile to have the FCC look into whether The View and some of these other programs that you have still qualify as bona fide news programs and therefore exempt from the equal opportunity regime that Congress has put in place.
God, they want to do DEI, bro. They literally are doing DEI, but not in like the actual reason for why DEI existed, but the ways they claim DEI actually worked, but in the opposite direction. They kept saying like DEI is when you have people who don't deserve this spot gain some kind of like prominence, black people and brown people, by virtue of being black or brown, when it was simply just to look at more a diverse pool of candidates in order to address the previous limitations that said candidates actually experienced. But now they're like, no, to hell with all that. We want our guys, conservatives. You have to have conservatives on your shows. You have to hire conservatives on your shows. You have to put conservatives on your shows, which is ironic because Scott Jennings is a DEI hire in that exact vein for fucking CNN. Scott Jennings is the guy. He is the DEI hire for conservatism for CNN. Meghan McCain used to be the DEI hire for The View.
A lot of people think they're
so dumb.
Trump. That's all they do. If you go back, I guess they haven't had a conservative on in years or something, somebody said. But when you go back and you take a look, all they do is say Trump. They're licensed. They're not allowed to do that. They're an arm of the Democrat Party. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Fly safely. You know why I say that? Because I'm on the flight.
I want to get home.
Otherwise, I wouldn't care.
Can we just have one word on how beautiful yelled at you who were protesting when you were a Joe Stone crab should be in jail? Do you actually think that that is an offense that deserves jail time?
I don't know how they got in there, but certainly I thought it was very inappropriate. And they said things that were and it was a question of when you take a look at the way they acted, the way they behaved. Yeah, I think they were a threat.
You think that deserves jail?
He's talking about Medea Benjamin of Code Pink, who is I think 4'11", 80-year-old Jewish lady, my goat. And he's saying that she was a threat because she was being menacing and saying Trump is a fascist, which is now a prosecutable offense, I guess. Fantastic.
I think they're a nasty organization.
But you think they deserve jail?
Well, I don't know. I was going to ask, last week in the Oval Office, I asked you about if Ilhan Omar should be censored. Congress censored her, and I just want to get your reaction to that.
They did censor it. When did this happen?
Yesterday.
Yeah, good. I think she's.
These guys are so stupid. They didn't even. No, they didn't. They couldn't. The vote didn't pass. What are we doing? Like I get why these guys lie in the direction of the administration when the administration lies, but why are you just like making up a different story even when you're asking a question? Let him lie and then you agree with him. What the fuck? We've moved beyond it.
Terrible. I think she should be impeached. I think she's terrible. Is she originally from Somalia? So how are they doing this? How's their government? Do they have a president? Do they have a council? Do they have anything? Do they have police? I love these people that come from a place with nothing, no anything, and then they tell us how to run our country. No, I think if she got censured, that's great. If she got impeached, that's even better. They impeached me twice for nothing, and they impeached me knowing the Republicans are on my side, so they knew it was just. But they impeached me twice. She should be impeached, and it should happen fast. What she says is out of line. Yeah, go ahead.
Dude, that is so insanely fucking racist, dude. What do you say to that? What do you even say to that? They come here from countries like Somalia and they tell us how to run our country. Dog, she's an elected representative. What the fuck are you talking about?
But let's get right to the news breaking overnight. By now, you've heard from Hollywood that ABC has suspended Jimmy Kimmel's long-running late-night show indefinitely after an angry response to comments he made about the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. This morning, we are hearing reaction from the entertainment world and the president. Jonathan Bigliotti is in Los Angeles with the latest. Jonathan, good morning to you.
And Gail, good morning to you. A rerun of Family Feud aired in place of Jimmy Kimmel Live last night. The move to indefinitely suspend his show is now raising new questions over the ways the Trump administration is pressuring private companies.
Jimmy Kimmel! Days after police arrested the man suspected of assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk, this was Jimmy Kimmel's reaction Monday night.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
In response, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, a Trump appointee, appeared to threaten broadcasters Wednesday while speaking on a conservative podcast.
They have a license granted by us at the FCC.
Bro, I can't believe they just like they cover it as though it's like valid. Just, it's not only unconstitutional, but it's invalid. And no, this isn't cancel culture. This is worse. This is an actual violation of the First Amendment. Okay? It's only cancel culture if a bunch of Republicans decide this is unacceptable and they start crying. Okay, Republican voters. When you bring in the government and the actual organs of the state, then it becomes a violation of the First Amendment.
That comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
Hours later, Nexstar, the country's largest local broadcasting group, announced it would preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live for the foreseeable future on its stations, calling his monologue, quote, offensive and insensitive at a critical time in our national political discourse. And shortly after, ABC said it would pull its late-night host off the air indefinitely. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
When a private employer takes action against a private employee for speech, that's not a First Amendment issue. That, generally speaking, is an employment-based issue.
Celebrities like Ben Stiller and Gene Smart were quick to defend Kimmel. Comedian Wanda Sykes, who was scheduled to appear as Kimmel's guest Wednesday, accused the Trump administration.
Dude, this is not that. This is the government threatening a company directly. Anyone who says, oh, this corporation came to this conclusion on their own is a fucking liar. This is ridiculous. The government cannot compel speech. That is, like, you don't have to be a constitutional scholar, okay? The government cannot compel most speech, let's say, because obviously, like, issuing death threats to the president or whatever, you can't do that, right? Like, you can face criminal repercussions for things such as that. But in most circumstances, the government cannot compel speech. Okay? This is the government compelling speech. So for a lot of people, you cannot say that you want to assassinate the president. It is illegal. You can't say it. I'm not going to say it because, obviously I'm going to get fucking clipped. So the whitest kids skit. Yeah.
Of ending free speech.
Hey, for those of you who pray, now's the time to do it. Love you, Jimmy.
Reacting to the news Wednesday night, President Trump called it great news for America. Kimmel has routinely taken aim at the president in his late-night monologues, and he's subsequently been a target of Trump's ire, including after CBS announced it was canceling its late show franchise with Stephen Colbert, citing financial concerns.
I guess that wasn't enough for El Presidente because he posted, the word is, and it's a strong word at that, Jimmy Kimmel is next to go in the untalented late night sweepstakes. You want us to be canceled because we make jokes about you? I thought you were against cancel culture. I thought that was like their whole thing.
We must be careful not to allow the government to punish critics simply because of content.
Ana Gomez is one of 2 FCC commissioners working with Carr. She was appointed by former President Joe Biden and called Kimmel's suspension a dangerous new precedent.
This administration is increasingly using the weight of government power to suppress lawful expression, not because it glorifies violence or breaks the law, but because it challenges those in power and reflects views they oppose.
And we asked Jimmy Kimmel and his reps for comment, but haven't heard back. We should note that Nexstar decided to preempt Kimmel's show as it seeks FCC approval for a $6.2 billion merger with another media company, Tegna. Nate?
Jonathan, thank you.
All right, it is 20 minutes after the top of the hour. ABC News pulling Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air indefinitely over the late-night host comments on the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
That's right. Ty Pyro joins us with the latest on that. Good morning, Ty.
Good morning to all three of you. The shakeup comes as Jimmy Kimmel continued to reference Charlie Kirk and the alleged gunman this week during his late-night monologue.
I can't believe it, dude. The way these guys are fucking caving is so devastating to me.
It all started with him calling out President Trump just a day after the assassination. Watch.
With all these terrible things happening, you would think that our president will at least make an attempt to bring us together, but he didn't. He had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
After the comedian's contentious remarks about the president on September 11th and then the MAGA base on September 15th, as you heard, Kimmel continued again on Tuesday, stating, quote, many in MAGA land are working very hard to capitalize on the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Wow, I can't believe he said all of those correct things. I can't believe Jimmy Kimmel was so right. It's making me reconsider why I didn't even think he was funny. None of these things are even jokes at this point. It's just correct statements that he's saying. Again, we are prosecuting correct statements. Objective statements.
FCC warning Disney there would be action taken against his comments, and then ABC pulled him off the air indefinitely shortly thereafter. Just before ABC's announcement, the president of one of the country's largest TV stations said it would stop airing Kimmel's show, calling the host's comments offensive and insensitive, and that they don't represent the values of the communities in which we are located. They're going to replace programming in its ABC-affiliated markets. SAG-AFTRA, though, responding to the suspension, stating that the decision is the type of suppression and retaliation that endangers everyone's freedoms. Now, all of this news comes as yet another ABC reporter issues an apology for insensitive commentary on Charlie Kirk's assassination, gushing over the alleged shooter's text to his roommate.
It's very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeating.
Does this fucker ever stop eating? No, because after I'm done with the stream, I click stop streaming, and then I go eat your mother's pussy. Isn't that dope? She loves it. I'm your dad now. I'm your stepfather. Actually, I'm not your stepfather. I'm the father that stepped up.
Calling his roommate who is transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love.
Matt Gutman, the reporter pictured there, posting, quote, "Yesterday, I tried to underscore the jarring contrast between this cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk and the personal text read aloud by the Utah County attorney. I deeply regret that my words did not make that clear, but let there be zero doubt here. I unequivocally condemn this horrific crime." Back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Todd.
Appreciate it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the...
It's funny because like they can't find anything valid to get mad at because mainstream outlets are so worried about exactly this that they would never, you know what I mean? They would never actually like even entertain saying something that is like off color. And that statement that he apologized for wasn't off color either. It's just more offensive that he actually had to apologize for that. So for me, what I see here is, I wouldn't even call it restraint necessarily, but what I see here is that there's really nothing that they can get mad about. So they're looking for things to get mad over and failing to find anything to actually get mad over. So they're getting mad over fake shit. Like, isn't that crazy? It's kind of like, dude, not to bring everything back to myself, but it is my broadcast after all. And I'm also in the crosshairs too, to a certain degree. But I sometimes think about that where it's like, dude, I do political commentary with a live audience 8 to 10 hours every day for 7 days out of the week. And in all of that commentary, and there's a lot of back and forth in this medium, there's a lot of like, you know, pushback. There's a lot of people who are trying to piss me off, all this stuff, right? And in all of the years of doing this, in all the years of doing that, they can't even find anything recent or directly in context with maybe like 1 or 2 10-second fucking clips, with the exception of like 1 or 2 10-second clips to hyper focus on, to laser in on, to be like, you're a bad person, you're fucking violent, all this shit. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And the same goes for all these journalists. They can't find anything in mainstream media that actually reaches a standard of inappropriate misconduct. So they are fake mad at shit that nobody would actually be mad at. Nobody should actually be mad at. They're just faking it.
On a separate issue, free speech, your Vice President, Vance, said that free speech is under attack in the UK. Do you agree with him? And Prime Minister, we saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you know, you can call that free speech or not. He was fired for lack of talent. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, on the question of Charlie Kirk, can I just express how...
Keir Starmer's due to suck off, dude. The kid starver. Trump has officially asked for Ilhan Omar to be removed from Congress. This administration does completely wild and illegal shit, but says it's official. Like, okay, I officially asked you to shut the fuck up, resign, and blow a goat. True. God, I fucking hate Keir Starmer so much. He is such a massive piece of shit. Talk about a guy who is not ready for the job, who cannot rise to the occasion, okay? God damn, dude. This man is doing more to ensure that fascists win in the next election cycle in the UK than the conservatives ever could have done, okay? Straight up, he is such a fucking monstrous piece of shit. Oh, my Lord.
How shocking that is, I think, to everybody who believes in free speech and in democracy. It sent shockwaves through the world. And I know that he was a friend of the president, and I reached out straight away to the president because I understood how impactful it'd be on him and his family. And we all need to be absolutely clear about that. Whatever our political views, it is shocking and is to be condemned. On free speech, not much to add to the answer I gave earlier. This country's had free speech for a very, very long time. It is part of who we are as a country.
Oh, yeah? Obviously, when he says this country has free speech is bullshit, but when J.D. Vance says the UK doesn't have free speech, he's being a fucking moron. He's actually talking about, like, hate speech, right? Hate speech restrictions. But under the Starmer leadership, they literally prescribed Palestine action. And every other weekend, they keep arresting like 85-year-old pensioners who are blind and disabled for the crime of holding up a placard that may say Palestine action. It is so ridiculous. Oh, this country has free speech. Get the fuck out of here. It has the opposite. It is incredibly restrictive in an incredibly silly way, as a matter of fact. But of course, that's not what J.D. Vance is talking about. That's not what J.D. Vance is talking about. J.D. Vance loves, just like Trump loves, when you tackle the dangerous pro-Palestinian protesters.
It is the values that we fought for. We fought for it during the Second World War alongside each other. So we need no reminding of the importance of free speech in this country. Thank you, Robert.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here.
By the way, people are unironically getting aggressively prosecuted for exercising First Amendment rights that pertain to saying heinous shit about Charlie Kirk. Nothing I've said, but I'm saying, like, there are people who have gone above and beyond. Some people who have obviously addressed, like, the things that Charlie Kirk has said, but other people who have, like, basically celebrated his death, right? That's still not prosecutable. That is not a prosecutable offense. What are we doing?
Ratings have come down across the board as a result of course, people just don't watch nearly like they did. I mean, I can go back, and so can my colleagues, to remembering, though, the times of Johnny Carson. Now, again, to that point, Chairman, I mean, you know, the administration in power was typically the subject of most of his jokes, as would seem to be the case now. I mean, these are comedians we're talking about. This is not the news.
Well, look, I can tell you, Jimmy Kimmel is no Johnny Carson, and the issue that arose here, where lots and lots of people were upset, was not a joke. It was not, you know, making fun or pillaring me or the administration or the president. It was appearing to directly mislead the American public about a significant fact of probably one of the most significant political events we've had in a long time. It's really the most significant political assassination we've seen in a long time. And so I don't think
anybody's going to try and defend what Kimmel said. And I certainly defer to the decision making.
Why not? What do you mean you can't try and defend what Kimmel said? You don't even need to try. He didn't say anything offensive. It's the easiest thing to do on the planet, which is play the clip and go, what do you find to be so egregious, even offensive, as a matter of fact, in this clip that caused you to engage in the unconstitutional act that you yourself have recognized is outside of the purview of the FCC to demand Jimmy Kimmel get taken off air? Be specific. What is a crime here? And even if there is no crime, what is even offensive about this sentiment? Do it. He's right there. Then talk about how he in the past openly recognized that they did not have the power. The FCC did not have the fucking power to do exactly this.
Of the company itself in terms of saying this was beyond the bounds. But I do wonder, and I think many people do, whether you really are just targeting comedians who who typically through the years have made fun of political figures in a way that,
like, these guys are such pussies, bro. They are such fucking pussies. Like the liberals here as well. Do you understand? They are having a hard time being honest because they too are obviously worried about repercussion. Do you understand? That's the chilling effect. Do you understand? When you can't do even like the bare minimum of decent journalism because the guy that you're sitting across from can now come after you, and he has shown that he is willing to do so. That's what the fuck we're talking about as far as the government compelling speech or creating a chilling effect on speech. That's what this is. Hassan is getting the soy right fatigue. I know. I can't deal with it.
Because the president simply is offended by it.
No. Look, again, broadcast TV is different. We're on a cable show right now. You don't have an FCC license. You don't have an obligation to serve the public interest. Podcasts don't either. Stand-up comedians, whether they're on lots of forms of communications, don't. And Kimmel is free to do that. But if you have a broadcast TV license, that means that you have something that very few people have. And you're excluding other people from having access to that valuable public resource. And it comes with an obligation to serve the public interest. And again, over the years, there's been a rule in place at the FCC that local TV stations get to preempt programming that they don't think meets the needs of their communities. But recently, these national programmers, ABC, Disney, Comcast, NBC, they've been exercising outsized control and power over those local TV stations, and there's been no pushback. And this is a very significant moment because local broadcasters are now pushing back on national programmers for the first time that I can think of in modern history. And that's one of the things we want at the FCC. We want to empower local broadcasters that have the public interest obligation to push back on national programmers so that people have more choice.
That kind of, I mean, it's interesting. Some people have pulled some of your old posts, Chair Carr, including this one from 2019. Should the government censor speech it doesn't like? Of course not. The FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of the, quote, public interest. How do you square what you're saying with those old posts? And is there pressure now, for example, for Comcast to drop Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers the way the president suggested?
Well, two things. I've been very, very consistent when it comes to the internet. We want, wide open, robust, debate. And there's no public interest standard there. There's no licensing obligation there. But again, broadcast TV is simply different. Particularly during COVID, we saw this massive surge in censorship on the internet by Facebook, by previous owners of Twitter. And I pushed back very strongly there. But again, broadcast is different. They've got a license and they're free to go on the internet and do whatever they want. But if they want to keep access to those valuable airwaves, I've been clear. We're reinvigorating the FCC's enforcement of public interest. And it's a good thing. I mean, look, trust in the media is at an all-time low. It used to be more trusted than Congress, at least they could say, but now they've fallen beneath Congress. I think, gas station sushi probably polls better in terms of trust than the legacy broadcast media right now.
Chair Carr, Jim Cramer, according to the New York Times, late Wednesday, I'm just quoting here, Sinclair, another owner of many local TV stations, said that it would also suspend Mr. Kimmel's program and called on Mr. Kimmel to apologize and make a meaningful personal donation to Mr. Kirk's family and the activist political group Turning Point USA. Do you think that's an appropriate remedy of the situation?
I think Sinclair has every right to call for that. Again, Sinclair.
Oh my God. It's extortion, dude. What are we doing? Oh God, I hate this. I hate it so much. It's also really fucked up because corporations that want to panhandle to the government, that want to present themselves as like servile little beings that will suit whatever interest that this administration has, will then turn around. Wait, what?
Charlie said, that there was no such thing as hate speech. He obviously, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie, but you have always been. Now. Charlie said, that there.
Verbatim, I'm pretty sure there are people that have been fired for saying exactly that or much less. Bro, remember I told you he is incapable of showing grief because he's so fucking narcissistic. He is utterly incapable of even weaponizing the situation by demonstrating sufficient grief and like really whipping up the public. Because like if he was capable of just being like, Charlie's my friend, I'm really saddened by this, I will never forgive the left for doing this, shit like that. Like, stuff that JD Vance is saying and doing. If he was capable of doing that, I think there would be a lot more anger. There would be a lot more resentment. The reason why I suspect that like this is going to eventually go away and the only thing that people will remember is the frustration that they have for this administration cynically fucking using the story to go after their critics is because Donald Trump can't even fucking develop like the sufficient grief necessary to show how impactful this has been for him and to gear up, tune up the base to also feel angry.
There was no such thing as hate speech. He obviously, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie, but you have always been.
Bruh, that is like, that's also directionally unclear. Do you see what I mean? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, that could objectively be like a leftist statement. Do you guys not hear what he's saying? McCallum says, Charlie said there's no such thing as hate speech. Trump said he might not be saying that now, and starts cackling. Hold on, I'm tweeting. He can't even fake care. It was more of a chuckle than a cackle. Yeah. Isn't this literally what the late night host was, Jimmy Kimmel was talking about? Yes. It's ironic because that is precisely why Jimmy Kimmel was fired. It's crazy. Your governor just had an epic own. Stop. Okay. We're past that point. We're past that point. I suspect liberals will start getting annoyed with this shit too. Okay. I obviously have way less tolerance than the average liberal has for this kind of stuff. But these epic jokes.
Charlie said, that there was no such thing as hate speech.
Trust me, these epic memes are going to start drawing ire from liberals as well.
He obviously, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie, but you have always been in favor of free speech. Yeah, so do you have concerns about, some people look at this and your critics will say, well,
dude, what's crazy about this shit? What's crazy about this fucking shit is that the Fox News hosts are so professional at this point, not getting fazed by Trump and just bouldering through the statement so that it's not clipped.
You have always been
like, notice how she's doing crosstalk. It'll be fun to hear your boss on Congress on October 8th. Can't wait to hear your boss at Congress. I'm my own boss, brother. What? You are correct. This is chilling speech based on jurisprudence. You are correct. This is chilling speech based on jurisprudence, unconstitutional. I agree, but threatening is not the same as doing it. Can you see the difference? You can talk about it, doing it all you want, but if you actually do it, that's where the Constitution steps in. You're dumb as fuck if you don't see the difference. What are you talking about? No, you absolutely can't fucking threaten to do it either. Also, secondly, I like that you also recognize that this can be interpreted as chilling speech correctly, but then quite literally follow through on the government bringing the Twitch CEO to Congress to fucking try to bully Twitch into taking decisions like banning me. Like, do you not comprehend? Like, you agree with me on this side, but then you turn around and you're like, no, but you're different because I hate you a lot more than I hate Jimmy Kimmel, I guess. If you threaten to kill a guy unless they give you $4 and he gives you the money, that wasn't extortion. Yeah, you didn't do it. You didn't do it. Obviously, you didn't do it. You didn't kill him. How can you hate Hassan more than Jimmy Blackface Kimmel? Yeah. Also, don't tell the Republicans Jimmy Kimmel did blackface. They'll advocate to restore his timeline. They'll advocate to restore his slot on NBC.
I see people saying things. They're crazy. These people are crazed lunatics. Even the way they'll answer, it's like you'll see them, and the things they say are really bad, but they look crazy. They're almost crazed. Maybe they're drugged out. Maybe there's some other problem. But the kind of things you hear, actually you probably don't put most of them on, but the kind of things you hear are so unbelievable. You wouldn't think, you're a very regular person. I am too. I'm a regular person. Who would make the statements that they make? Did you see the guy the other day run through all the flowers that put down in loving memory of Charlie? This maniac runs through the flowers, kicking them all down and stepping and stomping on them. And fortunately, somebody grabbed him and gave him a rap. But the guy looks like a normal guy. And who would do that? I mean, who would do it?
I think this will all blow over quickly. The actions of Abbott are inherently Nazi-esque, but that's not scary for a simple reason, in my opinion. The Nazis successfully improved the economy and increased employment for the whites. This Abbott is making shit more expensive, has higher unemployment, while taking rights away for everyone. This shit is beatable. Oh, no, I agree. Like, for a brief moment, I mean, to be fair, the economy was in dire straits as opposed to the brief moment of industrial prowess No, that's not suspicious. This chatter is not actually fucking saying something wrong at all. He's saying that the Nazis were harder to defeat because they also did improve material conditions, at least, albeit for a brief period in time, especially as a consequence of how bad the material conditions were already, that they were more difficult to deal with. They were more difficult to resist against. Whereas this administration is so hyper-capitalist that they're not even posturing in that direction. They're not even trying to fucking improve white people's living standards. And therefore, that resentment will continue brewing. The Nazis weren't the center of a global economy, though. Fair. I've said this over and over again, man. The incompetence of this administration will hopefully make it easier to resist this administration's actions. Because even in the absence of like a decent democratic response, it seems like they just consistently bite off way more than they can chew and then get yelled at even by their own base of support. And then when that happens, they turn around and scale back. That's where Taco Trump comes from. Feel me? Also, they have some of the most annoying losers on TV. Rob Schneider talking about Kimmel's suspension. Let's take a look.
As you pointed to, Will, since the 1960s, you have to get a license to broadcast. This isn't Netflix. This isn't cable. This is broadcast TV. And when you have broadcast TV, you have to, the airwaves are owned by the public. And to get that license, you have to be in the interest, like you said, of the public. And so that's why when there's a news van parked in the white zone, they don't get a ticket because they are there to present news to inform the public in the public interest. So what happens is 25% originally was supposed to be the news to inform it, just to get that license. So when you absolutely lie to the public, then you are no longer in the public interest, like Jimmy Kimmel did the other night. Right. Mislead and lie, and actually was something dangerous. So with the FCC chairman, he didn't say that he was going to pull the license. He was going to give them a warning and ask for an apology, if what I understood on the Benny Johnson show. And so that's not the government doing it. And when 246 different stations around the country say we're no longer airing this, it's because they heard from their consumers. They heard from their customers. And they said, that's it. We're not doing it. And so Nexstar, who's a great guy over there, Sean Compton, said, that's it. He's the CEO and said, when we have complaints like this and none of the channels, 246, because I'm sorry, it's not just LA and New York. There are people in between who have a real sense of decency.
Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, let them express their discontent. Let the ratings suffer, and then force the hand of the company to fucking fire Jimmy Kimmel that way. Nope. It's just like, we're doing you a favor by doing this. Okay, thanks, man. Anyway, but the Wired magazine article on this is correct. Brendan Carr isn't going to stop until someone makes him. Okay? That's it. It's that simple. And the same can go for all fascist power grabs. Also, this is kind of funny, but we're going to use this power to break apart your media deal. Skydance and democracy are incompatible, austerity, as Steph says. And then someone responds, nice dream, but if the Democrats get back in power, they will not wield the power in this way. They are more likely to call you an anti-Semite for targeting a Jewish woman-owned business. Talking about Barry Weiss. This is low-key true. They'd be like, no, Barry Weiss is an important fixture of free discourse in this country. And as a brave Jewish woman, she has been able to overcome tremendous struggles and tremendous hardship by having virtually every parasitic billionaire fund her franchise, as she's failed consistently upwards and has arrived at this position of prominence that she certainly does not work hard for. Who could have known? You can bet Jon Stewart has something to say about ABC pulling Jimmy Kimmel's show from the air. The Daily Show legend is going to take over the news desk for tonight's episode, breaking the Comedy Central show's usual pattern of Stewart hosting on Mondays. Check the name of her outlet instead of being sarcastic. What? The Free Press? I know. She is 100% pro free speech. Yeah. Barry Weiss loves free speech. Unless you've ever expressed any sort of sympathy or empathy for a Palestinian person, no matter what your job title might look like. You could just literally be a street sweeper. And if Barry Weiss catches you saying maybe Palestinian babies aren't terrorists that deserve to be slaughtered, she will make sure you get fucking fired, okay? Anyway, they're going to tell Skydance to pull John. They can't. Comedy Central, they can't. They can't do that. It's Comedy Central. I don't think they can. But who knows? Maybe they'll arrest him. Fuck it. You know? Also, here was JD Vance. What is it when you want people to do? What is it that you want people to do when you call them Nazis? What is it that you want them to do when you call them fascists? This rhetoric is completely out of control and is part of the entire network of violence that exists on the far left.
What is it that you want people to do when you call them Nazis? What is it that you want them to do when you call them fascists? What is the proper response when you say that Donald Trump and JD Vance and Charlie Kirk are threatening your safety? What do you expect people to do? This rhetoric is completely out of...
No, totally. It's words are violence only when you correctly declare a Nazi as a Nazi. Okay? That is the only time when words are violence. Not in the inverse, by the way. Not when you call someone a terrorist, not when you call someone a commie, not when you fucking call entire swaths of the transgender population pedophile groomers. That actually doesn't invite violence at all. That's actually perfectly valid, perfectly awesome, perfectly true. Okay? And anyone in retaliation to that Nazi-style rhetoric turns around and says, hey, man, you sound a lot like a Nazi. Then you go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Words are violence. Words are violence, sir.
Of control, and it's part of this entire network of violence that exists on the far left.
I want to remind everybody here that JD fucking Vance is one of the only people in this administration that has openly called Donald Trump a Nazi, Adolf Hitler to be exact. The other person that has called Donald Trump a Nazi is RFK Jr.
Dehumanize your political opponents. You fund paid activists to go and harass them and terrorize them. We've had a White House senior staffer just in the past week who has had actual representatives of the Democratic Party going around passing leaflets trying to get his neighbors to harass him and showing people where he lives, where his wife lives, where his young family lives. If that's not political violence, if that's not political harassment, I don't know what the term means.
Roy Jones Jr., what is it that you want people to do when you call them Antifa? What is it when you want them to do when they call them Marxists? This rhetoric is completely out of control as part of the entire network of violence that exists on the far right. Antifa doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Is he saying he was trying to incite violence against Trump when he called him Hitler? Yeah. I saw this tweet and I thought it was your tweet at first. John Oliver, get behind me. No. It's awesome because any and every platform is completely beholden to the mercies of the platform owners that can just as easily sell it to the highest bidder who might want to take it over because they think it's not sufficiently pro-Israel, for example. And the reason why I'm specifically talking about the pro-Israel side of this is because, as many of you know, for the past month, I have been talking about Larry Ellison's son, the CIA's very own Oracle founder, Larry Ellison's son, who's also a billionaire, purchasing CBS and giving editorial control to over CBS to Barry fucking Weiss. And they did that on purpose. Like, they straight up, openly, and deliberately said, we're purchasing CBS and we're giving it to Barry Weiss so that CBS can be more right-wing and more pro-Israel. And the reason why CBS was even sold was because the previous owner, who refused to sell it, was also mad about how fucking not sufficiently pro-Israel CBS was. Think about that. The Ellisons, Larry Ellison specifically, is also trying to purchase TikTok, another outlet that the ADL targeted alongside myself on Twitch. Apparently there's a live high-speed chase in LA of David. No fucking shot it's actually David. Get the hell out of here. There's no way it's actually David. Wait, really? Send me the link right now. It's not David. It's probably a high-speed chase, but it's not. I was just watching it. It is. How do you know it's actually David? No way. What?
pretty close to him right now, and now it's just a matter of just seeing where he's going to go.
He's definitely flying past all the other cars on the freeway, which we believe are going 60, 65, 80, 70. He's blowing by them. So maybe
that doesn't look like him, bro. What are you talking about? That's like a fat old man, I think.
Thankfully, traffic is not very congested in the direction that he's moving. Although maybe I spoke too soon. Here in the direction that he's moving. Although maybe I spoke too soon. Here he is on the shoulder, avoiding a slowdown there, and this is just
y'all are such assholes, bro.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, Giovanna, he's really speeding up now, using that left lane, actually on the shoulder now, to really accelerate past all of this traffic. Really tenuous with all of these innocent motorists in play here. Really limits the options for LAPD. And now it does indeed look, as he crosses underneath the 405 freeway, he is committing to the southbound 110, but they are now asking for California Highway
Ultimate
Patrol
One Guide?
to
I mean,
prepare
yeah,
to take
I
it
couldn't
over.
resist.
California Highway Patrol isn't quite ready just yet, but they're going to get
couldn't
ready.
resist.
LAPD is prepared to hand this off. They're going to keep following it. They're going to stay behind them as long as they can, and then once CHP can get their pursuit package together, a pursuit package being a primary unit and a secondary unit and a backup unit at the very least, to be able to execute that felony stop once this vehicle comes to a complete stop, and hopefully this comes to a peaceful resolution. CHP will be prepared to bring the suspect in custody, but until they're ready to take it over, LAPD is going to stay right behind them. So they're in the middle of that transition process of handing it off to the California Highway Patrol, especially as he remains committed to the 110 freeway. Now, if he gets off the freeway,
why does it say murder
that could invite
suspect?
Other agencies
I don't
to
know.
get involved, or if
Why the fuck do you think the only murder suspect in Los Angeles is David right now?
With two hands, I saw the left hand move as if he was, fiddling with the phone.
You think that's the only
all
murder
of
that took
driving
place?
Very fast on that shoulder. Puts everyone else at risk.
And we caught a glimpse of that cell phone too. Obviously tinted windows there, but it does appear, as you mentioned, guys, that that passenger seat is empty. Not clear if there's anybody else in the bag, but it does appear, in all likelihood, the suspect may be by himself here. But right now, he's got two hands on the wheel. We were able to take another peek through that front windshield there, but he does appear to be trying
The
to
driver's apparently blasting David's music. Why are you saying
that? He does have
that?
full control of the vehicle. He's navigating the traffic pretty well, albeit at extreme speeds at times, as he tries to get past some of this traffic. But a bulk of the volume is now behind us. And as we look further down towards the port of Los Angeles, as the 110 freeway takes us past Sepulveda here, he has a wide open 110 freeway to play with much milder traffic. But eventually, the 110 freeway, as you guys know, will come to an end here pretty shortly. He has opportunities to get off. In fact, I think he's only got a couple more exits. Eventually, he will either end up on surface streets or potentially over towards the Vincent Thomas Bridge if he continues towards the port here. But, we don't know where this originated. We know the pursuit started in Hollenbeck, but not clear whether he is heading towards a specific destination.
He's actually David, I'm not kidding. When mom find the poop sock, really? You're going to try to poop sock me right now?
Yeah, or if he even knows where he's going at this point, if he even knows that the freeway is going to be coming to an end, which could create some complications as he starts to navigate surface streets.
Someone said, heard the driver make fun of Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's why they're hunting him down, dude. Welcome to Trump's America. Even in woke libtard California, you come for Charlie Kirk. You heard he said Charlie Kirk is not the best guy. That's what he said, which is sufficient grounds for a termination, obviously. What is this music? It's called Animal Cum music.
To a different division. We have been in the city of LA this entire time, but the fact that he was on the freeway did prompt them to hand it off or attempt to hand it off. What I'd like to do when you have a chance, Josh, just want to peek over at that primary unit, that SUV behind him. I think that is still LAPD.
Oof.
I just want to double check that.
Dude, the craziest thing about LA drivers is like they're so unfazed. Like that's wild to me that this guy's still gunning it down the highway. Meanwhile, there's an active police pursuit happening right next to him.
They have to have the units available. Here he is getting off.
Whoa.
He's going to cut somebody off. He's going to go over the gore point here, and he's going to get off.
Damn, he is doing the damn thing.
We'll get this exit here. It's at the Terminal Island exit, but he's now going to be on surface streets here momentarily as this ramp takes him underneath the 110 freeway. and eventually towards the Vincent Thomas Bridge. He is actually about to get on the Vincent Thomas Bridge if he doesn't take this final exit here, which will be Harbor Boulevard. If he bypasses Harbor, he will end up on the bridge, and he will take us all the way into the port. It looks like he's hugging that left lane, and if I'm not mistaken, he is now committed. He is now committed to, oh no, over the goal point. This is his last chance. A little last-minute maneuvering there really points to what you were talking about, guys. He really may not know where he wants to take this. He possibly
he's slowing
is
down.
just making this up, going the wrong way.
Oh,
He's
shit!
taking the entrance ramp, going off.
Oh, my
God. He's going to lose these cops going head-on with these semi-tractor trailers that are trying to get towards the port, now going the wrong way on Palos Verdes Street as he comes head-to-head with other motorists, threading the needle, coming head-to-head with innocent drivers.
He got a piece clipped.
The bridge here. He is now going the wrong way on the entrance ramp.
Oh my God, bro! He cooked the cops. He's booking it. I mean, on the straight they'll pick back up, but that is crazy, dude. He is. Oh my God, bro! That motherfucker is locked in, bro. That is crazy.
Have clear desperation. There's a guy directing traffic right here. He's like, what's going on with this guy? Well, he has no idea. This is a major pursuit coming right through the port here.
Yeah, that motherfucker better get out of the way before the cops run him over.
To get away, we are seeing a much different behavior now behind the wheel than we've seen at any point during this pursuit.
Bro, Toyotas are so durable, man. That is nutty. Like, how are you going to be whipping a Corolla like that? That is crazy.
Going the wrong way, head on with all those vehicles without any regard for anybody's safety here. We're seeing clear violations of multiple traffic rules, and obviously
As a Mazda?
can't go the wrong way the way he is willing to go. So now
Is it?
to reconfigure their strategy, figure out how to get units ahead of them. I don't far back.
I think it's a Corolla hatchback, no?
But it looks against traffic again, and now getting back on the 110. He went through that intersection, past cross traffic, almost got into another head-on collision, and is now going northbound.
Yeah, it's a Yaris, right? Like a hatchback.
Just look at the damage there. That was not there before, I do not believe.
Well, I can't read it. What is? I think it's a Yaris, right? Oh, damn, bro. The Japanese know how to make fucking cars, dude.
Now going the opposite direction. We'll see, guys. This is getting a lot more dangerous by the second.
Guys, I used to have a Camry Sport Edition. This is like a lower version of that.
I don't know if it was one of the big trucks or that pickup truck, but I think his tail bumper smashed into somebody as he was trying to squeeze.
Corolla hatchback, that's my car. Well, your car is cooked, chatter.
From an earlier collision. It looks that way to me, but this is about to go.
And when this does go, it creates a terrible situation for drivers behind him. That's going to fly onto some car. The bumper there will likely fly into traffic lanes.
Guy thought David was driving a Corolla.
Hazard for any number of the drivers that are in the vicinity here.
Banana peel, yeah. No, literally. That shit flies off. The cop that's in active pursuit is going to have a hard time. That could rip their tires potentially.
Hazard if that flies through somebody's windshield. So you've got that factoring in here. LAPD still in pursuit here, able to get on the freeway with him. I can't tell you exactly how far. About a half mile, I'm being told. About a half mile back is the closest unit. So once again, it's falling on that helicopter to maintain a visual of this suspect as he comes speeding up the 110 freeway. Now, you noticed as we got past Sepulveda earlier, things really got lighter on the 110 freeway. Now that he's going the opposite direction, he doesn't have much traffic.
I just want to remind the chat that there is constant 24/7 surveillance all around the state, and therefore a lot of this stuff is just useless and incredibly dangerous. I mean, that's not going to stop us from consuming it, but there's a reason why a lot of places actually don't have car chases, and it's actually illegal for police to give chase, because in most circumstances when these car chases happen, it's obviously very, very dangerous for the random onlookers, civilians, other drivers. Sometimes maybe you're about to fly to a different country, and there's a car chase that takes place that ends right near where the airport is, and then it fucking cooks you.
And is bent on getting away any way that he can.
It can happen.
Yeah, you're
and then you have to get the next flight out instead.
We don't even know if this vehicle,
and it's goddamn annoying. That sounds personal. No.
Working with in terms of information, we don't know if this is a stolen vehicle, what other crimes are involved surrounding this.
Open it on the other screen also. You don't want to ban for this? No, he's in the car, dude. I'm not. Unless they stop and the cops actually come out. There is very little likelihood that I'm going to see something. I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but if he gets into a high-speed collision, I'll fucking click away. But you won't actually end up, you won't actually see violence anyway. Oh my God, it's holding by a thread. Oh, that he got spiked.
If that front left tire was struck, it's most likely that the front right tire was
They spiked them.
That looks like that tire is already deflating from hitting that spike strip. That is going to really slow this vehicle down here as he tries to get
It's
on
over.
around the semi-truck.
GG's.
Back on the
GG, no
shoulder
re.
here. Excellent job by the California
Oh, he's slowing down.
able to set up for that spike strip. That's why
I don't think we've seen that before.
Each other to try and coordinate.
I don't think we've seen that before on a freeway.
It's been especially with all that traffic. The freeway
Yeah, I can't believe they
is
spiked
something they will
them
try, but
on
it's
the
something we see
fucking
more common up in
freeway.
the desert,
Someone said
empty
this car represents America. Yeah, it's holding on by a thread. It's the bumper, dude. The bumper represents America's power as the global hegemon.
lay down a perfect spike strip right as he cleared.
Just let it go, man. Let it go.
Now it looks like he's thinking about getting off the freeway, getting off of the 110 freeway now, as that tire is.
Oh, that tire's gone.
That tire was immediately deflated. There goes the tire. Now he's riding on one rim. I don't know what the other side of the vehicle looks like, but he's getting off now. LAPD right behind him. He's coming between these two vehicles here. We know he's willing to ram into other cars. He's done it already. He's gone the wrong way. He has sped right through traffic, and now it looks like this vehicle is on borrowed time. Tyler, when we get a chance at some point, if we can come around the passenger seat, I would like to see just what that other side of the vehicle looks like. But this vehicle is coming apart at the seams. We've got one tire completely gone. We've got the bumper dangling off here. There is other damage, and we're going to see how much longer this holds up. But right now, he just turned onto Del Amo Boulevard off of Fig, and he's slowing down dramatically. Also, the fender is also interfering with that front right wheel. So, you know, it's a Toyota. It'll go the distance, but it is on borrowed time, guys.
Absolutely. And if you are just joining us, we have been on this pursuit. What's very important about this pursuit is we believe that this is a murder suspect. So beware of that. If this does come to an end and he jumps out of the vehicle, we need to be prepared for any possible scenario. We believe this is a very dangerous person that is in this car. And there's the damage. Front right tire as well. The passenger side tire, looks like they got that as well. They lured him with that shoulder, Chris, and he fell for it. He went right at it and went right at them and that spike strip.
It was a work of art for law enforcement here. I mean, they're going to be congratulating that officer that laid down just a perfect spike, and great teamwork by that squad to, again, create the traffic break, create the opportunity, and basically bait him, like you said, and eventually knock out both of those front tires. That right tire is now on borrowed time. He is slowing down dramatically. This is a slower speed pursuit now, coming northbound on Main Street.
Bro, of course it's glazed, dude. Are you kidding me? It's mainstream.
And
this guy's a legend too. He's a local legend, the helicopter guy.
I just don't think it's going to give him much more power with all of the damage here. But you never know. I mean, he's going to try and take this.
They love glazing the cops. This is their favorite pastime.
Was severely impacted. We know the left tire came off.
I just got here. Is this David? No, dude, it's not.
Maybe even the rear tire too. Maybe even that right rear as well.
Might have been affected.
So you know. It's unusual that you get both. It's unusual that you get both, because what happens is you have those spikes. Those spikes are like little straws that are pointy, and they go right into
Give it a few minutes until he switches cars. I don't think he has a partner in crime, man.
Rubber, and basically allows the tires to slowly deflate. And occasionally, if he turned the wheel at all, especially if he tried to avoid the spike
he was doing really well,
he was
though,
able to get some more spikes in the back.
This alleged murder suspect was doing really fucking well with the Toyota Corolla Sports Edition.
Set of potential dangers. He's slowing down. We know that he's wanted for murder. We don't know if he's armed. So this could, we could see another level of risk to law enforcement and the people around him.
Clearly, yes, clearly a violent person behind the wheel, at least suspected of murder. And you can see now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units behind him. That's been about the case since the beginning of this pursuit. By the way, it does look like he's coming even closer.
Chris, we're gonna run the video.
Here,
we're running the video of that spike strip to show how it worked, and we were watching him go down the shoulder of the road. This is at the 90 way, right at the center, 91 freeway, right at the center divider, where they threw that spike strip out there and they got him, and the results were almost immediate. But Chris, back to the live picture, is this a place where they would do the pit maneuver, or are they just going to wait this out?
It's doable. I mean, they have that median there. They may even have control of traffic ahead of him. They don't have control of traffic ahead of them, but they do have enough pavement to play with. The key here is if they have any information regarding whether he is armed or not. If he is a known gunman, they will be less likely to execute a pit maneuver. However, if it's a stabbing suspect, they may play it a little bit differently.
I should have never taught you old fucks what 6'7" is.
There is an incident commander making the call at each and every step of this pursuit. But right now, that spike strip had exactly the desired effect. It was an impeccable spike attempt, successful spike, and that may be enough to just exhaust what is left of the rubber on this car. And so with enough open road here, Main Street, they may just take it a little bit further here before they think about a pit maneuver. If it gets to that, they can use that, but that's something they'll probably save in their back pocket.
Yeah. Well, he's driving slow enough that it's possible LAPD officers are ahead of him and waiting in some position to try to get him to stop completely.
Coming up on a busy intersection here. This is going to be Main Street at Victoria. It's the first major intersection since we've gotten off here after that spike, and now it looks like he's
so
stopping
cooked,
for
dude.
traffic.
There's no
now
way.
Going through the intersection, continuing northbound on Main at a very slow speed, maybe about 25 miles per hour, Josh, something like that. Not more than 30 miles per hour at the very most. So
Just
right
got here. My daughter always says 6'7". I missed it.
Just,
Please tell me.
Just expends whatever is left, because his time is, he knows his time is.
We got hella boomers in here. That's cute as hell.
He's really enjoying.
It doesn't mean anything. It's just a thing that Zoomers and Gen Alpha say.
Obviously the open
they go
question.
6'7". It's just a TikTok thing.
Cooperate? You can only
like it literally doesn't mean
this will
anything.
end as peacefully as possible. But what we can, kind of breathe
from
a
a
sigh
song,
of relief about is that
and it
those
became like a
speeds
viral
have
meme.
come down dramatically, and that is again thanks to that perfect spike strip, which really has now really decreased the risk involved in this pursuit.
No, it's a LaMelo Ball in it and Skrilla. No, I know where it comes from. Shut up.
And they're lucky enough to
I'm saying that there is no. It doesn't have a real meaning though.
As he continues now,
it's just a thing that people say.
Yeah,
it's
he's
a thing
still
that
around.
kids say.
A lot of folks right now that could be collateral damage if something gets really bad here. But you're right. He may be at that point where he has nothing to lose, especially if he's a murder suspect. This could be his last little bit of freedom that he has, and we don't know what his state of mind is at this point. Maybe they are content to just ride this out. Maybe, if they're lucky, they could even communicate with him through his cell phone. We don't know.
This, by the way, this right here is the most 48-year-old diss I've ever fucking seen in my life. I love that we got the normies in here, which means we got the hogs in here, which means that we got the divorced dad brigade in here as well. Hassan, you were one of those kids who tried to hammer a cube into a circular slot when you were younger, right? Damn, bro, just say I'm stupid. What the fuck? What is this? Why do you have to reveal age, sex, and location with that?
But it is one of the tactics that we've seen a little bit more frequently recently, where California Highway Patrol, for example, would be willing to kind of get in front of him. So again, these decisions vary from agency to agency. I think right now you're going to see a cautious approach as we start to see a little bit of smoke emanating from that front right tire.
ASL is boomer too. I know, that's why I mentioned it.
And he's now on two rims. The front two tires have now completely come off. He's driving on nothing but rim on the front, and those rear tires are just barely holding up. At some point, he will be on just, he'll just start grinding that metal into the pavement. And yet again, just look at how this Toyota is behaving. I mean, it's still moving despite the fact that the tires have now come off.
Yeah. And we've seen this before. Other pursuit suspects in cars driving on wheels, so much so that sparks start to fly.
And the car catches on fire.
We've seen it about 3 times this week already.
Wow.
God
That is
damn.
something. He's going to
This
have a
guy's
real
like, I
hard
see
time
cars on
maneuvering. He
fire
can
all
go
the
straight
time.
right now, but trying to turn this thing on metal rims, on asphalt, will be exceptionally difficult. I'm sure he knows that as well. It's a matter of him just deciding when to stop.
It's a good point. We'll see if he knows that. Depending on his state of mind, he may or may not realize that. If he tries to turn that wheel, it could absolutely play into the favor of law enforcement and kind of bring this vehicle to a stop. His best move, you're right, is to just keep going in a straight line. Going up Main Street all the way into South LA, he could get a little bit more distance. But if he tries to turn that wheel, it could change the behavior of the vehicle dramatically. So if he's aware of that, we'll see. But right now, this is a desperate individual behind the wheel of this vehicle. The driving that we've seen here, the close calls, it's almost a miracle that nobody has gotten hurt. We have seen at least one collision. You can see heavy damage on the front and the rear. Now coming up on another busy intersection, this is going to be Main Street at Redondo Beach Boulevard. Traffic slowing down, lights and sirens blaring through the intersection, giving all of those motorists the opportunity to allow for this caravan of LAPD units to continue the slow speed chase northbound on Main Street, coming up on 152nd Street, just north of Redondo Beach Boulevard.
And you can see the other vehicles stopping. I'm sure the lights and sirens are giving them, the information they need to know to stop and just be cautious and let officers and this pursuit suspect go by. We've been following this pursuit since about a few minutes after 4 o'clock. It started in the Hollenbeck area, and this suspect is wanted for murder. He was driving on our local freeways in the South LA area all the way to Long Beach very recklessly at high speeds.
This is LA streets? I mean, I don't know what part of LA this is, but it's not like
perfectly planned spike strip on the 110
LAPD is allowed to pit maneuver. They do it all the time.
He lost his tires.
I don't know why they're not doing it in these. Like, they usually do it in a less crowded part.
We still don't have information on exactly what murder
This is South Bay near LAX.
But this is a murder suspect, and he is obviously refusing to give up. It was a really dangerous pursuit for quite some time. Him going the wrong way on entrance ramps, which was really scary. But that's part of the damage you see on the back bumper. But that perfect spike strip really changed this pursuit, Chris, and that's when he slowed down, and it put law enforcement in command of this, and now it's just a wait and see. And boy, he is refusing. That's dangerous.
Close calls here. Yeah, he's taking every opportunity to squeeze through here, despite the red light, going right through the red light, right through cross traffic here at Rosecrans Avenue, northbound on Main Street. You're right, David. That's when everything changed with that spike strip. It'll go down in the LAPD highlight reel for sure.
Oh my God, LAPD highlight reel.
CHP. We'll have to double check that. I believe that was CHP that set up for that spike strip. Either way, great teamwork on the part of both LAPD and the CHP. It's one of those things that is, they're very difficult to pull off, and to do it in the middle of rush hour traffic on a busy freeway at this time of the day, I mean, kudos to those guys, because it really has minimized the danger here, as he is not able to accelerate the way he was earlier on in this pursuit, doing triple-digit speeds down the freeway. Now we're fortunate that he's on surface streets. He can't go much faster than he is right now. So LAPD, again, with time on their side, they don't have to really stress too much until he comes to a stop, and then they will be ready for anything at the conclusion of this pursuit. Hopefully it'll end as peacefully as we are watching here, because right now it's kind of giving him the opportunity for his adrenaline to start coming down. He's able to kind of, push the pedal to the metal and not really get very far. LAPD in the same position now, with a lot more opportunity to triangulate, have units ahead of him here, and even potentially at some point possibly hand this off to another group of units, another group of LAPD units. They will do that frequently. After a certain amount of time, they want to replace those LAPD units to keep everybody fresh and make sure everybody has got the endurance that they need to bring this gas to an end. I mean, again, at these speeds, if it's a full tank of gas, this could go on for a while without really putting anybody else in danger. A slow-speed pursuit up Main Street, you know, even though he's riding on rims, I mean, you know, again, unless he does something dramatically more aggressive, they could just kind of ride this out. Now doing about 26 miles per hour on Main Street here, coming up on 130th. And I would say for about the last 5 to 10 minutes, he's really been going in a straight line.
Yeah, he can't.
Bro, stop
he can't
saying
go.
it's
So
David.
let's show
It's
you
not.
that wrong way video first. Look at this, the audacity as he turns into
They love running. They love rerunning the top moments. But stop saying it's David. The reason why is because cops are too busy doing this dumb shit instead of just like waiting it out, staking out whatever location he arrives at, and then arresting him after the fact. So they're too busy doing this dumb shit instead of actually prosecuting David potentially. David is a singer, and there was a dead, decomposing body found in his car. And then recently, yesterday, it came out that the body belonged to a 15-year-old who had just turned 15, as a matter of fact, and that seemingly David had actually groomed and potentially had a pedophilic relationship with. Wait till the pod. I'm gonna talk about all of it, but I talk about it on the pod, but I already talked about it. You don't know he's guilty? I don't. You're right, but all of the readily available evidence so far points to a tremendous amount of guilt. I mean, they had matching tattoos and stuff. So unless all of that is just a lie and the victim's mother was just like, I had this topic first. Austin, what are you talking about? You don't get to own this topic. I have already covered it extensively this morning. I'm just catching people up on it. Calm down. Yeah. Like, you can't fucking call dibs on a topic and then get me to stop covering it on my broadcast. People say I come unprepared. Okay, the only thing you prepped for is the biggest story that we obviously were going to talk about that I've already covered. What's wrong with you? Find new topics right now. Austin moved to LA, so he lost all. You're right. It's because he moved to LA. He doesn't got no plane stories no more. I also prep for Jimmy Kimmel. You stole that one too. Okay, what's next, bro? You're going to talk about the fucking Trump administration's First Amendment violations? Like, those are my topics. What's next, dude? You're going to talk about Trump too? Dude, don't cover Trump. Don't cover Trump. That's my topic now. Go back to living in fucking Portland so you can have some plane and airplane and airport stories again, okay? Clearly, you have lost the sauce. All you love talking about nowadays is being gay in WeHo, which is something that you were doing anyway. You were talking about being gay in Portland.
105 freeway, and the slow speed chase continues.
Austin be like, dude.
Just following now at a safe
Austin be like, dude, don't cover this car chase. I'm going to cover it on the podcast.
busy intersections that there is police activity coming.
Austin comes in here, watches my stream, comes up with talking points, and then he's like, this is my story.
Crash. You know, he could very easily T-bone as he moves through these busy intersections through cross traffic.
There's an update on Celeste. Their former teacher said some stuff. Wait, what?
Traffic an opportunity, waiting for his space, but if he was going much faster, which I imagine if he had 4 tires to work with and really accelerate this vehicle, he would be speeding through some of these intersections, and that would put so many more lives in danger. I would be so much more afraid right now if we were speeding through these busy intersections. But that spike strip has accomplished so many goals all in one fell swoop, and now he's just kind of riding. Go look at this, going the wrong way, still swerving around over the double yellow lines to get around traffic at 108th Street, continuing northbound on Main Street, but not really willing to sit in any kind of traffic. He just wants to get this vehicle as far as he can. He's not going to get very far. We kind of know, we have an idea of how this is going to end. We just don't know how long it's going to take or if he's going to be cooperative at the end of it. But you can now see that it's just a matter of time until this vehicle gives up on him. And so he's just basically using every last bit of metal.
Yeah, and let's be clear, we still don't know if for sure he has a weapon, but we have to handle this very carefully. We have some video of that spike strip we've been talking about. Look at him going down the 91, and watch closely right here. They send out, there's a spike strip. He hits it, perfectly. He was flying down the shoulder, Chris. They had traffic stopped on the 91. He took the bait. He went down the shoulder where they had the spike strip set up, and he went right over it. It's like they knew what he was going to do, and they gauged it perfectly. One more time, showing you the traffic stop, the spike strip right there. The one space that he can squeeze through, and that's where the spike strip was, and he took it. And to his demise, that's what led to the downfall of 3 of his 4 tires, and now it's a waiting game.
And that really took a lot of planning, if you think about it, because there was a lot of traffic on the freeway, and that means that CHP officers or LAPD had to get ahead of the traffic and slow down the traffic, the speed to a stop. So that was a lot of thought and planning.
Yeah, I would love to see the background on that. I don't know if it exists, but that is a good story to tell when this thing does come to an end. Are you dealing with some flight restrictions, Chris?
We are. I was just going to tell you, he is now driving away from us. We've now passed Century, and he is continuing northbound on Main Street. So you're going to see him kind of ride off into the distance, and we'll see at what point we may decide to just kind of come around LAX's airspace and meet up with him.
Dude should get rid of the 4th tire and get on a railroad. True.
We may have to lose sight of him momentarily. We'll see how far he takes it. We're going to try and keep the camera on him.
I think he's officially reached airspace that helicopters can't go to.
We see a lot more people trying to catch
Right?
a glimpse of
That's what it is, right? That's why they're following from afar. So yeah, one of the metas in police chases is because cops have police helicopters as well. Airport is a meta. And it's always abused. It's a fucking abusive ass meta, which is why it's annoying, because like they oftentimes do apprehend these guys near the airport, but basically they do that so they can evade the police helicopters and also the news helicopters as well. Airport is pretty OP. Obviously, my favorite is parking lot with like above ground coverage, parking lot swap outs, bike swap outs, or overhead swap outs. Like those are overpass swap outs. Sorry, those are really good ones. And it's funny because like we use this kind of stuff in No Pixel, right? But it unironically is shit that these guys have done in real life and have successfully done too. Look at Austin trying to be relevant here. Look, this is because LAX is designated as a Class Bravo airspace, which is designation for the busiest airspace in the country. Thank you, Austin.
Very possible, and most likely right back to the original neighborhood where this pursuit started over an hour ago. So we're going to lose sight of him momentarily.
You didn't know that shit? This is why this is my topic? No, I know that there's a busy... You think I didn't know why helicopters can't reach the airspace above or near LAX? Yeah, I know. I didn't know the designation was called Class Bravo, but...
If you're familiar with that neighborhood, and there's a lot of folks out and about right now as this slow speed pursuit goes right on by, and we're staying on top of this.
Did that guy hook a Yui?
Just joining us, this is a murder.
Is this guy trying to slow down the fucking potential suspect? What is he doing?
To let this guy go, and now that they had that perfect spike strip, they don't have to let him go because he cannot maneuver or move fast enough to be that much of a danger to society.
Do they not know this is like a murder suspect, man? Like he could, you know.
What is the reaction going to be? Is he going to give up, or is he going to run, or is he going to fight? And we have to be aware that these possibilities exist in a big way.
Wait, what the fuck? He's filming?
Murder suspect, Giovanna. This guy,
attention, a gag order has been issued to Hasanabi on topics related to police chase and air travel.
He could be desperate.
As you were talking, David, the man on the right of your screen was waving his hands and sort of shaking his arms, apparently egging him on or celebrating him. I mean, we don't know, we can only guess, but we can only hope that law enforcement is in touch with him in his car. We know he has a cell phone, or maybe he's talking to family. Hopefully they're trying to talk him down, convince him, persuade him to turn himself in and end this peacefully.
Yeah, the tread on both front tires is gone. The back tire, we believe one of the back tires is also punctured.
Is the driver really live streaming? No, I don't think so.
Functioning tire, so be it. But
is
maybe
he?
Both are punctured. We're not quite clear yet. Nevertheless, you could see the damage on this vehicle. One is from a collision with a pickup truck when he was going the wrong way on an entrance ramp. but the rest of the damage looks to be from that spike
No,
strip
sometimes they
and the
do that
disintegrating
for
rubber.
sure.
Look at that. Right towards you, Chris.
Westbound Florence, a wild left turn.
This chatter said, please watch Macklemore.
Randomly made a left turn on
Please watch this instead. It's Hins Hall.
lose sight of him now because unfortunately we were in the process of transitioning.
God, I love this community. There's some real donkeys in here, bro. I swear to God, some real fucking strange people.
And we were able to catch up, but now unfortunately we're going to start pulling away from him here as he ventures back into the Bravo airspace towards the airport, and that's gonna inhibit our ability here in just a second. Unfortunately, he made that turn. This is going to give us a real problem here. He's going to disappear behind these buildings. LAPD fortunately able to make that turn with him. We're listening to the radio to see if they have any luck, but a random turn there at the very last second, making a turn off of Main Street onto Florence and getting closer now to the 110 freeway. It looks like he's underneath the 110 freeway, underneath the Harbor Freeway, coming out the other side. And that is going to put him, oh, look at this, getting back on the freeway.
What?
He might be getting back,
That's
back on the
crazy.
freeway. That's not an entrance ramp, but it's going
How the fuck's he gonna? What is he gonna do on the freeway? He can't go above 35.
to the 110 freeway here. But he
Hi
will
chat. I'm at the
eventually
Jack in
run
the Box. They
into
passed.
a
Lol.
entrance
Nice.
ramp that will put him onto the freeway if he decides to take it. So look at him. He's coming up southbound on Florence, and now potentially you have to wonder why he's making these turns. Is he deciding that maybe he's approaching the on-ramp here? So maybe this is just a game of cat and mouse for him at this point. I was going to say maybe he's got an idea of where he wants to go, but it almost looks, you see the on-ramp right there in the middle of your screen, and it looks like he is going to take it. Wow. We will see here if LAX allows us to reverse course, because now we are behind him once again. We've transitioned northbound. Now we are just south of downtown LA, looking south along the 110 freeway, and once again he's put himself in a position.
Oh shit! Look at that traffic.
He's an even thicker.
Oh, it's building.
We're further into the rush hour than we were earlier.
Y'all were talking about how, LA has no traffic. Well, there it is. Okay, you spoke too soon. You spoke too soon, chat. There's always fucking traffic in LA.
That the rear tires were affected as well.
Look at this. Look at this. This truck is trying to get in the way, trying to get him to stop.
That's dumb.
It appeared that way anyway.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, now it looks like he's decided to get off the freeway again. So now LAPD getting on that exit ramp, getting back onto Manchester Avenue. It certainly appears as though he's making this up as he goes along here. But now we are westbound on Manchester Avenue, and we will see if he comes up through this intersection, decides to maybe either make a U-turn or continues westbound. I do not see him yet. He's going to be behind the tree right there, and it looks like he is making a turn. Making a now eastbound turn. Eastbound turn on 84th, LAPD right behind him here. Now going underneath the freeway once again. And if the game of cat and mouse continues, he may very well get back on the freeway where he has been most comfortable during most of his pursuit, but actually looks like he's going to continue eastbound. So
he's a murder suspect, chatters.
On 84th, I believe, coming up on Broadway, and almost looks, if you notice that, guys, it almost looks like he's able to pick up a little bit of speed there, the way he went through that intersection. He's going through a residential neighborhood now, LAPD right behind him as he continues eastbound on 84th.
Yeah, hard to see him from this view now, but we hear from law enforcement officers that pursuit suspects will often return to the neighborhoods that they're most comfortable with, that they're most familiar with. So maybe that is what we're seeing here.
I think I said 84th. It actually appears that he is still on Manchester. So he's eastbound on Manchester, and LAPD now managing another vehicle that's trying to get involved in this pursuit. So they've got another complicating factor here. Not sure what the relationship is here, but there's another vehicle that is attempting to follow. We have multiple reports of that now as he makes a northbound turn onto Main Street off of Manchester. If you notice, guys, he's now done a complete circle here in South LA. So he is
LA is such an ugly city is what I'm finding out from all this is, bro, this is every American city. At least Los Angeles has some palm trees, okay? So, what do you mean? Every major American city looks like this.
Opportunities if they were going to give a go-ahead for that pit maneuver, and the fact that we have not seen it yet tells me they have made the decision that it might be too dangerous with whatever information they're working with, because I think we would have seen it already, and under these circumstances, the fact that we haven't tells me they may be just looking to continue the course here.
I guess like there are some in the East Coast that are different.
He is now on the east side of the 110 freeway.
I love LA, but that's cope. Fuck you mean?
Been here before. In fact, if I'm not
With the
mistaken,
exception of
I
like,
think he has actually
with
been,
the exception of the
right
Northeast that's like better developed, and like Chicago.
this neighborhood right along Main Street.
There are parts of
that,
Seattle, there are parts of San Francisco that look exactly like this. The only areas that are unique in the way that they look across the board, I would say, are fucking like New York. I can't even say Philadelphia because like there's hella places in Philly that also look like this, with the exception of pine trees.
But they also have to keep
I think you guys are
safe,
thinking
so
of the
it's
best
very
parts of
difficult
your
plan
respective cities,
balance the two.
and not like the
And
parts of your
time is
respective
on
cities
their
that look
side.
exactly like
They
this.
can
Because there's places in
continue
Los Angeles that
following
don't
him
look
at
like
slow
this.
speed for a while.
Hopefully get him fatigued to where he just grows tired of this and decides to give up.
Yeah, at some point he will get tired, or the vehicle will run out of gas, one or the other, or another mechanical issue considering the condition of the vehicle. The other obstacle that they are working with, or the other factor I should say, is that you have people in the neighborhood who are
This is also South Side, so
to get involved here, and that really
that's part of
complicates
it.
things at the end of the pursuit, because at some point they're going to
Put
pull
the
their
penis
weapon
music
on
back
the
on,
suspect
Newsboy.
to
No.
make sure that that he cooperates, and they don't want to have to use force. But in the event that there is a crossfire situation, they can't afford to have anybody else in their way with cell phone cameras waving the suspect on. So now he has made another turn here from northbound Main. He's now going eastbound on 71st Street. Still crawling along here, doing about 25, 30 miles per hour as LAPD continues to make their way eastbound with him here. He is just kind of taking them along for a joyride at this point, enjoying his final moments of freedom.
All right, and we will continue to watch this pursuit. Eventually, if we can get this to come to an end, it's important because this is a murder suspect. We can't emphasize that enough. This is a very important pursuit that's going on right now, trying to get this guy off the streets as he is barely moving along in a vehicle that has no tread. Oh, he's
turning once again.
Taking another turn there, Chris, weaving his way through this neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly. And that poses a real danger, too, because if you notice, these are narrow residential streets. So, again, these are all factors that obviously LAPD has dealt with many hundreds of times. They're well trained, but it does complicate factors nonetheless. When you have these narrow streets in a residential neighborhood, you know, that's why we always say we would much rather see a dangerous pursuit on the freeway as opposed to a narrow residential area, because we just don't know what the suspect is capable of. And we've already seen him making several desperate attempts, including putting the public at danger. Other motorists have been at risk during the course of this pursuit, even in head-on situations. He's already been in a collision. They have all that information. They know.
No, it's not David that they're chasing, chatters. Jesus Christ. There's not only one murder or murder suspect in the entirety of Los Angeles, okay?
And again, continuing to zigzag.
And also, David is not even considered a suspect or a person of interest by the police yet.
Per hour with an unknown amount of gas in the tank.
That's a good point. That could go on for quite some time. I was leading to the fact that there is a lot of news going on today, including some weather news this afternoon, some severe weather, especially towards the desert and the Inland Empire, that we would love to get to eventually. We have another helicopter out in that area that is covering the weather. But of course, we want to see this come to a conclusion because this is a dangerous pursuit and this suspect will not give up. Nevertheless, law enforcement is taking it seriously. And they are content on, at least so far, Chris, to see this guy just meander through the streets until he decides to give up.
Yeah, and that has been the case, I would say now, for upwards of 30 to 40 minutes, where he has not had the luxury of really being able to accelerate. It's just kind of dragging that bumper along, riding the rims, grinding into the pavement, just trying to weave through some of the intersections. Occasionally, he'll go right through the red light. He'll swerve around into oncoming lanes like he is right here, getting right back on the right side here, and just taking these officers along for the ride. But the fact of the matter is, it is not a normal suspect behind the wheel. It is a murder suspect who is presumed, or suspected, I should say, of taking the life of somebody. And so just the behavior that we've seen during this pursuit, the crime that has been committed here, the original one, the other crimes that are associated with him, it is a dangerous situation, to say the least, and it's not over until it's over. They don't know what they're going to be dealing with when he eventually comes to a stop. If he's desperate enough, they will be prepared for any situation. But it seems like a static situation when you cover these. What was a high-speed pursuit has now turned into a slow-speed pursuit, and what appears to be a static situation could change on a dime once he eventually comes to a dead stop. And so, like I said, it just isn't over
they're
until it's
chasing
over.
Netanyahu.
When you see these people cheering him on, it gives you pause, because you just don't know how this is going to end. You see people crossing the street here. Some people came completely unknown about the pursuit, but they
This
hear
guy's
the
going
lights
to
and
eat
sirens
it at
coming
one
through
of these
this part of South
crossroads,
LA.
man.
And just knowing who was behind the wheel here,
That's the
we
one.
know
That is the
what they
crossroad that
don't
he's going to eat it
realize,
at, it
and
seems.
It is a dangerous person, to say the least.
At least he's stopping there at that intersection on a very busy street and letting some of the traffic go by, and law enforcement patiently watching him. Obviously, the ultimate scenario is for this to end peacefully.
Oh
no
my
matter
God, this
what,
guy's
so
a
they are
real
willing to be
fucking
patient about it
Macklemore fan,
and
dude.
let that come to a conclusion.
In the wild. I mean, Macklemore's
we are
great,
approaching
but
Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock, and when we get
I don't know
to the
why
5
you're just
o'clock
spamming
hour,
him so
we will
much.
show you some of the more dramatic moments within this pursuit, and you could see how dangerous it was. By joining it right now, you see it going at a very slow pace, but that is for very specific reasons. If this guy had the ability, he would definitely try to get away as quickly as possible in a very dangerous way, which we have been seeing. Chris, you're on the move again.
We are on the move. We've now been given clearance to transition southbound and hopefully meet up with him on the other side here as we transition over the 110 freeway. We're going to lose a visual here for a couple of minutes. The hope is that he either comes to a stop or continues in this direction, because obviously navigating LAX airspace is complicated and is a little bit tricky. So we're going to lose him for a little bit here, but what I can tell you is that as he continues the pattern that he's established, which involves a number of loops through this part of town, whether he continues the circle or if he
it's
continues
over.
southbound on Main Street, they have asked for another spike strip. So if they have the opportunity,
What more can they spike? Didn't they clap all the
they
wheels?
will make another attempt at spiking those rear tires if they have not deflated already. Based on the ability to maintain control of the vehicle, I'm guessing that those rear tires are still doing a bulk of the work there, and so for that reason, they want to make sure they knock out all 4 tires. We know that the front 2 are gone. He's already riding on 2 rims. Now they want to attack that rear axle and make sure that they've done everything they could. And now I understand that the spike strip has been laid down. We'll see if he hits it. We may not be able to show it right away, but as we come around on the other side, we'll be able to kind of line up with him on Main Street. So he's going down Main Street. We're traveling down the 110 freeway. When we get to the 105 freeway, we'll be able to cross over and hopefully see him coming southbound towards us as he continues. Now, if he continues southbound, that's one thing I'm hearing on the radio. He may have just made a westbound turn, possibly on Century, so we may have a glimpse of him coming towards us here as we transition through LAX's Bravo airspace. Just kind of keep an eye out for him, Josh, as we come up on Century. We may see him coming towards us.
How long has it been since we had a chase on stream? It's been a minute.
All right, and as we begin Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock now, the voice of Michelle Fisher, I'm joining David Ono as we continue to keep an eye on this wild pursuit that's been going on for about an hour now. I was in my office getting ready for the show, watching the coverage that's been ongoing, and just remarkable to see how at one point this vehicle was making these wild maneuvers and has now kind of been forced to slow down because of the condition of the vehicle. As you mentioned, we know at least 2 of those tires completely gone now. He's riding on rims for some time. And as you mentioned, maybe a second attempt at a spike strip to get the back tires disabled to hopefully eventually get this driver who is suspected of murder to stop at some point. You have to ask yourself, what is the goal here, after a certain point?
I think the goal is for this to end peacefully and whatever.
Listen, as long as the wheels keep turning, as long as he's got those 2 hands on the steering wheel, he is a free man, okay? Until the very last moment. So I think for him, that's the goal. You feel me? Yeah, this is overtime. That's what he's doing. He's in overtime right now. But clearly it's over for him because it's over for us at least. David's house was searched. I know, but that was the first day. And then they didn't even prioritize him as a suspect. Or, in the words of Cash Money Patel, Cash Money Baby Patel, a subject. Also, what the fuck is this TikTok? The girl David killed was in my teacher's class.
That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff. Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
Wait, how long ago was this?
We all just found out yesterday who it was, but she's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month.
I don't know if he's saying that he knew that one of his students was being actively predated on, okay, by a pedophile rapper. I think he's just retelling what he has heard in the news and tying it back to himself for some reason. Still very fucking strange. Because, like, as a teacher, it is literally illegal for him to not report that. If there's a suspicion, if he has a suspicion that, like, a random adult is like hanging out and shit in a super inappropriate way with one of his students, like he's a mandated reporter. He has to report it to the authorities. A mandatory reporter.
The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again in May of that year, May of 2024. That's when her friends told me what happened, that it was this rapper, that they were like blackmailing him, all of this stuff. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car, cut into pieces. You want to know how they met? I feel like I just said it. Social media.
Oh, that's what he's tying it back to. He's trying to fucking boomers, man. Bro, he's literally trying to say, like, no, it's not that he didn't report it. He's saying he's retelling the story from what he has figured out. And he's trying to tie it back to fucking stranger danger and social media, but he's also doing it in a way where he's like kind of clout chasing. It's odd.
Let me tell you another story. Hold on.
Yeah. I assume he's got more stories about the dangers. Wait, what the fuck? Oh no, wait, is this new?
Inflated. Unbelievable to see that front left rim still almost intact, despite the amount of distance he's covered just driving on those rims. That rim is intact.
Is this a
I would almost expect by now that we would have seen it start to fall apart, see metal flying off, and see those sparks kind of flying off the vehicle, but that's not happening. That rim, look at him gesturing towards the ice cream truck.
How is he clout chasing his students, secretly filming him? No, like, he's trying to tell his personal involvement with a high profile incident. That's what I meant by clout chasing. I didn't mean like he's putting himself on the fucking internet. I meant that he's trying to look somewhat cool by explaining his association with a high profile victim from the same school, which is a crazy thing to do. But his goal obviously there was to do a scared straight routine. Oh, shit. Okay, let's get back to the news.
Good evening from New York.
Oh, one last note that I wanted to give on the Jimmy Kimmel issue, obviously, is that, what is this? Kimmel and its consequences. Like, all these people fucking talking about Jimmy Kimmel, whether people are angry about Jimmy Kimmel being fired, which is a clear-cut violation of the First Amendment, or whether people are defending it. I think one of the craziest things that people are failing to consider here is that the standard for free speech erosion was set prior to this. Okay? Wait, hold on. Hello? Wait, what time? Wait, it's 5 p.m. But no one sent me a link. Can you send me a link on Discord? Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see it now. Okay. Oops, sorry. I'm going in right now. All right. I have an interview with NBC that I forgot about. So I'm joining right now to do that interview with NBC. Crap. Oops.
People speak out, Gotti. It is very notable, the one person we have not heard from, and that is Jimmy Kimmel. He has been silent. He has not spoken out publicly about this since the suspension yesterday. There was some video that showed him ducking into a car yesterday and leaving this theater. But we did hear from a friend of his, a Nevada senator, who said that she actually spoke to Kimmel today, and that he said that his number one thing he's worried about right now is his staff, and then also
Hello, Hassan.
be able to continue his political.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It's only a matter of time before we... I'm going to have my audio engineer check in, and we'll be with you shortly, sir.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Downtown Hollywood there. I do want to bring in Dominic Patton. He's an executive editor over at Deadline. Dominic, I mean, it's pretty wild to see Liz in the middle of it. We've seen protests in Burbank. Now we're seeing this.
Hi, it's audio. Can you hear us?
Happening over at Disney right now.
Well, I think what we're hearing is happening at Disney is there's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of certainty. I mean, certainly they...
Cool, thank you.
Bob Iger and Disney Entertainment, Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, and Disney Entertainment Chair Dana Walden made a decision after a flurry of meetings last night. We reported on this, some of it exclusively on Deadline last night after I was on your show, and I apologize for that. You know, it was Brendan Carr's comments that really kicked this off. Let's be clear, Disney and...
Hi, Hassan. This is Liz with Stay Tuned. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys? I'm live right now, by the way.
$1 million to settle a lawsuit that many thought was meritless.
Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, so we are a couple minutes away from you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Y'all, chat, y'all are so funny. You're like, just so you know, we're live. Like, calm down. I know, chat. I know I'm live. Okay. And I know that, like, it's happening in real time. Can you calm down? I know what I'm doing. Okay. I've done this before. It's so funny that you guys are like trying to be little baby producers in here. Hold on. Anyway, I muted myself on their end.
So why not? To that degree, we see that with Nexstar, one of the, as you guys said, one of the biggest owners of affiliates around the country, 32 ABC affiliates of the 200 stations they own. They have said they will not show this. Sinclair have said they will not show this. Another big owner of affiliates, and they want an apology to the family of Charlie Kirk, and they want money to Turning Point. Interesting, and you showed the clip various times. I don't see how Jimmy Kimmel insulted Charlie Kirk's family, because I think that he, on September 10th, when the terrible shooting of Charlie happened, said no finger pointing, his prayers went out to the family. I'm paraphrasing somewhat, of course. He talked about Donald Trump's reaction to this. That is what seems to be it. Brendan Carr is saying that he was delivering bad information. That feels like a little bit of fudging now. He was saying that Jimmy's saying that this guy was a MAGA guy and he wasn't, this and that. We barely know any of this, to be honest, right?
The key word there was MAGA, and that is what kind of...
Yeah, and then you insult the boss. Because let's be clear, all of these guys play to an audience of one. The audience of one is Trump. And Brendan Carr was on a flurry of comments today. And then I think he got what he wanted, which is the boss said on Air Force One with the press that Brendan Carr will make the decision, and he's a tough guy. That's what they love to hear in Trump world. Tough guy.
I hear what you're saying about an audience of one, and yet we find ourselves all being an audience here. And so part of it makes me wonder whether or not you were characterizing big business and the government working together for a long time. I wonder if this has happened in the past. It just wasn't happening in front of everybody.
Oh no, it's happened in the
podcast.
it's happened in the past right in front of everybody. We've seen it before. I will give you an example that actually is pertinent to this, which is the reason Jimmy Kimmel started having a show in 2003 was because in 2002, Bill Maher's Politically Correct on ABC was canceled because Bill Maher said that he thought the terrorists who took down the towers on 9/11 were horrible, were criminals, but he did not think it was fair to call them cowards, as some in the then Bush administration had done. And he found advertisers fleeing very quickly. This is, the business is very different than it was in 2002. But I think the reality here is this. Disney, under Bob Iger, who's set to retire at the end of next year, in theory, have one of the things that they're working on is the acquisition of Fubo, which will enlarge their sports empire, which has been enlarged recently with the debut of ESPN Unlimited. A very big part of the process for them, new NFL deals, et cetera, et cetera. That's where the money is. And again, I've said it too many times, but I'll always say it. There's a reason they call this show business and not show friends. And that, unfortunately, is where Jimmy Kimmel has hit a very hard reality. Is Jimmy Kimmel being censored? Well, of course he is. Is Jimmy Kimmel saying anything that he hasn't said before? In fact, no, not at all. In fact, he's made a regular process over the past almost 9 years of mocking Donald Trump quite frequently. Donald Trump has been on Jimmy Kimmel's show. I will tell you, it says a lot about President Trump that he is isolating ratings which for the most part we know don't exist in the way that he thinks about them. They exist in pockets here and there for a multi-platform universe. But that is what he's talking about. Where this is going next, though, Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers.
Yeah, and we'll keep checking Deadline for all of your scoops. Dominic, thanks so much for joining us. And tonight, there's exclusive reporting from NBC News on plans that could see the military using Charlie Kirk's death in a new recruiting campaign. According to two officials familiar with the planning, military leaders are considering a new recruiting campaign, encouraging young people to commemorate his legacy. Meanwhile, we are getting late details on exactly how the suspected killer surrendered. NBC's Dana Griffin has the details.
Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby detailing how they were able to broker a deal to get the suspect Tyler Robinson in.
I'm supposed to be talking to them about Antifa as a terrorist designation.
The Robinson family contacted him. He says they were able to negotiate with the family. The detective, drove Tyler and his parents to the sheriff's office, and they were able to take him into custody. Their officers were in plain clothes, and they said they used a gentler approach. Listen to why he says he decided to agree with Tyler on taking him into custody in such a softer manner.
Tyler knew it was just inevitable with all the law enforcement pressure that his picture in the news, the gun on the news. He knew it was inevitable that he would be caught. He was fearful of a SWAT team hit on his house, or he was fearful of being shot by law enforcement. So part of the negotiation and getting him to bring himself in was that we would treat it as delicate and as soft as possible.
2.5 hours later, the sheriff says federal officials then took Tyler into custody. Here on the campus of Utah Valley University, students are still coming and going as classes have resumed this week. We have seen an increase in law enforcement presence. One officer telling me that several new officers are being brought in. They were actually meeting today. That may have something to do with an alleged online threat from someone in Salt Lake City who was arrested and charged on Tuesday for making a threat to this campus. So they're obviously trying to prepare and make sure they have the resources in case someone tries to create more drama or more harm on this campus. There is a unity rally that is scheduled for Friday evening. That is going to be held indoors, not outside, like we saw the venue for the Charlie Kirk tour. So we'll be here and reporting on that. And we've seen the governor show up on campus, as well as passerbys who want to lay flowers and cards
in the chat, dude. Look
to
at this.
remember Charlie Kirk.
ChatGPT.
Gotti.
Dana, thank you. And it's been over a week since that assassination, just over a week. And it played out almost live on so many timelines. There's a strong chance that you saw.
All right, Hassan, we're like 4 minutes away from you.
Okay.
Over and over and over again. In just 2 hours, that video was viewed more than 11 million times on X alone. And any death, like, it is hard to process if you see it with your eyes, but this felt amplified in a way that is really difficult to understand. So we want to take a moment to try to work through what kinds of impacts this can have on the human mind. Let's bring in David Rand. He is a psychology professor over at Cornell. Thanks so much for being with us, Professor. So seeing such a horrific murder over and over again,
are you nervous?
psychologically speaking, like, how do you
Why would I be?
process
I've done this
this?
show before. Also, I have more people watching me
It's
right
hard.
now.
I mean, I think many people
I have
didn't
more
want to
people
see
watching
that,
me in
but
here
graphic
than
videos like
on
that,
TV.
They
What are you
spread
talking
because
about?
shocking emotionally content grabs your attention and it's
There
rewarded
are
by the algorithms
a lot
on
more
social
people
media.
currently
So a lot of
watching
people
me.
wind up with this sort of traumatic
He was watching
exposure
you on
to
Twitch on his
seeing
laptop.
videos
What this guy
that they
was?
didn't want to see, and this is one of the most sort of powerful examples of that. I mean, the clip itself was real, and a real tragedy happened.
Oh,
and
the
so
host was.
there's
Oh, he
sort of
probably
trauma that
was
arises from
because
that. But also,
the reason why
there's
is
narrative
because I was
also
supposed to
misleads, and then
or I didn't
influence
see the
what
information
people, the way
they
people
so
interpreted those events.
for that reason, he was probably
And
checking
then
in
there's
to see what
like,
the fuck I was up
I
to.
mean, this feels wrong to say, but then there's like a dopamine element to this too. Like, this is happening on a gamified social media applications, right? And there is a weird dopamine hit that comes from the seeing of the video, the way that it plays. Like, does that make things even
Will
more
you go on
complicated
air
and I
with
guess
this embarrassing shirt?
uncharted
Wait,
here?
What? My shirt is not embarrassing. It's perfectly nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, if things are shocking, they grab
Fuck
your
you,
attention.
Chatter.
Also, things that are really emotionally arousing
Hurt
and that
people
are
hurt
the combination of emotionally arousing and linked to politics and identity and things like that really grab people's attention. So even if you don't want to see it, sometimes it's hard to look away. And then the ranking algorithms on social media really reward that content that grabs eyeballs. And on X in particular, they didn't really have any moderation policies related to it, and it was pretty much a free-for-all. Whereas some of the other platforms like YouTube or TikTok or Meta did more to either remove copies of the video or put age warnings on them. Still wasn't super effective, but they did some attempts.
You
Where
have
on
a fake
X,
name
it was
for
really
radio?
just
How dare
throw
you.
the floodgates wide. And so that kind of content, by its basic nature, grabs eyeballs. But again, a lot of people didn't want to see that. And there's evidence from research that we've done that if you just kind of like prompt people to think before they share, that can reduce the sharing of content that's undesirable or misleading or things like that. And so again, I feel like there's the
that is me. Look,
emotional
right
component of
there.
the video, but there's also the consequences of being exposed to it and being exposed to
He got
all
me
the
on the-
narrative
on the second
and so on
monitor.
that came along with it. And so I think that a really key aspect here is
He
trying
got
to
you,
separate
Chad.
the facts of what happened from
Chat,
the
behave.
conspiracy theories
Chat,
and false
behave.
claims that went along with it.
Y'all do not know
we'll
how to
continue to try to do
behave.
And Professor, thanks so much for joining us. Meanwhile, the president posting this on social media, on his social media platform today, that he is designating Antifa, which he calls a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization, something he has said before during his first term. But is this time going to be different? And what is his working definition of Antifa or terrorist organization? Because legal definitions carry a lot of weight. And Antifa, as it's collectively known right now in society, that seems to just stand for anti-fascist. And as soon as all of this came out, there was one person online that I just saw being dragged right through all of this, his name getting tagged by a lot of people on the right saying, hey, look, investigate this guy, none other than the streamer, a man named Hassan Piker, political commentator online. His Twitch stream is going right now. I know it's going on your end, Hassan. I mean, your mentions are pretty wild any day, but today, like, hearing and seeing what the president said, what was your immediate reaction?
I mean, it's like you also pointed out, it's not new. He has tried to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization in the past. And I'm not exactly certain what legal limitations exist there. But one thing I can say as the Antifa headquarters CEO, I guess, is that anti-fascism is a movement. It's an act. It's an ideology. It's not an organized structure. It's not an organization. So therefore, there is no real way to potentially prosecute this group as a domestic terror group. Now, of course, there's also the other unconstitutional element here, which is that you're not supposed to you're not supposed to go after and target domestic political organizations in general. This country has rarely ever prosecuted the Ku Klux Klan. This country has rarely ever prosecuted numerous far-right groups that have actually successfully pulled off targeted acts of domestic terror. And therefore, not only is anti-fascism not a cohesive, organized group that you could tackle, it also is, even if it was, it would still be unconstitutional to go after it in this way.
Son, yeah, I mean, I just all of a sudden flash forward and I'm like, oh no, seeing this clip where you're saying I'm the CEO of Antifa, like being played in, I don't know, some court somewhere or some congressional hearing. Let's hope, like, who knows what's going to happen in the future. But, you know, just to clarify the record here, how do you define Antifa? And do you see yourself as part of an organization called Antifa?
No, that was a joke, of course. Like I said, there's no organized unit. Anti-fascism, like I said, is an action. I do engage in anti-fascist action, and I'm sure many of us have done so. If you call out someone who is behaving like a white supremacist, that's still technically someone engaging in an anti-fascist action in that moment. And as far as organized anti-fascist action goes, a lot of our grandparents, as a matter of fact, engaged in organized anti-fascist action in World War II. So I guess, you know, we've come a long way from what this nation used to represent when we fought the Nazis, because obviously the opposite of anti-fascism would be fascism. So it does seem like this administration is moving in that direction.
Hassan Piker, appreciate your perspective. We'll let you get back to streaming. We've got a legal guest to talk a little bit about all of this on the way out here. But Hassan, thanks. Let's go over to NBC News, a legal analyst.
Thank you so much, Hassan. You're clear. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for
Where we just left off, there's so many legal questions. Like, can you designate an ideology as a terror group?
I want to see what they say.
Yes and no. The president, and more specifically the secretary, direct the Secretary of State to designate foreign terrorist organizations. There are an array of statutes that allow the executive branch to do that. They don't really allow for designation of.
Azan, you can't be making jokes on the news, B? Bro, staying on the Zoom call? Yeah, I am. I think you scared him, Poppy. No, it's fine. Why would you make that joke? Because it's stupid. And also, I will continue not only making that joke, but also saying it sincerely as well. Of course, I'm an anti-fascist. I'm never going to stop saying that I'm an anti-fascist. I don't give a fuck how fascist this government gets. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. Comedy is illegal. Don't do that again. No, comedy is legal now. They cut it short because you were late. Well, I mean, this is a quick news hit. Okay, calm down now. Nephew, you're going to get us all brought up on RICO charges. He did ask you a targeted question trying to claim association with Antifa. Yeah, I'm the CFO of Antifa. We have a meeting shortly, Hassan. True. Anyway, people are really funny because they think like I should reconsider my firm commitment to fighting against fascism because what? Government persecution? I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. If I stay quiet and I urge others to do the same out of fear, then we have no one, you know? But if I do the opposite, if I refuse to stay quiet and I set a good example and others also follow suit and people refuse to stand down from this administration's ridiculous attempts at prosecuting people's understandable desires not to become a fascist state, then maybe we can make a positive change. Yes, I changed my audio. I brought it back up. Calm down. It's a binary. You're either a fascist or you're an anti-fascist. Why am I paying the CEO? You should be paying me. That's how it works, baby. What? Keith Edwards blaming you for this? Who's Keith Edwards? MAGA calls the FBI on me after I did this? Who the fuck is Keith Edwards? Also, why is he blaming me for it? He's a political commentator. He's a lib that is for Gaza genocide. He's a David Pacman type. I don't think any like out and about outspoken liberal is going to fucking yell at me over anything at this moment.
As far as he can. Okay, well, you know what? Fuck you. I'm not doing that. And by the way, I'm not going to pay for your stuff anyways. So I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a little bit energized by all of this because Donald Trump's going to try to take this as far as he can, And what we're showing is you can try to push the margins, but there's a breaking point. And I think we're starting to feel that. Now, we are getting more reporting, like I said, where folks are uncovering what really happened, why ABC did what they did. It's not going to probably be surprising to some of you. First, Hassan said, if you don't know Hassan, he's a streamer on Twitch. I think one of the biggest left-leaning streamers. Every corporation is instantly folding to the admin. Even then, I think we need to start saying regime now.
He posted a clip of you 2 hours ago. What is this? Hassan Piker, Kamala Harris will be doing the exact same thing. Here's the full clip given this is deceptively edited. Hassan was talking about how Democrats would have unconditionally supported Israel just like the Republicans did. And he is 100% correct there. Well, I mean, given the fucking context, also the video is referencing to, so happens to be conveniently cut off in this clip. He's right. For anyone curious, he's specifically talking about Israel, which many Dems, including Kamala, have yet to call it a genocide. I don't understand what, like, these guys' obsession with, like, bro, much like the bumper on the Toyota Corolla Sports Edition we saw earlier. Let it go, man. Let the bumper go. Okay? Like, please. Like, this is what positive thing do you get out of this? I don't understand. Like, I'm fucking out of all of the progressive commentary circuit right now in this very moment, and they will come after everyone, right? They'll come after David Pakman. They'll come after Keith Edwards too, eventually. But out of all of the people that are on the left flank of political commentary and independent media, it is obvious that the administration has put the fucking crosshairs on me. So what good do you think you are doing when in this moment, instead of turning around and being like, hey, maybe we should just focus on the fucking Trump administration doing all this shit to try and actively relitigate something that you misunderstood? Like, what good does that do? Okay, all of your fucking centrist liberal fan base hates me in this process. Okay, I get cooked. Liberals don't come to my defense. They go, ooh, this is what you got. You deserve this. But don't you realize that you're like aligning with the fucking fascists in that situation? Do you think you're magically going to take the top slot or something? Like, I don't get it. He didn't misunderstand. You gave him free cloud. Just don't understand it. Like, I don't understand why they do this shit where they go, ooh, Kamala Harris will be doing the exact same thing. I do think a lot of regular liberals, not commentators, they don't realize this alignment. They think they're just fighting extremes. No, a lot of liberals, for the most part, people who say that they're liberals, unironically also watch me and think, no, this guy's making a lot of sense. There are, however, obviously fucking centrist liberals who are trying to present themselves as like something different, not an extremist on the left, not an extremist on the right. Many of them just exist online. They try to farm an entire audience to have a similar mindset, but it doesn't work that way. For the most part, most like the average liberals, the normies, your parents and whatnot, if they are like Democrat voters, they're not going to fucking be like, Hassan is the reason why Kamala Harris lost, because they're not fucking that stupid. I'm just so shocked that this guy would do such a dumb thing. Democrats' Israel policy, which is part of the reason why Kamala and Biden handed the presidency over to an incompetent fascist, is probably popping up because Ethan Klein is posting it. They're so stupid. I'm going to say, I don't understand why liberals engage in the same deceptive editing that right-wingers do, especially in this moment. I'm talking about Democrats' Israel policy, which is part of the reason why Kamala and Biden handed the presidency over to an incompetent fascist monster. Do not retweet this guy with 26 likes, bro. I mean, clearly on YouTube, he's fucking popping off, considering MAGA calls FBI on me after I did this with 115,000 views.
Even when it's over an utterly inoffensive joke, the admin doesn't like. Liberals need to wake up. We all have to fight back. These wealthy assholes aren't going to stand up for anything beyond their bottom line. Okay. I'm glad he's saying that on one hand. On the other hand, I don't want to push blame because we are where we are.
But you are. You're about to. How fucking dumb, dude. How unimaginably stupid. If Kamala Harris at least like listened to not me, but the tens of thousands of people that were fucking protesting the administration's incompetence and refusal to address the genocide that was fucking unfolding under the watchful gaze of Joe Brandon, okay, maybe we wouldn't be in this fucking mess. And I'm not stupid, so I'm not even going to say that's the only reason. But that was emblematic of the Democratic Party, their overall refusal to listen to very reasonable demands. I read this earlier. People are still talking about it. You aren't the only one they blame. I mean this in agreement with you, but you got to let this go, man. I think the liberal echo chamber really overdid what small minority of Twitter leftists actually believe Kamala and Trump are the same, and that margin is not what lost the election. My 2 cents. Yeah, ain't nobody said Kamala Harris and Donald Trump were going to be the fucking same on every issue, but their closeness on pivotal issues allowed Donald Trump to win the fucking election. What are we doing? Jesus Christ. Liberals can never fucking closely examine how we arrive at this situation twice now. Twice. Not once, but fucking twice. And when they need to meet the moment and actually fucking fight back against Trump, they're still flinging shit to the only motherfuckers that are in the streets. That's the other thing. Because the leftists that they're shitting on haven't stopped protesting. They haven't stopped protesting about Gaza. They haven't stopped protesting about ICE. They are the ones who are out in the fucking streets. And so many goddamn liberals are just like sitting, and this is not all liberals, but like online liberals, okay? This is just a entirely online thing, because I don't think the Barbers and the Deborahs that are fucking leaving like death threats in elected representatives like voicemails, or demanding that like Democrats actually straight up put their bodies on the fucking line of fire, are the same kinds of people that are chirping online, okay? I think liberal voters, Democrat Party voters, like straight ticket blue Democrats, are way more angry than the dumb fuck centrists that present themselves as centrists online. Now, that guy that we just looked at, I didn't think they were one of them. I did not think that this was like one of those people. As a matter of fact, I've heard like a lot of very good takes from this account. He deleted the tweet, by the way. Oh, he did. Well, he didn't delete his video.
But it's kind of folks like Hassan who wouldn't push for the hit,
and I know he's not gonna fucking delete the video because it got 100,000 views in 2 hours. How is this productive, man? They're gonna arrest you next. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't even know who you are. I've never actually fucking yelled at you. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't know what the fuck you think. I don't know what you think you're doing. I don't know why you think this is a productive fucking angle of attack here. God damn, dude. If you actually are fucking serious about combating Donald Trump and growing fascism in this fucking country, wake the fuck up. Demand that the goddamn Democratic Party do something. Kamala Harris's new book hits the reader on the head with the central argument of why she lost the presidential race to Donald Trump. I didn't have enough time. Opposite of the truth-based public polling, her peak was in August and September, and her image deteriorated over time despite a massive fundraising advantage. People were wary about her connections to Biden and where she stood on the issues, and she never properly addressed their concern. Ergo, she lost at the same time that down-ballot Democrats did not. From the admin, pulled off a near complete sweep in swing states. That's the story. Democrats won down-ballot statewide races in enough swing states to have won the Electoral College despite getting swept in Pennsylvania. The winning coalition was there. Harris just didn't do what was needed to assemble it because she insisted on campaigning on vibes. And it wasn't just fucking vibes either. It was bad vibes. Sorry, I thought it was from today. That's crazy. Why would I say that from today? Why would I say that right now? We're going to end up in the same fucking jail cell, man. Jesus Christ. Kamala Harris lost because her policies were ass. She did not meet the moment. She didn't even recognize why she initially had tremendous popularity. The voters were looking for an alternative. They were excited. They were excited about who she might be. Okay? Then she showed everybody that she was just Joe Brandon, but younger. She said it herself. Yeah. The polls narrowed after Harris switched her message from change to Biden 2.0 continuity. She said no daylight between me and Biden. She refused to address Gaza. She refused to pivot away and take on a more empathetic tone about migrants when Donald Trump was running around, and his campaign was fucking running around and straight up saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs. They were greatly escalating. But also he messed with the votes. Stop. Her appearance on The View was a flashpoint. It wasn't just a leftist baking her. There weren't enough leftists to make up for. There weren't enough third-party voters to make up for the election, man. If you combined all of the third-party votes and handed them to Kamala Harris, which, again, is not even a fucking appropriate metric because you are supposed to earn those votes. You're not supposed to get those votes, okay? We're not entitled to those votes. It's a democracy. What are we talking about? But even in that false construct, she still would have fucking lost. God forbid we examine why. All of this stuff shows me that the Democrats, or at least the voters, or at least the consultant class, chooses not to learn any messages, any lessons from the past mistakes. We did this in 2016. We accidentally lucked in 2020, and then we did it all over again in 2024. For me, one of the most instructive moments, there was a couple moments that I always go back to in the election that you guys remember, right? That you were here, you probably saw it. You saw how my attitude changed. DNC final night, refusal to have a single Palestinian speak at the DNC, basically saying they're cut out. They're cut out from the equation. And then the cherry on top was the lethal military. I'm going to have the most lethal military. I was like, you're a fucking Democrat. What are you saying? Not even me getting kicked out. That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. Okay. The fact that I was there was already shocking enough. But another incredibly revealing moment for me was when they pumped, and I know Central Committee knows exactly what I'm talking about, when they pumped $30 million into television ads in the state of Pennsylvania. Okay? They put $30 million in TV ads into Pennsylvania. And it actually didn't move the needle in the direction of Kamala Harris at all. It actually hurt her chances in Pennsylvania. That was a clear-cut indication that the message was bad. Because when you put a bad message in front of as many eyeballs as possible, and they say, this is not for me, you're going to get smoked. You're going to get fucking smoked. It's not just about Gaza, even though Gaza played a formative role in this. The genocide played a formative role in this. But it's the inability to read the room, or the refusal, rather, to read the room that is emblematic of all the issues that are at the heart of the Democratic Party's incompetence. There were so many incredible failures. Teaming up with fucking Liz Cheney and parading her around, sending Richie Torres to Michigan, sending Bill Clinton to Michigan to say Judea and Samaria. It is mind-boggling. Specifically, the moment the poll shot up when she picked up Waltz because we felt like he was a departure, and her lead shrank every day after the DNC was the final nail in the coffin. Yeah, I saw it with my own two eyes, man. When I was there, I saw it. There was an environment. There was this like celebration taking place, like they were going to 100% win the race. And it blew my fucking mind. I was like, this is not over at all. What are we doing here? God damn it, dude. And I can't believe that liberals still fucking try to relitigate this stuff to be like, you did this. I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy, and it's a disservice to your audience. And inevitably, it's a disservice to yourself. Because unless you're going to become a loyal fascist soldier, you're fucked. Okay? Like I said earlier, it's a binary. You're either a fascist or you're an anti-fascist. There is no in between. There is no centrism in this regard. So make up your mind. I mean, they're liberals. I know, but my goal is to try to fucking shake them out of this stupor, okay? So they no longer are assuming a centrist stance. It's very frustrating to see. All right, Benjamin Netanyahu. What is this? Sorry, I thought it was from today. Jesus fucking Christ. What is media literacy? I know saying sorry is the worst thing you can do on the internet, but I'm sorry, mistakes happen. I mean, he cooked me. Like, he was trying to cook me. That's why he put it in the fucking video, too. I don't know if he used that video in his video, but, like, he obviously clearly thinks I am one of the reasons why Kamala Harris lost, which I think is crazy. Anyway, Speaking of people who have incredibly low approval ratings beyond Kamala Harris, let's talk about Benjamin fucking Netanyahu. God, lol. It's like you never even read any history. Don't you remember how the centrist liberals were able to prevent the rise of Hitler in 1933? Yes, my goal is to hopefully eradicate centrist liberalism so they become radical anti-fascists. Okay? The goal is not to push them aside and be right, okay? Because at the end of the fucking day, if we're talking about right now, and if we're talking about what's going to happen in the future, who gives a fuck if you're right in the long run and the Nazis win? Are you stupid? You're dead, okay? In that situation, you're dead. I'm dead. We're all fucking dead. How does that help anybody? Oh, at least like when you're in the fucking concentration camps, you can be like, I was right. See how wrong you centrist liberals were? It came for you too, you know? It's crazy. Anyway, speaking of fucking losers, it is clear to me that the Candace Owens stuff is getting out of hand. So much so that it caused war criminal, genocidal monster Benjamin fucking Netanyahu to directly respond to Candace Owens. What a time to fucking be alive. Okay? Netanyahu slams monstrous lie linking Israel to Charlie Kirk's murder.
Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, said that the bigger the lie, the faster it will spread. Well, somebody has fabricated a monstrous big lie.
A little on the nose, don't you think? Perhaps a little on the nose. You came in with Goebbels? That's crazy. That's wild. What? My man didn't even mention it in a negative fashion. He was like, and I agree with him. Pretty incredible that the Prime Minister of Israel feels the need to respond to Candace Owens. I agree. That is precisely what's going on here. I guess, to be fair, he is the modern iteration of Adolf Hitler. So it seems to me like he has studied the Nazis closely. Not to understand the lessons, not to talk about like the atrocities and to make sure that this kind of violence never takes place again, but instead to get better at the exact same type of violence that the Nazis committed. So it's not shocking to me that he would come out of the gates with a fucking Goebbels quote. God damn.
That Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. This is insane.
Dumb fuck Nazis that come in here and say Mustache Man was right, Jews are bad, don't realize that the reason why I hate this dipshit is because of the same reason why I hate Hitler and also you, okay? You need to understand a ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is hell-bent on the extermination of the outgroup is the same whether it is the German Volk doing it to the Jews versus Jewish people in Israel doing it to the non-Jewish people, the Palestinians, the Arabs in general, okay? It's just the same. The ideology is the fucking same. Some of you dumb fucks will never understand this. It reeks of jealousy. It straight up feels like you're just jealous, okay? You're just jealous. You're like, why can't we do it? Why can't we do it in America? I want to do it for a Christian nationalist white utopia. I want Israel, but for whites. I want Israel for whites. God damn. If your war is with an entire swath of the population, you're a fucking delusional loser, okay? You're out of your fucking mind. I can't believe I'm watching a YouTube drama video between the Israel Prime Minister and a YouTuber. I know.
It is false. It is outrageous. Charlie Kirk was a giant, a once-in-a-century talent who defended freedom, defended America, defended our common Judeo-Christian civilization. Charlie loved Israel. He loved the Jewish people. He told me so.
Something I do when I'm trying to disprove the conspiracy theory that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, release a video saying Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk. That's crazy. Yeah, this is turning into my I'm not a pedophile t-shirt is bringing up a lot more questions that are answered by my t-shirt. You know? It's just like, dude, what are you doing? You're a fucking war criminal. You're a goddamn war criminal. You're a genocidaire. Like, you also are not only a child starver, child mutilator, the person that's doing the modern Holocaust, but you're also a deeply unlikable person. Like, you have no charisma, you have no redeeming qualities. And part of that is because of the first thing that I mentioned, obviously. But you also have no way of salvaging your reputation. So what's really fucking stupid in this process is that every time you go out and say anything, because of how much Israel has lied and because of the arrogant ways in which envoys of Israel present themselves in the Western world, people just go, yeah, I didn't believe it before, but now that I heard Benjamin Netanyahu talk about it 15 fucking times, now I'm not so certain. Maybe Israel did kill fucking Charlie Kirk. That's what it is. That's what this does, okay? This has the opposite of the intended effect. Unless maybe he's trying to make it seem like he did so that people shut the fuck up about Israel or something. I don't know.
Letter that he sent me just a few months ago. One of my greatest joys as a Christian, he said, is advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews to protect Judeo-Christian civilization. He encouraged me to make the case directly to the American people about...
Isn't he supposed to be a better propagandist? He's been at it for 30 years. No, because when you're fucking doing propaganda for Israel, it's on easy mode. It's on baby mode, dude. When you're doing war, it's baby mode as well. You're using 2,000-pound bombs on literal babies in their fucking cribs. And when you are doing propaganda for Israel, it's just basically going, give me the money now. If you don't give me the money, you're a fucking anti-Semitic piece of shit. How dare you? That's it. So no, he has never actually been good at propaganda because he doesn't have to be good at propaganda. This is what I kept repeating since October 8, 2023, that these guys are so fucking used to the media just doing everything for them and all of the complex advocacy networks that they've designed in the Western world to constantly fucking pick up the slack, and all of the unlimited funds that they've given to American Congress to basically quiet everyone the fuck down, that they just never thought they would have to do propaganda, good propaganda. So that's the reason why all of a sudden, when the fucking the shift happens and people realize the media point you're making was my point, not the actual quality of his propaganda. Yeah. When the shift happens, you have no way. Because here's another reason why. You want to know why this is so damaging? I will say one thing. Losing Republicans is so much worse for Israel than losing Democrats. That's the reason why they spent most of their fucking effort pumping progressive groups. That's the reason why the ADL was billed as a progressive civil rights organization and not one that was doing neo-Nazi shit and propping up Republicans. That's the reason why AIPAC pumps Democrats full of money, because Democrats are squishy. They don't like seeing dead children. They don't like ethno-supremacist ideals, because in their hearts, a lot of Democrats, are not as like aggressively war hawk adjacent as you would suspect. And that's precisely how this is unfolded. But because they went so crazy with the Holocaust that they are engaging in right now, that they lost the Democrats forever. Okay? But in the process, what they did not realize is they were losing the Republicans too, because of their fucking arrogance. That's why he's so desperately trying to go after Candace Owens and be like, this is not happening. Tucker Carlson, you are a bitch. Oh, here's Matthew Petty on it. After years of running circles around leftists, Likud propagandists have no idea how to deal with people as mendacious and bad faith as them. Millions of dollars learning to master woke argumentation, only to be one-shotted by Candace using their own lie early and often tactic. That's it. That's straight up. That's the point. Your opponents now are people who are just as ready to fucking sling whatever kind of fucking lies and smears about you. That's it. And you're getting fucking rolled. You're getting rolled by American fascists. It's also part of the problem because they don't have a way to communicate with the new right. Okay. They don't have a way to communicate with the new right, partially because many of them are deeply anti-Semitic, and deeply anti-Semitic in the anti-Israel way. Okay. Some of them believe that all of America's unlimited warfare in the Middle East was done at the behest of Israel, was done at the behest of Jews. And that's the reason why there are so many Muslims in America and in the Western world. There are a lot of people who feel this way. There are a lot of people who think like, oh, we did Israel's dirty work for them, and look what we got in return. There are a lot of people who also fucking despise how arrogant the pro-Israel side is. These are the issues. These are the untenable problems that they have designed. You are 100% right. Republicans feel like we are Israel's ally, but they are not our ally. Yeah, they don't show any fucking grace. They don't show any, like, gratitude. If I'm a Republican, of course I'm going to be fucking pissed. No matter how much my stupid pedophile televangelist pastor has told me that all the Jews need to go to the fucking desert so that we can have the rapture and all the diabetic churchgoers can get sucked up into the fucking heavens during the rapture, I'm still going to be like, well, I still don't like these fucking guys. What is this?
How vital Israel is to U.S. national security. He told me, the Holy Land is so important to my life, it pains me to see support for Israel slip away. Now, if Charlie disagreed with a policy of mine or a decision here and there, not only did I not mind, I welcomed it. This is the essence of Charlie. This is the essence.
I welcomed it. I would never assassinate him. I would never order the Mossad to do a hit on Charlie Kirk. Here are all the different times where I knew exactly where Charlie Kirk was, alone. Look, look at my phone. We had Pegasus spyware on his phone. We could have gotten him anywhere we wanted if we chose to do so. How dare you? What do you mean? Do you really think Israel would assassinate Charlie Kirk at a school and not kill everyone in the school? Does that sound like Israel to you? That's not the Israel I know. That's so funny. Is this Hasanabi the theory now? No, I'm still very critical on the theory, but it is very funny that he is like so desperate that he just keeps making this worse for himself. And the more he comes out and says dumb fuck shit like this, the more people go, okay, maybe you did kill him. You are talking entirely too much. Like, these guys literally made Charlie Kirk's death all about Israel. So, of course, a lot of Republicans were like, that's weird. That's fucking weird. That's the weird thing that you're doing. Why are you doing this?
Of a free country. It's exactly what Charlie stood for. And I knew that his suggestions always came from the heart, from his love for Israel and from his love for the Jewish people. A few weeks before his death, I spoke to Charlie. I invited him to visit Israel again. And sadly, that won't happen. Now some are peddling these disgusting rumors, perhaps out of obsession, perhaps with Qatari funding. What I do know is this: Charlie Kirk was a great man, and a great man deserves honor, not lies. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing.
Oh my God. Yeah, Netanyahu came out and hit this.
I didn't realize it was even a conversation. I always assumed we would be heavily involved.
This is bad. We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Do not diddle kids. It's no good diddling kids.
There is no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about it.
You gotta write a song. It's just I wouldn't do it with anybody younger than my daughter. No, little kids gotta be big, older than my wife, younger than my daughter, something like that.
Don't write a song about that.
No, I'm cloudy. I got a headache.
Huh. Amazing. The U.S. is mired in Israel's quagmire, each day edging towards deeper and deeper strategic consequences. Even many in traditionally hawkish pro-Israel circles now recognize how disastrous the Netanyahu-Trump axis has become for their own cause. It is a perfect storm of hubris and impunity, one that is trending towards self-destruction for any rationally defined Israeli and American interests alike. This path of self-destruction reflects not just failed leadership, but a failed foreign policy establishment and its media echo chamber, long complicit in cheerleading impunity, undermining diplomacy, and erasing Palestinians and other key regional actors and constituencies. Ultimately, it's the same playbook that produced Iraq. But this is not the early 2000s. The U.S. no longer holds unchallenged global dominance, and the cost of repeating those mistakes will be far more severe. No amount of propaganda or historical revision can obscure what much of the world already sees happening in real time before its eyes. Clandis also responded to Benjamin Netanyahu.
I'm telling you guys, I've been through a lot of media attacks. You name it, I've been through it. This is another level. Okay, this is like, it's like There's a thirst there that I've never seen. They are all parroting the same talking points. They're clearly collaborating. I can tell you it's a Zionist attack. I've lived through enough of them. This is what they're like. And they all kind of say the same thing, slightly different. And the idea is to pile up and hope that if people keep seeing the same thing, they'll just believe it's true. And of course, Bibi Netanyahu, defending Bibi Netanyahu seems to be at the center of it all. That Zionists control a lot of publications in America. That is just a reality. We can even go through that. It's a little weird that I have never said throughout discussing this case, which I care very much about, that Bibi Netanyahu murdered Charlie Kirk. Tucker Carlson never said that. Megyn Kelly never said that.
I mean, come on. She just merely implied it, I guess. Like, what are we doing? Checking in on the right-wing Civil War post-Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens is now a secret Muslim. Pastor Greg Locke, make no mistake. Real Candace Owens is a fake Catholic and a true Muslim. Prove me wrong. Inshallah, one day, my friend. One day, brothers.
Dave Smith never said that. Instead, what we are doing is we are disputing Bibi Netanyahu's narrative that him and Charlie were on great terms and really friendly. He had just invited him out. And here's this love letter Charlie wrote. He heavily implied that. And he was saying way too much, too fast, and too soon. That didn't feel right. And we just wanted the truth to be out there. I don't know who specifically came out and said that Bibi killed Charlie Kirk. But now that he's for the second time denying that he is, people are going, what's actually going on here? This is weird. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I didn't feel compelled to come out and make 2 videos to tell people that I didn't kill him. That would be weird. Like, you would be like, Candace, that's very strange. Why do you feel like you need to say that? If Tucker Carlson had to make 2 videos saying, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk, you would go, that's weird.
She's not wrong.
Megyn Kelly, I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why would she do that? Of course she didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Well, Bibi has come out, like I said, with his second statement, and we can listen to it. Take a listen.
Okay, we just heard this already.
I don't know, guys. That Israeli propaganda just ain't hitting the same. It's just not hitting the same. I feel like it was hitting in 2018, but like this is just not hitting. Gaza's not helpful.
You think Candace and Dean will debate on who loved Charlie the most? Has Dean done any live streams since he cried about Charlie Kirk? I feel like a lot of people just like, they went after him crazy hard. Bro, you want to know something crazy? My little 14-year-old cousin was memeing on it. Okay? That is crazy. Like, he saw it and he was cracking jokes. There's Edis, dude. I don't know if he's gonna like leave the left, but he gets views on TikTok, but his comments are shitting on him. Yes, he threatened to switch sides to the right because of it. I mean, I don't like her at all, but she's got a point. Why are you making videos to claim you didn't kill Charlie? I mean, why is he making any videos at all? He should just go to prison. There was one edit where you were in it, Lamau. Wait, really? Please stop sending me the Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, furry, gay porn shit. I don't even know if that's the actual Steam account, okay? Please. I don't care. Like, I don't want to see that, man. The fucking what? What, you guys haven't seen it? Here. Exclusive. Charlie Kirk suspects disturbing secret kinks. Sickening cachet of porn searches revealed. His pedophile friend and furry shades of gay game. And it's, of course, behind a paywall. Dean made a 17-minute YouTube video addressing this. Streamed 3 days ago. I don't really. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta do the pod, folks. So I gotta go. No, I don't want to fucking read the goddamn article with the paywall removed. What is wrong with you? It's the fucking Daily Mail, man. Chatters were like, bro, there is some really good stuff behind that paywall. You must remove it and you must read it. Great journalism there. Anyway, what is this? You did this motherfucker talk about David? Wait, what? You did this motherfucker talk about David? What does that even mean? Yo, oh, you said, yo, chat, did this motherfucker talk about David? Yes, I did. Yes, Jesus Christ. Who is David? He's a singer and a Twitch streamer who is now connected to a 14-year-old victim who turned 15 just recently, who died. Okay? Yeah, I talked about it quite a bit. Anyway, hold on. All right, everybody.
Hey,
Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Oh, tomorrow, big news, big news. Oh boy, big news. Tim Heidecker is going to be on the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow. Comedy is legal now. Comedy is legal again. Comedy is legal forever. Tim Heidecker on the broadcast from the Tim and Eric show. That's right. We're going to have some fun. Hopefully, if, you know, there isn't like anything super crazy going on. But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
Damn, this guy's good.